Hello, everyone. Welcome on into Galaxy Cup Aether European 1v1s. My name is Flaming MBO, and I'm joined here by Eva.
Hello, hello, hello. How we feeling?
I am doing ecstatic today. We have some incredible players, some incredible lineups, and some wonderful drops coming in from the twitch.tv/Spaceatronics. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. 2v2s yesterday was so damn good, so damn fun to cast, to watch everything. And now we got some 1v1 action about to drop. Who do we have in the bracket?
We have some big names and some interesting players, to say the least. First up, we have Ahmet and Borger going to be our first matchup of the day, followed by Bakonko Shira, then Akno Marker, the rematch of Galaxy Cup Zenith, and Power from South America coming in, playing in the European tournament. Shout out MVE, love that guy.
Yep.
But yeah, we're still waiting on his opponent, which is going to either be Jakey or S-Scrape. So make sure you watch out for those results coming up very shortly. However, first off, we have Ahmet versus Borger.
Yeah, it's a big matchup. Both of these players, storied, they have trophies under their belt. But Ahmet, I feel like he's mostly known for 2v2s. He's not really... He obviously plays in ones, don't get me wrong, but... Well, what do you expect out of him right now?
You know, he's not his Caspian pick, and I don't think he performed as well as he wanted to yesterday. I think there was a lot of things that, didn't go his way. And I think he's rocking a super stance on the Caspian, so, I think he'll do pretty solid. Last time he met Borger, it was kind of a little bit of a rough matchup. Galaxy Cup Zenith was 3-1 in favor of Borger. And we're heading back to one of the same maps this extravagance happened on. So anyway, game number 1, here we go.
Yeah, Borger over on Mad Dusk, the crossover, picking up the spear and just looking for a couple of these big pokes. Not quite finding what he wants though, as Ahmed is doing an incredible job keeping him off on the left side of the stage. Just making sure that he can't get back up, maintaining his off stage where he has the advantage with the gauntlets. So many moves that can send you down, so many moves that can put you in a terrible position underneath him, and that's Borger gone. First stock goes away of Ahmed.
Yeah, the 9 strength guitars and gauntlets are going to be devastating. However, Borger's also going to be playing 9 strength with the Dusk, the spear and the orb. So overall, it's going to be a very high strength matchup. I think both are actually at 4 defense as well. So we're going to work with a neutral sig going to come through. And now we have a clean slate Borger evening up the stocks.
Yeah, resetting. And yeah, you said it yourself. Highly volatile game is what we're going to be seeing. High strength, low defense in both these characters. And the map itself is going to contribute to it as well, because Small World's End is the spiritual successor to Brohaven, in that it has very tiny KO boxes, so any of these big hits at this point will take out Ahmed. Look at him, 146 damage and counting. Borger barely taking a hit on this second stock, and he reverses the lead.
Yeah, Borger's starting to run away with it now. The orb is very, very deadly. Ahmed really has not been able to find an answer even a month later. So maybe we'll have to see another character swap. Maybe we'll see, a pace swap. Borger kind of running around, keeping a lot of momentum, but D-Light into down heavy, the breakdance in the sky, getting rid of that second stock off of Borger. He's doing a really good job of keeping it close. Even when he was down, it really felt like he was still in the game. He has that mentality to, stay right in the moment instead of dwelling on, oh, I lost this stock because I couldn't hit him more. So right now, very even.
Yeah, what a back and forth. You can tell we're watching some high-level gameplay, because these guys are adapting mid-game, not even mid-set, just in the middle, between stocks. They're figuring out how to get in, how to get out, how to avoid this certain approach that the other player is doing. But right now it's Borger who has the advantage. Stage control, weapon control, everything. And Ahmed is struggling to get back, down air unarmed, and that's going to be game 1, going the way of Borger.
Very, very well played. Good edge guard, and just overall good stage control there. Yeah, it looks like both players are going to be running 4 defense. Ahmed's going to be at 4 dex and 5 speed, whereas Borg is going to be at, I believe, 6 dex and 4 speed. The dex changes have actually been really interesting to watch. What are your thoughts on them?
I'm not as up to date with the nitty gritty and all of the small details, but I like the super stances. We talked a little bit with Eagle on yesterday's broadcast. It just gives rise and gives opportunity for people to play these a little bit more obscure legends that haven't quite seen the light of day, and it just gives them the chance to come in here and actually be viable in top level play. Gives them a little bit of that extra oomph that they needed when their stats weren't quite perfect.
I completely agree with you. Borger trying to go up with the spear recovery, gets the D-Lights there, getting a little bit more damage. Ahmed with a slight lead now in a little bit of a deficit. Ground pound now with the edge guard. Borger very successful so far. Whiffs on the pogo. Ahmed whiffs on the down air. Both players trying to play off stage, going into those exclamation marks.
No way.
Neutral sig from Borger is going to connect around and get rid of that first stock.
Goodness gracious. Ahmed started out with a lead in the first game, but now it's Borger completely in control. Gets the weapon starve as well, so now Orb going into unarmed. That's never a situation you want to be in, and it just keeps going graffiti. There's no room for Ahmed to get a pickup. Finally gets a bit of space for himself with that sidelight.
Oh, the double dodge! Oh gosh, man. Ahmed's gonna go down off of that beautiful raid by Borger. Double D-Light into recovery. Silent recovery, finally gonna get the first knockout onto Borger, but man, it's tough. I mean, you have a mountain to climb. You have Katars, which will do it, but I believe Borger's gonna be back on. Oh, he's gonna be on the spear now.
And we saw this in game number 1 as well. Ahmed, he was down to last stock, and Borger was pretty healthy in the second, but he managed to make it back pretty much with just the unarmed. Let's see how he does with the Katars here.
We haven't really seen much of Ahmed's Katars. I know we've seen a lot of gauntlets, we've seen a lot of bow, we've seen quite a bit of other weapons as well, but never really the Katars. I mean, and he's really going to prioritize these gauntlets. However, Borger with a nice 3-piece sending Ahmed into the sky at 107. Lots of damage being put on. Gets a nice GC sidelight recovery, and stocks are evened up, but damage definitely isn't.
Yeah, it's that last little 3-piece that Borger got onto him. He was doing so damn well avoiding damage until then, but it's not even gonna matter. 100 HP, Borger doesn't care. He's gonna knock you out in 2 down airs. 2 up, all up in the set. And Ahmed back up against the ropes.
Looks like he's going to restart his game. But do you think this Caspian pick is the right thing? I don't know. He's really not utilizing those Katars so much. Do you think maybe a different gauntlet legend would work?
I mean, he had a couple of moments of shining through of them. Had a couple of situations where he made a decent use of them. But I think a legend swap would do Ahmed well in the situation. I don't know. Maybe I'm wondering what would go well into that orb, because that's really what's been giving him problems. But it seems like he wants to stick to the Caspian. I guess it's just a matter of cleaning up the movement a little bit, cleaning up the micro, and getting in properly, because that's really what you want to do on Caspian. Just get close and make sure that your opponent cannot space you out and zone you out with those longer range moves.
And I just want it to be understood.
3, 2,
Borger won by hitting 18 moves that game.
Jesus,
that
Christ, so efficient.
I'm not even like joking about that. Like, it's very, very interesting as to like how much damage things are doing now with the damage changes.
I mean,
but anyway,
that's a part of it, but I think it's also, as we said before, 2 high strength, low defense legends on a map with small KO boxes, and yeah, Borger was just incredibly efficient with how he got his KOs. Just anytime that Ahmed reached that threshold, that KO percentage, he was hitting a big move. Just like now, you see it there again. The moment that the recovery can KO, he hits it.
Very, very accurate with some of these moves. And trying to go down with that chase dodge neutral air, trying to find an option. Gets the double weapon throw. Ahmed getting rid of that first stock, and not too much damage on him. He's going to keep these Katars right now. not going to play with the gauntlets too much. Maybe there's something different in the waters. Borger's going to pick an orb back up, reset into neutral, trying to go in with a downlight down air. Still, both players kind of whipping attacks, looking for an opening. Ahmed with a nice double neutral air, trying to return to stage, able to.
Yeah, and it's a nice little bit of footsies here from Ahmed. He's getting close, but it's just waiting out Borger's movement options. You know when a Qatar player walks towards you or even flows towards you in the air, your opponent is going to try and do something to avoid it. And Ahmed is waiting out that option, waiting out that movement, and hitting when Borger's moving in a predictable way.
He's doing a really good punish game here. He had the dodge, unable to read it. Side air, gets the disarm, sends off stage. Weapon throw will knock out again. Ahmed's looking much better this game.
Absolutely. He's figured out that micro that I was talking about. He's made sure to get in and not let Borger zone him out. But that spear has been troublesome for him. Let's see how he deals with it.
Keeping him at range is going to be probably the best course of action. You don't want to commit too hard for any options, especially against Qatars. You don't want to accidentally burn your dodge in the air, or else that's at least 70 damage, maybe even 80 damage with how Qatars are right now. But Ahmed's doing a really good job, good positioning, trying to keep Borger just on their toes. Getting a nice feather neutral air, avoiding the side stick, trying to get another dodge read, but unable to. Borger's going to come off stage with a dare. It's going to whiff. Ahmed, D-like ground pound will be game number 3. And they're going to stop it in its tracks. And we have at least a game 4 here.
Yeah, that's a great adaptation from Ahmed. And I'm not going to lie, it felt a little bit antsy, a little bit nervous from Borger there at the end. Just trying to fish for those N6, those side signatures over on the orb. But Ahmed kept his cool, made sure not to panic, not to get too nervous when down 2 games in the set, and he slung his way back into this one.
Really. Back on the world's end, Ahmed's gonna be the first to suit up with the Qatars. He's gonna try and get the weapon start, but going to be a little bit unsuccessful with that. We're gonna burn all options in the air, able to reset to the ground. And Ahmed is just kind of feels like a presence right now on stage. He's not over-aggressing. He's not sending too many options. He's just waiting to catch something.
Yeah, and I think that's a complete way to play these Qatars. As you said, they're a fast weapon, but you do have a couple of moves, and generally your approaches will be easier to punish for your opponent. And Borger in position to do exactly that. So I don't mind Ahmed playing this a little more patiently and trying to leap at the opportunity whenever it presents itself, rather than just any old move that Borger tries to do.
Now on the gauntlets into the order, this is the matchup he was losing on earlier in game 1 and 2. He's kind of pushed back to this pocket here. Borger really forcing Ahmed to make a move, and he just does not want to approach with another recovery. Still looking for this first stock. Borger slowly chipping away at this second one, going off stage with that Sayer, looking for the knockout, catches the neutral air. Borger's going to go down here the second stock.
Yeah, and you see the respect that Ahmed's giving that orb. The threat coverage on it is so damn good, and Ahmed doesn't want to be in the way of that. He doesn't want to get in there and just take a hit for playing too haphazardly. So he's just taking his time, letting Borger have a little bit of space, and then pushing back when Borger tries to go in for a punish. But not working out too well for him this time, as Borger yet another ground pound to close out the stock.
Ahmed whiffing him once again on the sideline. Borger just has such control with this orb. However, does get the dodge, but doesn't do anything off of the bounce, unfortunately. Ahmed just playing very scared, does not want to commit too hard for anything. Borger once again swapping to a new orb. The dex change does reset there. Whips on the neutral air, but still a lot of damage built. The side stick, I believe, would actually KO here. It does.
There it is again. Borger just kind of throwing out a signature, throwing out a big move, and getting punished for it. That's how he lost the last game, and he's gonna need to be careful with just take his time on this one, because he doesn't want to drop another one. If Ahmed wins this one, the momentum has swung solidly to his side, and he'll be able to take game number 5, just based off of that, I feel like.
Well, that may be true. I don't know if Ahmed has what he needs to win this game. He's getting a few good chip hits here and there, but Borger, I mean, he's been playing solid pretty much all game. Now back on the orb, looking for that side sig or potentially neutral sig, or even the recovery, I believe, would knock out right about now. So Ahmed has to play very careful, cannot overextend at all. Gets a few hits in here, trying to play return to corner, but neutral sig comes through for Borger, and he's going to take game number 4 and the set.
Goodness gracious, Flaming. I was so worried for Borger there. It felt like he really wanted this game over, and he wanted it over now. And a little bit lucky perhaps, or just, you know, catching out the timing on the Ensig. But without that, it would have been very hard for him if Ahmed managed to take that stock and take us to game 5.
Yeah. Overall, very well played by both of these players. And next up, we have Bakonko Shira. But before we talk about them, I want to say that S-Scrape took out Jakey in 5, which means our last matchup for this winner's side top 12 is going to be Power versus S-Scrape. So make sure you stay tuned for that matchup, because that is going to be amazing to watch. But anyway, moving on, we have Shira and Bakonko.
Yeah, another couple of big players. We saw them yesterday in the 2v Tuesday. Bakonko made top 8 to 7 DLA, and he made it in a ridiculous fashion. 7 DLA was playing incredible on the Onyx, but Bakonko, he's the more composed, the cooler of the two, that, you know, kind of sits back and plays that anchor role. I'm wondering how that's going to translate into 1v1s. Is he going to get a little bit crazier, a little bit more unleashed here in the ones, or would he rather just maintain that consistent playstyle of his and just go for those solid punishes instead?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because Bakonko in Spring Championships actually ended up taking out Ahmet in 5, as well as taking out Versus, Sarme, and a few other different players. But also in this tournament alone, he took out Munir in 3 games. So, I mean, sure, you could say he's a sleeper pick, but I think he's awake right now. I think he's going to turn on the Jets. Potentially, he could even take this match. But it's against Shira. Shira has been very consistent this year, picking up a 5th place at Springs and a 2nd place at Winter. So 2 top 8s and a medal this year. Well, top 8 and a medal. Same thing.
Yeah.
They've been really good this year, and they ended up getting 2nd place. Yeah, 2nd place yesterday against Jakey and Munir. So, I mean, pretty solid players on both sides, and it looks like Bakonko's going to be locking in the Bodvar to start off.
Makes sense, honestly. It's been one of his more solid picks. You see a level 85, you see the experience that he has on it, and I don't mind Bodvar in this situation. Just going for the solid singular strength stance, not the super stance, just making sure to keep the stats even on Bodvar.
I'm pretty sure Shira... Okay, so Shira's going to be looking to lock in this Diana pick, which is kind of interesting. I feel like Shira would kind of stick with the spear, considering that's what's been working wonders for them. But I guess we're playing something different, getting the different ones pick in. Yeah, Bodvar versus Diana. This might be the rematch of, like, this is like the timeless EU Classic.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember Simple Bodvar back in the day. Absolutely ridiculous. So damn clean in the movement. Let's see if Bakonko can channel that Legend of Old and bring it into the future.
Part of your skill tree, bro. You gotta find the skill points for it. And right now, Bakonko's gonna be the first person to get the weapon. Shira's gonna reset to corner with these blasters in hand.
Yeah, and already doing a great job zoning out with those sidelights. Another one and 2 siders to follow. Lovely job there, but Bakonko answers back. He has fight of his own here over on this left side, and he's zoning Shira out incredibly, hitting sider after sider, swaps over to the hammer for a little bit more of that Gimp potential, a little bit more of that KO potential with these big hits. Swings the bear and connects as well.
45, not going to be enough to knock out Shira, but still really good damage lead for Bakonko, looking probably for D-Light recovery or even D-Light side or neutral. Let's put a little bit more damage on that stock, whereas Shira is still trying to get to that KO percentage with his bow. Bakonko now back on the hammer, whiffing on the Sarah, trying to edge guard. Down air will be enough, and the celebratory neutral sig to call the first stop.
yeah, Bukanko's done a great job bringing this back because Shira started out so strong on these bastards, and look at him! He's going for something incredible, but he's not quite able to find the GC DLI didn't connect, would have been the stock. Shira though, not afraid to go out and scuffle on the offstage. Even at such an early damage of 66, he does. Bukanko could KO, but Shira not afraid, wants to go and fight.
Bukanko able to avoid the gravity cancel neutral light. However, that downer coming through for Shira will take the first stock off of Bukanko. About 120 damage built onto this second stock. Needs to play back a little bit more, but Bukanko still ravaging it, now picking up the unarmed, now on the sword, looking to deal some more damage in this pocket. A lot of stage presence right now by the sword.
And Shira, as you said, playing back, making sure not to give Bukanko any easy openings, but that neutral light whiff is going to open them up to a big flurry of hits from Bukanko. Connects the side air as well in the end, and once again swaps over to the hammer for the KO, just looking for those big singular hits. And there it is, once again the neutral air. Bukanko's done such a great job of staying in the air and punishing Shira whenever they go for ground attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have the sword for damage building. I think Bodvar is... I don't know if they're playing what stance they're playing, but I think it's like 6 strength base.
They're on strength.
Okay, so it's about 7 strength. I mean, that alone is going to help sword like a significant amount. Plus, you have the hammer for the knockout. I mean, Bodvar really might be one of the perfect characters right now. And now going for a little bit of style here, going for D-Light, looking for a spot dodge there from Shira. Catching another one with the side light with Shira. Now on the blaster, still looking for the second knockout.
Oh, no.
Neutral air putting Shira a little bit deeper into the red. D-Light recovery will connect. And we are down to last stocks here in game number 1.
Okay, Bukanko looking to get a little bit crazy with it, a little bit unorthodox, but all's well that ends well for him. And it's looking pretty good right now. Weapon pickup is there, doesn't quite get the KO on the hammer, but the Seer will close out. And game 1 goes to him. Very solid, and you see it immediately. Forces out the swap over to the Dusk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm more of what I was expecting. I thought Shira was gonna kind of stick with the Dusk. I mean, I don't know exactly the input of what it is, but it's like slide light into chase dodge down left or chase down right into another side light trying to catch an option, and it worked pretty well back in, I believe, Winters, and then for the following tournaments as well. But I mean, there'll have to be a lot of changes to stop Bukanko because he was playing phenomenally with that sword and finding a lot of quick efficient KOs with the hammer.
Yeah, and Diana, maybe a pocket pick, maybe just trying stuff out, seeing what works. But at the end of the day, if you want to get into that top 8, you want to make sure that you're on the winner's side when you do. So Shira locking in on his preferred legend now.
And this could be an entirely different game too. We just saw Borger play really, really well with the Nimwade or the Dusk crossover, and Shira's kind of been a connoisseur of this Dusk for quite a while. Already has a pretty nice lead, about 50 damage. Trying to go for that down like it's the cider, send Bukanko to the opposite side of stage. Whiffs on the neutral light. Both players throwing out a lot of attacks. Now back in this corner, weaponless.
Oh,
Stomp, Sayer. What an input from a Bukanko. Getting a little bit more style points going in there. Looking for this knockout side airs. Not going to be enough, but one more hit should do it.
Yeah, and Shira does so well in the early part of the stock, but Bukanko with that hammer just finds a way to claw it right back. Big hits and big things happening on the stage right now. As he's sent over towards the left, he has the hammer, and Shira has to be worried here. Demon Island has notoriously tiny walls, and this hammer can just shark you out and pull you down. Not gonna happen this time though.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, not too much of a deficit. I think there's definitely a way back into this game, and that right there, cider into neutral light. Both players not wanting to make the first move. Shira whiffing on the neutral air. Bukanko with a nice punish with neutral light. D-Light Sayer down in the corner trying to get this edge guard going. Gets the recovery. Shira still hasn't reset. Finally does onto the corner. But once again, Bukanko just playing a really good punish game.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't really care that much about getting the KO immediately. He doesn't care that much about getting the Gimp, getting the edge guard. More so just using that advantageous position to gain extra damage onto him, hitting those recoveries, hitting those side airs. And you can see it's worked. 136 over onto Shira, and Bakonko perhaps looking for a KO now, but he's damaged.
Gets the D-Light Sarah, though. And now 2 stocks to 1. I think that Diana was actually doing better at this point than this Dusk was, but I mean, we'll have to give it some time because you got to get it warmed up. And Bakongo is absolutely flying right now, getting the weapon star too. Now back on the hammer, looking to put some more damage onto this last stock of Shira here in game number 2.
Yeah, and the spear started out super well for Shira. You had that little flash of brilliance at the beginning. Let's see if you can channel that right back into this last stock. Because Bakonko right now is doing so damn well on the hammer, hitting pretty much every stomp. And whenever he misses, he doesn't get punished for it. Shira's not in position to get the advantage hit off of it.
I think even if you're in position, hammer stomp is absolutely insane to punish. And right there, Bakongo taking game number 2 pretty convincingly. What does Shira do here?
I can't tell you, I'm not gonna lie. He's going back to the Diana, but I don't know if it's gonna work out. Maybe a stage swap? You know, started...
Nope, Fortress Alliance.
Yeah. Fortress of Alliance is fine. I don't mind the Fortress of Alliance as much as I did the Demon Island because Bakonko has just been so damn dominant on these edge guards. He's just gotten so much damage off of having full stage control that sure, having that little bit of extra woe and that platform on the left might just give him the space he needs to be able to come back here in a way that Bakonko won't be able to punish.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see these blasters again. They work pretty well game number 1. Shira wasn't able to secure the first game. However, overall, I think blasters worked pretty well into the sword and into the hammer, and it's doing really, really well, keeping Bakonko spaced out, trying to get something on this corner, whips on the recovery, and now disarms Shira with a pretty big advantage. Bakongo back on the sword, though, trying to go for that side sig whiff on the Sair. Now a big D-Light Dare Neutralite damage is almost evened up. Bakongo falling Sair. Shira didn't get the touch, and now Bakongo is starting to lead again.
I mean, getting an advantage is all well and good, but you need to close out the stock, and there it is. He finds it. Now it's even again. Now he's, this is the part that he's good at, building up the damage, making sure that he has a lead, but he needs to be able to capitalize on it because Bakonko's just been getting these stocks first.
Playing once again on this corner, Shira, I mean, he's very confident off stage. I mean, even challenging hammer is one thing. Getting the Sarah into the funny 45, Bakongo able to touch on the low wall. However, clipping the corner, Shira's not going to get the ground pound off of that. Whiffing another downlight, catches the Sarah to the dome, and Shira is just looking for any form of damage right now.
Yeah, and finds a little bit of it with his aerial kit on the bow. Gets another big punish, or not as big as it could have been. And Bakongo answers back in kind. Double stomp again, just laddering him up, setting him up, and knocking him back down. Shira now on final stock. Last one for the uppers bracket if he doesn't close this out.
There's definitely a possibility for it. He has the options to that recovery. Should knock out. It does.
Finally.
Only 13 damage on him, so there is a world where Shira can take this game, and I definitely see it. Blasters are starting to ramp up a little bit. Just have to play a little bit more careful into this hammer.
Oh, big whiff from Bakongo, missing out on that sider. Hits another one in post, but Shira working his way back up, dead even, neck and neck these two. And a big gamble there from Shira. Bakongo almost went into that one, wise to avoid it, but fight goes on, and disarm for Shira off the right side. This is where Bakongo's done his best work, and he wants the hammer though. He gives up the edge guard to get the preferred weapon, the stronger hits for the KO for that last hurrah, and he finds the side air. 3-0. And you can see he's on a roll right now because Munir got taken down and Shira straight up to follow.
That is absolutely insane. Titans of EU knocked down by Bakongo, and he's going to be moving on into the winner's side of top 8, going up against Borger to see if his luck will continue there. I wouldn't say luck, actually. I lied. To see if his dominant rampage will continue with the Bodvar,
There we
his
go.
inner simple and moving on. But for right now, we're going to quickly head on into a break. We'll be right back with Acno Marker and Power S-Grade. So stay tuned for that.
Big games. Don't go anywhere.
You and I both have killed off the poison fables that had to die. We have to get it wrong to get it right. No, we are the reason. We have to get it wrong to get it right. Burn a light in the dead of night. Oh, we are the reason. Prism. We are the reason. We have to get it wrong to get it right. Burn a light in the dead of night. Oh, we are the reason. Prism.
Welcome back to Galaxy Cup Aether EU 1v1s. We're back with some incredible matches. Eva and I am excited. Are you excited?
I mean, is it? It's not fair because anytime Acno's on the stage, you have me gushing. I'm such a big fan, man. I can't.
Yeah, is that how you won the game? Is that how you won one of the games? Just told them you're a big fan.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe it. But we have some interesting characters coming out here. Obviously, Marker is going to be on the Tesca, the one that I believe they used to win the Mina 1v1 tournament not too long ago. But Acno is actually going to be playing Thatch, or the Chewbacca crossover, to be a little bit more specific. So we were talking a little bit about super stances earlier coming into play, making a little bit more characters viable. And the Thatch here coming out for Acno. What do you think? What do you think?
I mean, it's a solid pick, especially now that he can get up to that 5 defense. Yeah, his stats are very balanced. He's got 2 very solid weapons. It's just the 6 that I'm not so sure about, because he's got a very it's a unique kit, and I don't know if Acno's gonna be able to get the most out of it without having that you know, savant-like expertise on the character.
Mhm. And this is like a very, very big rematch from Galaxy Cup Zenith Grand Finals, actually. So not too long ago, both these players faced off. Marker, I believe, got the winner's side one and went in from Grand Finals from winner's side, and Acno came back, reset the bracket, and ended up winning that tournament. So this is kind of this rematch, and Acno playing a different character could spell either disaster or a significant victory.
Yeah, starting out on this Chewbacca. Not a lot of damage going either way, a lot of whiffs actually. But finally, a couple of hits connected over from Acno. Marker just trying to find his way in with these gauntlets, and a big chance catches the recovery. That's the stock gone for Acno.
Absolutely. Great job by Marker. Gauntlets and boots, they're really, really solid right now. More or less gauntlets. But Acno catching the top part of that side sig, looking for this corner guard. Now on the sword, still throw that weapon, trying to find that dodge. But Marker, D-Light side air. Playing on this corner, Acno returns back, tries to go for neutral sig, going to miss out on it. Another side sig coming out.
Yeah, just taking those big swings, not quite connecting yet. Maybe that you know, that inexperience, that lack of expertise showing a little bit. But we'll see if he warms up to it throughout the set. Marker, a little bit of a misstep. Acno, you know, using the force to keep him away from the wall. Now evens up the stocks.
Starting to get a little bit of chip damage here into Marker's second stock already. However, he is pretty damaged, and Tesca does hit very hard. A nice 4-piece there by Marker. Down air, catches the dodge. Acno once again getting caught. Still has options to make it back. Has a dodge thanks to the weapon throw. However, Marker with a D-Light reverse air to get rid of that second stock.
So optimal on the offstage, going for that sider instead of ground pounding, just to make sure that he hits it, confirm it, because that idea, ground pound, we've known people to miss it, and Marker doesn't want to be on that particular Hall of Shame, if I should say so.
There's so many fun moments in Brawl, and that is just a canonical event that anyone has to go through.
Yeah.
Acno though. Gets the side, whiffs on the side air, catches the down air, looking for this knockout, down air into the stage, is unable to get too much of it. Marker trying to get a little greedy to starve out Acno, but unable to. Acno sets to the platform, side light. Marker looking for a potential knockout option. Side sig though, Acno almost getting the knockout from across the map, running out of options, able to touch the down air, but the side air will spell the end for that stock. Still, very big deficit for Acno.
Doable. I've seen him win these, and I think we might see him do it again. No, as I say that though, D6 from Marker.
Good stuff,
closes it out.
Good stuff.
Doesn't even need to spike on the offstage.
Man. But overall, really well played by both sides. But it looks like Acno's going to be making the swap over to the Val. Wants to keep the sword, but swapping to the gauntlets instead of the blasters.
Yeah, that's honestly a fair pick, and carrying a little bit of that fat spirit over with that sword skin. But I'm a lot happier with Acno and Val. I'm not gonna lie. He's got experience on the character. He's got familiarity with the Ziggs, both from playing it and playing against it, because, you know, Val much more popular than Fat. You'd know how the hitboxes work a lot better, considering.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, level differential was 29 to 78. I mean,
yeah,
all from almost halfway to level 100, and then, or over halfway to level 100, and then, you know, a level 29, which is, I think, maybe 20 hours.
It's not a quarter.
It's not. But overall, I think this Val pick should work a little bit better, and it is so far. The gauntlets have been putting in a lot of work. Try to get that down, the Dawn dodge with the neutral air. However, Marker burning a dodge to get that neutral light. Side light recovery, not going to be enough. Stuffs out the recovery, tries to get the weapon starved, but unfortunately disarmed himself.
Doesn't matter though, sword is picked up, and this is the consistent KO weapon on this legend. This is the one that has the two combos, that has that D-Light for the setup, but not finding it just yet, just going for a lot of these aerial moves, a lot of these offstage engagements. And Marker's doing well to keep himself standing, but gonna fall eventually.
Getting the first stock off of Marker is pretty important. We're cutting down on that momentum Marker got from winning game number 1. Acno trying to go off stage, trying to fight these battle boots. Very, very risky. Marker going up pretty high, looking for something. Downsync will knock out from that pocket of the stage. And we have a clean slate here, Eva.
Even as can be, and now it's Marker once again to start something with the gauntlets, brawling, telling Acno, yo, catch these hands, as DI barely misses. Spot dodge through it is nice from Acno, but the ground pound again, don't fight him off stage. Those gauntlets will tear you to pieces, Acno.
I don't think he cares. I think he's just having fun right now. But Neutralite's gonna catch Marker, still putting a lot of pressure on Acno as Edgeguard keeps going. Sider gets the disarm, has to go low to avoid the weapon throw, but Marker's still putting the hurt on, gets the unarmed recovery. Acno now back on the gauntlets, trying to return to stage again, but Marker catches the landing. D-Light into Sarah will get the knockout, and only 78 damage on the second stock.
Yeah, still chances for him to come back, but Marker has done phenomenally with these gauntlets to secure himself a lead. Once again, Acno's pushed over towards the edge, not having that much space to work with, but he reverses the situation. Double side air, gets the weapon toss, still gonna be able to come back, but Acno knows it, in position to get the GC D-Light ground pound.
You know, had Acno not thrown his weapon, I think Marker would have been gone already, but good awareness to get that D-Light ground pound to secure that stock. But Marker now on the offstage. Acno has no options left. Weapon throw is going to connect. Can he touch Marker? D-Light ground pound, and that is going to be game number 2 going the way of Marker.
Damn! Marker truly an entertainer. Decides, yo, you're going to get me with that? You're going to get me with a GC D-Light ground pound reverse? I'm going to do the exact same thing to you. You love to see it.
And I mean, Marker's been playing this set very, very well. He's finding a lot of good offstage opportunities, being able to rally back. I mean, first stock he lost, but is able to clean it up very quickly, make sure he didn't fall too far behind, and then a very quick, efficient knockout on the second stock, and then a very, very big ending there for him as well. So overall, he's playing very, very good. Acno, on the other hand, he's just kind of character stuff. He's trying to find what works. He's trying to have a little bit more fun, but he's stuck with the sword through and through.
And this necessarily brings you back in the days when Noel was running it, when Wrenched was running it. But
oh my gosh, Marker!
Wrenched had a nemesis of his own, Sandstorm and the Mordex, and Marker seemingly carrying over that spirit with these gauntlets. 132 damage and still building. We know Acno finally managed to find the sword pickup, getting a little bit of chip here and there, but it's big moves from Marker right now.
Looking for the knockout option off the top. Acno still sticking with the sword. However, D-Light Marker just keeps catching those landings.
Yeah, and it's a rough situation to be in. These guitars historically been good into the gauntlets, but will he be able to make them work as a clash cancels out the recovery, but Acno not quite able to follow up off of that and get the stock.
Marker just kind of forcing Acno into uncomfortable positioning, kind of being forced to the corner and into the pocket, trying to go for that D-Light, trying to call out a move outside, but gets his recovery stuffed out, and now back on the sword, still looking for this first knockout. Well, he's starting to drop into that dark orange.
Yeah, still doable though. These guitars, good for damage build up, but he needs those dodge reads. Finds one, but it's just a neutral air. Nothing easy to follow up off of that. Goes for recovery, but not quite connecting it. Again, he's just pushed over to the left side on the offstage. Marker is doing such a good job of forcing Acno into these edge situations.
Marker's still putting a lot of pressure on. However, Acno starting to get a little bit back. Neutralite's not going to disarm just yet. Recovery sent into the wall, so Marker's going to get sent up. Does not want to approach. Gets the dodge. Nice. Neutralite into recovery. Marker burned an option seemingly for no reason, probably predicting a D-Light or a Neutralite from Acno. He's able to get a punish. Tried to go in with another D-Light, but Marker there with a punish with a recovery off stage. Roughly even damage now, but Acno is significantly damaged. That side air will be enough, and Marker is one stock away from getting into winner's side top 8.
Yeah, 2-0 up in the set, and Agno's looking to prevent that right here and now. Needs his stock, and he finds it with a recovery. Very good job. Now it's just a matter of building up the damage again, and we saw how good those guitars did last time.
Yep. Catches this side light neutral light now, trying to extend it, but unable to. The boots coming through neutral light into side light for Marker, trying to play on the corner, reversed ground pound, gets the hit. Still so much pressure. The corner guard is insane here onto Acno. Able to dodge through the side light, goes for a neutral sig, possibly predicting a move. Catches the dodge of Marker, goes out a little bit too far with the neutral sig. Still whiffing a lot of attacks, but Marker trying to overcommit now with some of these boots attacks.
Yeah, goes for the chase over at the top, and Acno disarms himself. This is a rough spot. Picks up another set of guitars and looking for the gimp, not quite finding it. Double there, not connecting. Spacing just wasn't quite right for him. And he's once again on the stage, and I don't see many opportunities for him here. Marker has been dominant when it comes to the neutral game, and he's finding the hits, finding the connections. One more big one will do it, but Acno just playing the footsies, being elusive. Marker here now picks up the D-Light, recovery off of it, not quite able to KO. Has the advantage over towards the wall, but Acno is elusive on the comeback, not finding the necessary moves. And it's Marker to secure himself a spot in the top 8.
Absolutely incredible. Those battle boots were putting in work, catching so many landings, and just basically making Acno unable to come on the stage and reset on. Very, very well played by both sides. Acno had a lot of good moments. You know, his sword was being kind of shut down constantly, but he had a lot of explosiveness with those guitars, being able to put a lot of pressure on some of those dodges that he kept making. However, Marker will be coming through here and taking out Acno, which did happen in Galaxy Cup Zenith. Keep that in mind. Yeah, Acno did lose to Marker, winner's side. I don't know if it was in this specific match, but Marker did end up winning that one, and then Acno came back in grands, it reset the bracket, and then won. So maybe we'll see a repeat of that later on, but for now, Marker is going to be the victor of this one, and we have one more set.
Yeah, last one of top 12. It's Escape. Classic mainstay player here in EU. Going up against Power, also known as Power Ranger, coming in from South America to compete in Galaxy Cup Aether. I'm excited for this one, Flaming.
Oh, I am absolutely excited. This Power is technically I'm part of Power's org, or the same org as Power. Shout out Mega Volks, love those guys. Shout out Parapod and everyone in there. But Power, dude, a BCX champion back, I believe, 2020, where I think he won 2v2s with West, and I think that's what it was. And I think he also won 1v1s in 2021. But I mean, absolutely an incredible player, and I am so happy I get to see Power. I'm so glad I get to cast him. Absolutely one of my favorite players of all time. Yes, I'm going to be biased. Deal with it.
I mean, hey, org mates be damned. You gotta root for your homeboy. But Escape, we know each other. We've met a couple of times here and there. And this guy, he's been playing since he was like 12 years old? Absolute young buck. Now, mainstay in the scene. I'm excited for him as well. I'm not gonna lie. Used to run that Scarlet all the way back with a hammer and the lance, but he's been branching out, playing out a lot of different stuff, and I'm excited to see him as well. Let's give him his fair share.
Yeah, I absolutely. Escape recently doing pretty well, getting a 5th at Spring Champs, as well as picking up a 9th place at Zenith not too long ago. But he hasn't really played too much this year. Went by the name Chompsa for a little bit earlier this year, but decided to come back. And he's getting his Ada buffs coming up very, very shortly. Blaster's got a little bit of reduced startup on Neutralite. Spear got a little bit of reduced startup on Sidelight. And Ada DC getting buffed to have, I believe, 16 more frames or 18 more frames of stun.
Something like that, yeah. I would say ridiculous, but I've gotten caught out a couple of times, just hitting that D-Sig and getting punished for it, despite the fact that it connected. It was kind of crazy.
It
So-
has a lot of active frames, though. I think that's kind of the
Exactly.
trade-off there. Yeah, Scrape, you need to give lobby leader, by the way, if you're listening here. But yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited for this matchup. Two players that I do truly love. What do you think it's going to be? How do you think this set's going to go?
I mean, you can't count Scrape out, but I feel like he's definitely a little bit of an underdog here. If you look at the power rankings, if you look at the achievements of both of these players, Power is definitely a pretty clear favorite here. So it's just going to be a matter of how Scrape is going to deal with the pressure from this Asuri. We saw it from Acno earlier. We're seeing it from Power now. It's just going to be a matter of whether he can get on top of him or not.
Mm-hmm. So
Power can get on top of Scrape, sorry.
Yeah, to get here, Scrape and Power both had pretty interesting brackets. Scrape having to take out Jakey, and I believe who else did he have? He had to fight Basil Dragneel, I think. So having to fight them, and Jakey was game 5, so that was really tough. Power having to take out Ichimaru, Saphir, and a few other players. So I mean, this could really, this really could go either way. I feel like Scrape, he has the momentum. He has a lot of strength on his side, whereas Power, this is a completely different playstyle being brought to Europe.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. It's a small world, and it is our map of choice. Big ending from Scrape might lead to something, but Power a little too elusive, dodges that down and managed to stay back on stage. And now these guitars going huge, 123 damage, pretty much off of a single string.
Power already starting to go in with those guitars. Lots of damage. Catches that dodge. Dare into Nair again. Power already claiming the first stock here. Doing a very solid 40 seconds into the match. Now back on the guitars, keeping the weapon start going. Scrape able to pick up that spear side sig once again. Putting the hurt now on to Power's first stock. About 100 damage on it.
Yeah, and damage is really the name of the game here with this Aether. Low defense, but everything else is pretty high, including the amount of damage that each of these hits is going to be doing. Going for that D-Sig, not quite connecting. And it's hard to find KOs on this ledge here, especially when you're on the spear. You kind of just gotta hope that your opponent goes into the air so that you can pick up a down air, pick up a side air, pick up something like a recovery even. Or you could just get a ground pound off of the side.
I feel like Spear has probably one of the easiest times to knock out. I think only beaten out really by Hammer and by Sword. I mean, you have the D-Light Sarah, you have the recovery, you have Aether specifically has pretty solid signatures. I know we were just talking about how down sig is a little finicky, but that side sig is almost instant. However, Power catches the dodge out with the neutral light and able to knock out the second stock of Scrape, getting out a nice 67 damage.
Yeah, Spear definitely has the KO options. It's just a matter of connecting them, because unlike something like a sword or a hammer, you don't have that combo starter that you can consistently connect grounded with the D-Light into the setup. You have to have your opponent in the air. You have to kind of catch them out instead of just hitting a good punish.
Scrape going down with the ground pound once again. Power resetting to the corner, catches the neutral light and the dodge up with a dash backward jump recovery. So much pressure on this corner. Scrape trying to go for another side sig, running out of options due to sweat beating. Another recovery, another neutral air. Power is putting on the hurt. Scrape didn't touch, catches the dodge and gets the Sair. Power takes game number 1.
The amount of zoning in the amount, you don't usually hear this about guitar players. But the amount of zoning and the amount of control that he had over his opponent was unbelievable from Power. He pretty much just puppeteered Scrape into exactly where he wanted him at all times. Especially in that last stock, in this last sequence of events, you can see every single hit connecting from Power. and Escape just didn't have a chance.
We're gonna swap over to the Mandalorian crossover. Should be interesting. I think the signatures are only a little bit different, but I know I think they're a little bit harder to see, to my knowledge. But Power finally getting that super strength stance. And they're gonna put that on instantly, removing Dex and speed while taking 2 more pieces of strength. So if you thought last game was damaging, be prepared for this one.
Yeah, the stage though, not gonna facilitate that as much as we said before. Small Parts of Lions, that a little less volatile, bigger KO boxes will allow you to tank a little bit more before going down. But it's Escape right now putting on the hurt with these blasters.
Doing a really good job of outspacing. I mean, we just saw a triple neutral air right off the beginning of the game. Escape is coming to play with these blasters. It's swapping over to the spear once again, possibly looking for a quick KO option. Chain dodging up, looking, waiting, trying to see what Power's going to do. Gets the side sig again, getting the disarm, and now Power trying to return back to stage. Disarmed, able to avoid most options, but barely able to touch the bottom corner.
Yep. Look at how aware he is. He knows that Escape's going to want to cover that weapon pickup, so he just waits it out. Makes sure to wait out the D-Sig and not go in haphazardly. Picks up the Katars and gets nice Sayers with the weapon truck to confirm as well. And man, Escape was in control for the majority of that stock, but just a couple big hits from Power at the end take it the other way.
Escape going to come through with the down sig. The final blast is going to remove that first stock off of Power. And he's already swinging right out the gate. He spawns in, doesn't even wait for the invulnerability to run out. He's just going.
Yeah, using the fact that you have those iframes at the start to go in and just get a quick little cheeky bit of damage. Now on this spear, you see him abusing that down sig even. Using that side stick, but
wow,
Ground connects. It's even in the on stage. I feel like in the neutral game, Escape has managed to keep up, but the moment that he gets shoved over towards that wall, towards that off stage, Power is just in full dominance.
He has really he's very good in those very specific situations. Neutral game, Escape looks like he's doing everything he can, but as soon as Power's in a position to kind of control something, he just goes off, and Escape has to play very firm on that back foot.
Nice. And from the back foot, he's managed to claw his way back into this game. Done a really good job of securing that stock without taking too much damage on his last. Let's see how he can manage to keep this up here, because Power, once again, he's just maneuvering around him so well. Go for the side sig up for the D-line. Unorthodox option, but hey, wherever you can get that extra damage, you'd like it.
Catches the neutral air onto this from the soft platform. Escape still looking for a little bit more damage, looking for the spear. Unfortunately, picking up the blasters once again. Power slowing the pace down significantly. Doesn't want to approach too much. Kind of waiting for Escape to make the wrong move. Both players kind of playing some footsies there. Another down stick went out from Escape, looking on the corner, catches the side light. Power with another neutral air. 2 neutral airs, now looking for a possible recovery option. Ground pound coming through.
Oh my goodness. Cannot believe it. We're looking at a close game here, but it's Escape that's so damn far behind on the damage. One hit from Power will do it, and he finds the recovery. Just so patient, so controlled. 2-0 up in the set. Sorry.
He took more damage than he dealt that game, and honestly, he played that very interestingly. Slowed it down significantly towards the end. Escape just didn't want to make a move. Power didn't want to make a move. They were playing very, very rock, paper, scissors. Like one person does this. Okay, I'll do this. Okay, now they're doing this, so I'll do this. Now they're doing this, I'll do this. But we have some character swaps on the field here.
Yeah, Power choosing to take away that sword, go for the bow. This Ember pick has been his signature from what I've seen, and Escape bringing back a little bit of that Scarlet with the hammer. Gotta be an interesting adaptation.
I'm interested to see Cassidy because she's been very, very good. The 10 dex change has been quite welcome for the many Cassidy players that are out there, and so far, Power. I mean, this Ember pick, you're kind of right. It's kind of doing some damage here.
Yeah, and it's the Katars once again. He's just so good at controlling the pace of the game with them, just staying on top of his opponent, never letting Escape have a moment to breathe. And nice little just side stick in the neutral game. D-Sig not going to connect though. And oh god, Escape just pulling every single trick out of the bag. Not gonna be enough though. 100 damage on Power, he secures that stock.
I mean, now he's on the bow. The sword was working pretty well earlier. He's going to swap it out instantly for these guitars that has been working phenomenally the past 2 games, and now start of this one as well. But Escape's still sticking with these blasters, trying to get some more damage in here, looking possibly for a KO very soon. Down air is going to send pretty far down. Power running out of options, able to touch, tries to go for ground pound for even more. Escape barely didn't touch there. Sider stuffs out that option, but now back on the hammer, tries to go for the neutral sig, but Escape was ready.
Oh man, and Escape is going for good options, but it's always just a little bit off in the timing, a little, we're talking milliseconds here. If you went a little bit later or a little bit earlier, he would connect, but Mr. Neutral Air closes it out. Ember, notoriously squishy, gonna be suffering into that hammer if Escape can find the hits. But Power's just so damn agile right now.
Side sig's going out, but not going to be too successful. Now the blaster's coming through for Escape, starting to do a lot more damage, and Power slowly, his lead is dwindling down. Weapon throw trying to force out an option. Now back on this hammer. It's going to be probably the primary KO tool that Escape will be using. However, burns the dodge using the gravity cancel down light, and Power's able to capitalize into the funny 45.
Yeah, that's honestly a tragic way for the stock to go. Escape just going out there again, throwing out Hail Marys pretty much at this point. He needs a big connection onto Power if he wants to get his done right now.
Unfortunately, Power is going to keep the weapon starved, and Escape taking up the Sair, looking for potentially another one or recovery. Power able to make it back, gets a few more hits in there with the bow. Still looking for this knockout option. Power is flying around, just hitting everything. Escape dodging in, barely catching that recovery after the last frame of the startup. And man, it's definitely doable though. It is doable.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these connections from the side of Escape were Power making sort of voluntary missteps, if I can put it that way. They're not forced errors from the side of Escape. He's not applying pressure and putting strain on his opponent, but rather Power is just completely in control of the game, and it's just whenever he makes a little bit of an execution error, when Escape can get back into it.
Power still going crazy, avoids the side sig and punishes with his own side sig. Power will be moving on into the winner's side of top 8 here at Galaxy Cup Aether.
Yeah, and you saw it. That South American style is just completely dominant into Escape. Gonna be knocked over down towards the elimination bracket, but we have our top 8 winners side set, flaming. It's Power and going into Marker and Bukonko to play against Borger for that upper final. But all of that and more is coming in right after a short break. We'll be back with you.
What about dreaming places you've never been? What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I wanna
here we are again. I'm Eva, joined by Flaming, just out of winner's side top 12. We're going to be going into these upper semi-finals, Flaming, and we got some big games going. We saw Bukonko and Borger beat out Shira and Ahmed. Now they're going to be going into against each other. How are you feeling about the set?
I'm feeling really excited after what we saw Bakonko do against Shira and how well they've been playing today. I'm excited for this. You know, Borger's been on the come up recently as well, picking up a lot of decent placements throughout this year so far. And Bakonko, he's playing phenomenally today. I'm really excited to see how that goes. But on the other side of things, we have Marker and Power taking out Akino and S-Scrape earlier on in this tournament. And that's also going to be a wonderful match to go ahead and watch. But let's focus on this one first of all.
Yeah, I'm honestly even more excited for this one, considering that Shira is the person that Bukonko took out to get here. So, you know, you got one of the best Dust players in the region, and now he's going into Borger, which is yet another one. So is the matchup going to be different? Is there going to be a playstyle difference between these two, or is Bukonko just going to be finding more of the same?
Well, if I remember correctly, I think Shiro is only running single strength stance on the Dusk, whereas Borger running the super strength, but also more prioritizing the orb, as in because Shiro really used that spear. That's what they were more comfortable on. Whereas when we saw Borger against Ahmet, we saw that orb be heavily prioritized, especially some of those signatures like the side sig and the neutral sig.
All right, now it's just gonna be a matter of whether Borger can land these big hits, because in that last set against Ahmed, he was struggling a little bit towards the ends of stocks to get the closeout if he wasn't hitting those signature moves.
And so far, Bukonko with a nice lead gets the stomp into recovery, trying to follow that up with a side or neutral air. Gets the scoop. Not going to be enough to find the first knockout, but that side air should do it. And they have a nice lead already to start off game number 1.
Yeah, now looking to find it back with the orb here on Borger. Bukonko doing a great job with the sword again, just leaving very few openings for Borger to get into here, into and, you know, get the punishes.
They're both kind of playing one on top of the other, but Bukonko doing a really good job of outspacing some of these options by Borger. Now with the edge guard trying to go high for that double side air, Bukonko able to touch on the main stage, avoiding the soft platform, didn't want to get caught out by a recovery. Gets the GCD light recovery! Bukonko, are you crazy?
Wow, and it's, you know, it's impressive, but it's nothing flashy, it's nothing incredible. It's just solid, consistent Brawlhalla fundamentals. That's what Bukonko is leveraging here to get these advantages, to get these leads, and we'll lose that first stock. But Borger has a hell of a hill to climb if he wants to come back to this game number 1.
It's definitely possible. We've seen time and time again how players can just ramp it up. I mean, yesterday we saw probably one of the greatest clutches of all time. Shout out Jakey. But, I mean, it's definitely possible. And right now, with how things are going, Borger's doing a really good job of getting this damage back.
Yeah, but he needs to do more than get it back. He needs to do more than go even. He needs to pretty much go 2 for 1 here. And he's managing to do it right now. Takes out the stock and only 80 damage on his own. Stays onto the orb, spear primed now. Bukonko, what is your answer back now?
I don't know, but getting hit by those side sigs definitely not the option. A lot of force and a lot of damage into those. Getting that D-Light neutral air, putting some more chip damage in it, and we are almost evened up here. Bukonko with a nice downer, a second downer to add to this stock count. That side sig hitting in the most obscure angle possible, stealing away that game. Bukonko is going to take game number 1 here over Borger in the insta-swap to Fate.
All right. Yeah, I honestly see it. That orb, it was doing a number on Bukonko in the latter half of game number 1, but I didn't see enough from the spear to warrant keeping it. So going for that swap on the Fate, you got that scythe, and you got, I'd say, better signatures than you have on Nimue. So it's gonna give him a chance to be a little bit more explosive and a little bit more, you know, dangerous and threatening over on the offstage especially.
And we'll have to see. You know, Scythe is pretty solid right now, but this Fate specifically, they've seen a lot of success with it. This is the Fate that they used to take out Ahmed back in Galaxy Cup Zenith not too long ago. So overall, it's a really, really solid pick. However, the 3 decks from the Super Stance Strength is going to be working its way into the playstyle of Borger, already dropping that weapon pretty early. Whipping on the neutral sig, recovery is going to come through. Not going to be enough, but looking for a potential side air.
Oh, looking for the Russian Mafia, but the platform getting in the way forces Bagonko to stomp when he didn't want to. And that's gonna be a big disadvantage for him, is now he needs to find a way to get this stock and falls down.
Controller disconnect? I don't even know what happened there.
Who knows, but Bakonko's back, he's lively, he's going left and right, and he finds the stock with a down air, so nothing's gone too wrong over in his camp.
Gets the scoop to get the quick knockout, and now they're just kind of trading some hits here and there. We have I believe this is a 9 attack Fate too, so
yeah,
high strength is definitely going to be the key for a lot of characters coming into this this year, especially after Spring Champs. So yeah, make sure also, I'll do that later. But Bakonko doing a good job of trying to mitigate some of this damage. However, Borger on the offensive with this orb once again, recovery, not going to find the knockout just yet, but I'm assuming a neutral sig going to be coming out very soon.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong option, but with that orb knocked out, he's gonna have to look for something different. Neutral Sea Glyphs on the side, and Bakonko finds the side sig of his own. That has been a really good KO2 for him in this set so far. And Borger hasn't been able to find an answer to that dash across the stage.
Finally finding a knockout at 206 with the orb sidelights there. I mean, it's pretty even right now. Catches the Neutralite to get a little bit more of a damage lead, but Borger, the Scythe, we haven't seen much of it. It really has not been doing all that much. Bakonko still on the offensive with this sword, gets another disarm, and gets the weapon starve too. Borger without a weapon, down sig super fast, gets the knockout. Wow.
Goodness gracious, Flaming. The story of today has been people running away with not just games, but entire sets. We haven't seen a single Game 5, and Bakonko doesn't seem to want to be the first to give us that.
Oh, not at all. I mean, absolutely wonderful. I forgot they buffed that sig. I was like, normally I remember some of these things, like the Sentinel side sig, how it can swipe 2 times, but like, dude, that was like, oh, okay, that happened. I forgot about that.
Yep.
Man, very well played by Bakonko, and Borger's gonna swap actually over to the Mirage now.
Yep, yet another legend change. Now, try the spear in the orb, tried the scythe in the orb, decided to settle on a little bit of intermediate with the spear and the scythe, and 83 levels on it, if I find correctly. Borger no slouch, or not inexperienced on this legend, but he's gonna have to make really good use of it, because Borger right now is just playing basketball with him, dribbling him off the stage with his down airs. The stock is gone already, Flaming.
Bakonko is playing out of his mind with that sword. This Bodvar pick is working. He is truly channeling his inner Simple. The neutral sig is gonna connect, and he's still gonna try and weapon starve. However, Borger finally picking up that spear once again. He's trying to move around a little bit, trying to go for that neutral. They're not gonna fight a nice punish there by Borger on this spear.
Yeah, finally finding a little bit of damage back, but that's been the story of the first 2 games as well. Bakonko takes the lead, Borger looks to claw his way back, and Bakonko just finds the closeout. He wants to change the story, he wants to change the script, and that D-Sig might be just what he goodness gracious, might be just what he had needed.
Oh, get the dodge read up though. Big 4-piece putting Bakonko at 61 damage. Nice way to rack up some damage pretty quickly. And now keeping Bakonko weapon starved, unable to find that sword or the hammer. Trying to play an arm. as Borger's going to reset, grab the spear now, goes up for recovery, trying to go for exhausted. Both players trying to go off the top, but now Bakunko back on this hammer, looking, waiting, watching for those stomps.
This is the position, this is the situation where Borger needs to make his mark and not quite able to do with the recovery. DC connects as well, but it's not enough. Borger living through every single big hit that the Bakunko's taken. And swaps over to the side now. Sidelight not enough. Nothing seems to be able to take this man down, Faming.
I mean, slowly but surely it'll drop, and there it is. The hard sidelight will get rid of that stock. But man, it took a lot of effort, but a really good start by Borger to get some momentum back. Already being down 2-0 in this set. Neutral air not going to be enough to knock out, but Bakunko stomp, Sair, still not enough. Still has the options to make it back, playing on this edge guard. But man, it is rough out here. The scoop up, 14 damage to Bakunko's name. Borger needs to make something work here.
Yeah, he's got to chip away bit by bit at the mountain that is this man. Boldvar, such a stalwart legend. And it's Bakunko piloting it as well, and he's just so damn clean with a sword, finding hit after hit here off to the right side. Borger finds a connection on the neutral air, but it's so dangerous to go off stage against the hammer. One recovery and you could just lose your stock. Borger doesn't want to take that gamble, and it seems that he finds another hit on the offstage with Bakunko once again with a hammer. Sider off the left.
Bakunko sticking with his sword, now forced offstage. Borger trying to rip a side stick, however, punished by Borger, trying to go for that ground pound. Very risky, gets the disarm with the recovery, gets the weapon starve too. Now on the hammer, Stomp trying to get the dodge in read. Bakunko still trying to style, even in such a close match. Gets whiffs on the dodge down read. Bakunko with a lot of pressure on offstage here. Borger, he's making back whiffs on the... Oh, the scoop misses. Recovery not enough. Down sig is enough. Borger survives.
And finally, we see it. Borger found what he needed to get back into this set. 2-1, and he's got a bit of a lifeline to cling onto right now. And you say Bakunko's styling, but I don't even think he is. I think he just thinks that that's the optimal option there. Can't get the KO just yet with the stomp side air, so he goes for the read to get it right here and now.
He's doing just such a great job of getting a lot of damage on to Borger, but Borger absolutely well played right at the end there. I mean, just the discipline to be able to throw out not only throw out signatures with a lot of end lag, but also to know when to do it and how to space them properly in order to maximize for that KO potential. And overall, just an incredible job by both players. But 5-10 to 6-13. I mean, it is just... This is a very intense set.
Yeah, and Small World's End might give Bakunko the advantage that he needs. But Borger, once again with these neutral airs, he's just so damn good at juggling. Bakunko getting caught out yet again, but look at the damage that's been done. It's not even that far away. The scythe is just so little per hit. You just need to do so much work to do the same as Bakunko has managed to achieve in just a couple hits.
Bakunko's back on the hammer now, gets the side light. Borger looking for the knockout option, waits, tries to reset, trying to avoid the neutral air. Now back on the corner, Bakunko struggling to find a way up, gets the sider to disarm, looking for a return. Borger back on the stage, down Sig with the scythe, and takes stock number 1.
Nicely done. Utilizing this Mirage's kit to an incredible level. Those D6 especially have been so good with the stack coverage, and Bakunko's like being stacked with the hammer, with the sword. You like those neutralizing D-lights to connect when you're on top of your opponent. Borger has been very vigilant, now just trying to extend the stock, trying to get more damage. Bakunko's preventing it, gets the D-light, gets the recovery.
He is going to prime that sword. Borger back, now unarmed without a weapon. Side lights away, does pick up the scythe. Recovery's coming through, gets the soft side light, tries to go for the neutral. It's a ground pound. Bakunko is down here, and there is a full stock advantage for Borger here in game number 4, trying to force game 5.
There we go. This Mirage finally hitting his stride, finding the openings, finding the opportunities that Bakako has left for him. And he's picking up so much damage right now. Double sidelight connects, recovery off of it as well. Not gonna find the ground pound quite yet, but Bakako is up against the ropes now.
He is whiffing a lot of his punishes. His siders are not connecting. He is fumbling the bag, if you will. I mean, Stomps there, putting some more damage, trying to go for that Hail Mary ground pound once again. Didn't get it. Just gets the side light. Borger putting the hurt on with this scythe. Once again, getting disarmed. Bakonko looking for an option to find a knockout as soon as possible. However, they are so deep into this red, anything might knock out. Gets the Sair.
And there it is again! The D-Sig, just a staple move for Borger, takes us over to a game number 5 for the first time in this tournament.
This is exciting. You know, this could go either way, but a lot of momentum on the side of Borger, and his scythe is flying right now.
Yeah, Bakonko though doesn't want to let it happen, doesn't want to give the opportunity, because going down here means having to face one of a multitude of opponents down in the lower side. You have Aknover, you have Sapphire, you have Bamyaver, you have Escape and Pizaru. And you just don't want to deal with that if you're Bakonko. You want to go over towards the upper final and get that spot in Grands as early as possible.
Absolutely. But, you know, game 5 here on Western Air Temple. Bakonko now picking up the sword. It has not really been working against the Scythe. The Scythe has been very, very confident and very controlling of this game. But now Bakonko's trying to go on the offensive a little bit like he was earlier on, catching the dodge. But still, it's just something changed. Some switch got flicked, and now Borger is running away with it.
Yep, doing so damn good with this scythe. Connection after connection, sidelight after sidelight. Bakonko simply has no answer for it, and the down airs off the right side. Hit after hit after hit. He is the perfect player, Flaming.
And now Bakonko trailing in this game, on the verge of getting reverse 3-0'd. What will he do? How will he adapt? Trying to go in with those stomps, but Borger's scythe is still working. It's magic. Still unable to find an answer for it. Playing in this neutral space, both players whiffing a lot of attacks. Sider's going to go out, whiffing on the stomp once again. This corner guard not very successful as Borger is going to get back to the stage and reset options.
Yep, and Bakonko now maybe getting a little bit antsy, a little bit nervous, throwing moves out a little more haphazardly. Borger is just working that completely to his advantage, just finding every single opening in his defense, chink in the armor, if you will. And now the recovery to close out the stock. One stock stands between Borger and the reverse sweep.
I mean, if you're Bakonko, you definitely have to be feeling the pressure. Finally getting that first knockout, but man, it's going to be very, very hard. He's barely found much damage in this game at all, and Borger is just still going in, regardless of the weapon. Try to go for that neutral sig. Bakonko actually almost getting caught by the D-Light, but now big opportunity, goes a little too far in with the ground pound. Borger's going to be able to survive a little bit more. Side light, putting Borger a little bit deeper into that orange, but still not too much to be excited about. However, that's double Sair. We're down to final stocks here, Eva.
Yeah, this is winner's bracket stock for both of these guys. Borger worked so damn hard to make this comeback happen, and he's trying to make it happen right here, right now. The scythe off the right side disarms Bakonko, looking to guard this weapon. Bakonko finds a way to fight back in, gets the sword, but he's up on the wall now. Borger has done such a great job at guarding this corner. Bakonko fighting back, hitting the sidelight, hitting the D-lights, hitting the recoveries, but Borger is just too damn dominant right now. Not a KO just yet. Bakonko hanging on by a thread right now.
Barely avoids the down sig, stops it with the neutral light, trying to go for that Hail Mary side sig. Sider to get back on the stage, throws out the sword, back on the hammer, hard side light. Borger going off stage, trying to contest this return. Borger stuck off stage. Borger goes for the recovery, but the down sig, the tried and true, comes through, to take the reverse 3-0 and the set.
Unbelievable from Borger Flaming. We talked about it being a little bit of a sweep day today. A little bit of a 3-0, 3-1 type day. But we got a good game going from Bakonko and from Borger. Cannot
Absolutely
believe it.
insane, dude. I mean, wow, what a set! What a set to send us into our start of winner's side top 8. I mean, wow.
I mean, we got Marker and Power coming up. Whoever wins this has to be sweating because Borger really hit his stride in that game number 3.
Absolutely. I mean, Mirage pick was, that perfect balance from that Dusk, and the Scythe is a perfect balance from the Fate they pulled out. The Orb wasn't working. They adapted very, very well. And, Borger just did a very, very good job. But shout out Bakonko for tearing up the winner side. We'll be seeing him very soon on the lower end of things, probably going up against a very solid player in either Escape, Fezaru, Acno, or Bamia. So
yeah,
lots of really solid matchups in the lower side top 16. So make sure you look at bracket for some more of that information. But yeah, we're on our next set here. Eva, what do we got?
Yeah, we just saw a string weapon tear apart the competition, and we've got 2 more of them here. Marker on the Tesca and Power on the Asuri. Both pretty signature picks. In Marker took down Acno's Asuri in the previous set. But I'm wondering how Power is going to play it instead, because he was just doing such a great job into S-Grape, zoning him out with the Kataras and finding every single opening. I wonder what's going to be different this time.
Well, Acno ended up playing Katars into Marker earlier on, and that was working relatively well. The Thatch wasn't super strong. The Blasters just kind of weren't there. The Gauntlets just kind of weren't there from the Val. But the Katars did see a little bit of success when Acno played them, and Power has been playing Katars pretty much this entire time. Asuri actually being one of the characters that Acno played. So I think this is definitely winnable for Power. However, Marker's been playing very well today.
Yeah. Let's see if the Argentinian can fight his way over towards the winner's final to face down against Borger, or if Marco is going to make this yet another EU versus EU situation, as it's generally the case in these Galaxy Cups. Not a lot of foreign competition coming in, to be honest.
Not all the time. You don't really see many players from other regions going to other regions and then playing a tournament in them, So it's always a treat to see. But so far, pretty even. Power starting off with the sword, Marker sticking with these gauntlets.
Yeah, big fight coming up, and it's just a little bit of chip challenge going either way, but Power seems to be inching his way closer and closer to a lead, or rather farther and farther away from Marker, as it seems. Picking up the Katars, not the weapon that you like when you're KOing, but Power didn't seem to have too much trouble with it last set, and he doesn't seem like he's having too much trouble with it this set either. Equally comfortable on each of these weapons, picks up the sword, just the weapon starve, and that's the KO, gone the way of him.
Some immaculate spacing there, perfectly avoiding the downlight from Marker and getting their own gravity cancel D-light to punish. Marker now on the boots. Power does have quite a bit of experience taking out Tesca, as is fighting West and plenty of other South American players that play Tesca. I don't know if West plays Tesca. I think they still do. But still a very, very strong competitor in Marker on this Tesca. Trying to go for that side sig. Power is going to get a nice 4 or 5 piece, 6 piece with the recovery in, but side sig for Marker is going to get the knockout.
Alright, solid from Marker, but he took on a little bit more damage than I think he'd like. on the second stock now. Needs to make up the deficit with these battle boots. And Power, he doesn't have his big string weapon, doesn't have the guitars for the damage buildup. He's gonna have to make do with the sword instead.
The sword has been really solid, though. I think throughout his entire run into S-Scrape, into Saphir, it's been very, very solid. However, Marker going down a little bit more than I think they wanted to. The exclamation marks coming through. Gets the weapon throw to get the neutralite. Only a little bit of damage built from that, but still trailing by about 50.
Yeah, and now on the gauntlets. This is the higher KO potential weapon, in my opinion, out of the two of them. And it's exactly because of what you're seeing right now, the double ground pounds. And it's an instant stock for Marker.
Power trying to find that side sig, not able to just yet. Marker going for recovery, where Power's going to punish it, but not find the knockout. However, recovery gets stuffed out. Still able to make it back pretty safely, but slowly but surely, a lead is being built for Marker. Down sig will knock out.
Yeah, 40 damage, nothing to scoff at, but we've seen Power make up deficits that were bigger than this. And staying on these guitars, so damn tough, so damn frustrating for Marker even, not being able to find a weapon pickup, but gauntlets do come through for him, just a matter of what he's gonna be able to do with them into these guitars.
Players trying to feel each other out with these neutral options, kind of whiffing a lot. Power starting to get in a little bit more with these guitars, slight damage deficit, but catching a little bit more with those neutral airs. Marker, both players just really unable to get in.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a stalemate here, finally broken by that recovery, and Marker zones out to the left side, finds the dodge reach, finds another one, and Marker in a tough spot here. Dodge comes back right on time to dodge that downlight.
Oh, the neutral sig from the boots! Power's able to touch, but the ground pound is going to be enough, and Power's going to drop. Marker's going to take game number 1 here.
Damn, if I'm Power there, I'd be frustrated, honestly. 2 stocks almost feel like you've been robbed out of by these ground pounds, both on the gauntlets and out of that sig with the battle boots at the end. But this is, as you said, a world champion in 2v2s, yes, but still it counts.
And 1v1s.
Yeah, so mental should be pretty unshakable for Power here. Coming back into game number 2, I'm sure that he'll show us something.
Absolutely. And already going in with the unarmed just for the fun of it. Catches the dare into recovery once again. Getting a lot of good damage off the start. Catching a lot of dodges, especially towards the ground. Another neutral air. Looking and just playing in the sky.
Yeah, this arrow kit on the sword is so damn strong, so damn quick, so damn consistent on top of that as well. And Power's just been utilizing it to its fullest, but Marker, on the other hand, has been making use of his grounded kit. Those D-lights and the side lights have been connecting way more than in the previous game. And a side sig haymaker from the unarmed connects onto Power, takes out the stock.
Yeah, really well played there. Waiting for that dodge in and catching it for the knockout. Trying to go for that downlight to secure his first. Side sig's going to whip. Marker with a slight punish. Now with a recovery as well to add on to it. 44 damage already put on the second stock. Power needs this knockout. The recovery is actually not going to be enough. Barely, though. Neutralite did catch the dodge. Able to make it back. Needs to be careful of the neutral sig. Down sig does catch behind, and that's going to be Marker's first stock.
There we are, even up in stocks, and despite that little hiccup with the recovery, Power still, staying consistent. Not really going for anything outrageous, just playing solid micro, solid fundamentals here on the neutral game, and just putting Marker in disadvantageous positions, like just there, having to recover off of that wall, and Power catches it.
Unable to get the recovery, as Marker did manage to touch, but avoids the D-light of the boots, getting caught out by the side air. Power Neutralite not trying to commit for anything too big right now. It's trying to stay in this neutral space. Marker now on the offense with the side air, neutral air. Power now returning the favor with a bunch of good hits. The chain dodge coming through, the down air. Marker doesn't have the options to make it back, and Power takes the lead.
gosh, and it's a hard read, it's a call out, but it feels so good when that chain dodge cider hits on the offstage. Love to see it from Power, and Marker trying to fight his way back into this one from a disadvantaged position once again in terms of stocks.
Doing a really good job of keeping space here. Marker returning to the corner once again, looking for potentially a gimp play. Gets the recovery as well. Still burning that dodge again. Resets the soft platform and now back to main stage. But Power chipping away with these neutral airs and D-lights.
Oh no! Went for the greedy play on the recovery. Tried to hit him into that 45-degree angle, but just left himself to fall down.
Oh
due to
no.
lack of options. And now Marker going for a big string off the left side. Gonna be able to get a lot of damage off of that, but no KO just yet. Power just not nearly damaged enough for that.
Marker still putting the hurt on, gets the neutral
Oh, no.
sig. Are we going to see a reenactment
Not
of last
again.
game? Ground pound. Marker tries to go for the down air. Power with
Oh.
the retort.
Beautiful play from Power. Marker tried to fool him twice, but the dodge through on that down air, and he finds the cider again. That's the move that I feel like Power has been abusing the most on these guitarists. Just hitting those sidelights off the edge and getting the KOs with the spike.
Absolute ecstatic here. I mean, dude, these games are coming down to the wire, and history almost repeated itself there. It really did. But Power, his quick thinking, able to get that side air. Man, this is going to be a tough one, not only for Marker to win, but for Power to win as well. It is 1-1 going into game number 3.
Yeah, it's pretty much the closest set we've seen so far in terms of the start of it. And now it's Power. Has the ball in his court a little bit, I feel like, to make something out of this momentum that he's gotten by evening it up.
Double Sayer on the corner. Gets the down sig as well. Marker already hitting 100 damage, catches the neutral light on the return to stage. Power able to reset options. Now back on the gauntlet. Dodges in, but barely avoids the neutral light.
Yeah, now just playing that little bit of footsies. Both of these players know how dangerous the opponent is, know that they cannot approach without caution, and it seems to be Marker who's getting the better end of these last few exchanges. Power switches over to the sword once, a little bit of a change of pace it seems like, and he finds it with the down air. Weapon throw as well. Marker barely manages to touch with the side air, but the slide charge with the breakdance, and a situation where Marker has no options to avoid that side air.
You know, very, very smart. You notice that Marker burned options, so he's not able to do a GC just yet. So he's going to go out for that side air because Marker has nothing. Now back on this corner, Marker gets neutral to sending Power off stage, gets the down air, weapon throw down.
No!
Marker barely touches after the neutral air, but man, that could have been insane for Power. Marker being very successful though, burning that dodge, unfortunately. Gets the Sayer, looking for the knockout off stage, gets the ground pound, resets, grab the boots.
Alright, consistent closeouts from Marker with these ground pounds seems to be almost a signature move in this set so far. But he needs to find stuff on stage as well. He needs to find the KO options and threaten Power, because right now he seems to just be running away with his second stock, completely in control off the right side, finds the recovery, and Marker disarmed. Power keeps the sword, better KO options on that than the Qatar is more consistent, and yet another recovery to close it out.
Full stock leader for Power. He is doing wonders. The neutral game from this guy has been immaculate, playing very well into these punishes on the whiff moves of Marker. He's just kind of flying. He really is just, I don't want to say the perfect player, but like, I mean, he is playing very well, not only grounded, but also just in the sky, finding a lot of quick moves, like the fast fall neutral air. Truly a player of all time.
Absolutely flaming. And as we're looking towards the latter half of this game number 3, it seems that Power is poised here to take it to his advantage. Nice little sig from Marker, connects, disarms his opponent. He's gonna be able to go for the weapon starve, but what is he able to do on these gauntlets? 153 damage built up onto him as he takes that stock, and this is gonna have to be a perfect one from Marker pretty much in order to avoid falling behind the set.
Power able to get that D-Light off of the no dodge for Marker, and now Power is one game away from winner's side finals here in Galaxy Cup. I mean, it's insane. You know, there's a chance a South American player gets a medal here in Galaxy Cup and an EU tournament. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, definitely would be one for the books, one for the ages as well. But you can see, if you look at the damage, it was a 200, over 200 even, damage difference between the two players. So Power, maybe not the most efficient, but he's definitely incredible at building up the damage. And when you're in that situation, super deep in the red as Marker, it makes it so difficult for you to go for any risky play, any sort of, you know, more avant-garde move that will put you in a bad position.
Marker already starting the game with a nice lead. Power finally finding the hits, gets the dodge outrage and a little bit of damage to add onto the ground pound, just to add a little bit more for the fun of it. Marker trying to go for their own ground pound. This off stage is really where Marker's been thriving this entire set. I think roughly 4 or 5 of their KOs have been due to ground pounds. Power trying to go out with the Qatar one as well. Only a slight advantage now.
Yeah, and these gauntlets have been serving Marker well. But as I was saying, he needs to find the options on the stage, and Power is just so damn consistent. There it is! Finally gets a read with the side stick, connects on the Power, and what I believe is the first time in the set, Marker's at an advantage.
This is true, however, I think D-Light recovery should knock out at this health. Especially with the, I believe, 7 strength now that Power's running, I think. But that down air will be enough. Only 27 damage built. And now sticking with the Qatars. Marker returning back to stage, already getting stuffed out, trying to throw something. Recovery, neutral air. 1 damage lead for Power here in game number 4.
The 1 damage lead. Pretty funny, but what's not funny for Marker right now is the fact that Power is once again on these Qatars, just harassing him. Every single time, every single option he looks for is stuffed out, neutralized, neutral airs, side airs as well. Power has it all. And Marker has done a good job of keeping it even and maintaining that slight lead that he managed to build for himself. But it's going to be the KO option that he's going to be looking for soon, and Power has been so good at avoiding those.
Caught the landing with the neutralite. Marker back on the corner. Silent recovery does get the second stock off, and now Power, once again trailing in this game, needs to make his way back. Marker with a nice dominating presence. Only has a 137, still can survive a few more attacks. But now starting to put the hurt on, gets the D-Light neutral air, 40, 50 damage now, 60, 70, almost 80. Now we're at 84 damage. Power is dwindling down this game. Whiffs on the ground pound.
Oh, no.
Marker with a ground pound to respond. Another one. Power is struggling here. Side air sends him off stage.
He's just found it within himself, found the beast, found the luchador, and Marker takes Power down to bring us to a game number 5. He's not done yet, Flaming.
This is another game 5. Both, I mean, listen, I know you wanted game 5s earlier, but I think if there's going to be any game 5s, it's going to be right now or later. I mean, this is top 8 winner side. This is for glory, you know?
Yeah. It's where the going gets tough, and now we see whether the tough are gonna get going. Is Power going to crumble under the pressure?
2, 1,
Or will it be Marker who falls down into the lower side of the bracket? As this is it, Flaming. Everything on the line here in the winner's side. This is for who gets to face Bakonko, or rather Borgir, who took him down.
Absolutely, and this is not elimination side, so you know, if you do end up losing this set, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but you really do want to enter grand finals from winner's side if applicable. Power right now in center stage, trying to feel out options, has a slight lead. However, Marker, D-Light recovery, chooses not to overextend, resets options, and plays it safe.
Yep, swaps over to those gauntlets. Served him well in the previous games. And he's found a lot of diverse KO options on them, to be honest. Yes, the ground pounds have been the thing that's worked on him consistently, but he's found the sidelights into the recoveries. He's found the signatures as well. Disarmed though now, and Power seemingly in control, picks up yet another sword. And he's gonna be looking for a KO of his own here, Flaming.
Yeah, but he has to be very careful because those Tezca signatures are brutal, especially with the high strength that Marker's playing. Cider's not going to be enough to just yet. He sets the stage. D-Light recovery. Power takes the first stock here in Kingdom.
Alrighty, we're finding the opportunities here for the Sasori. And I don't know how Marker can adapt further. He's already done so much. And Power is still just keeping this lead, keeping this advantage. Neutral air feels so bad to get hit by because Power has so many options. But he's gonna have to pick the right one.
And that is just insane. He's getting a lot of benefit off of playing these guitars off stage. I mean, that's Marker's domain, man. Like, let him have something. Like, that's all Tezca has, and you're taking it away from him. Downsig coming through for Marker, and now stopping this the extra credit gain by Power. But man, there needs to be something to happen here.
Yeah, extra credit stopped, but Power seems to be on his way to graduation either way, trying to make it to that upper bracket final, and he finds the side air to take him one stock closer. Now it's a single one that stands between him and advancing.
Marker has to play very carefully. There's a lot riding on this match right now. He does not want to go down to that lower bracket and to fight the demons that are down there. However, Power, neutral light, D-Light there, looking so good right now. Another neutral light, barely whiffs on the recovery, but Marker going up very high. He needs something good to happen. Dodges, neutral light recovery, not enough, but Power still going through side air. Power is moving on to winner's final.
And South America rejoices as the Asuri finds himself into an incredible position, poised perhaps to win the entire tournament. Marker, man, you gave it a good run. You started off strong, but you just could not keep up with this Asuri. Gonna be going down into the lower side of the bracket, and we have our top 8 elimination side set out for us as well. Flaming Akno and Fizaru, and Sapphire and Shira.
So, just so everyone's up to date, Bamia lost in 5 against Akno. Akno moving on. Fizaru beat Escrape in 4. Saphir beat Ahmet in 4. And Shira beat Arda in 3. So that is going to be a wonderful lower side bracket to go ahead and take a look at. But before we go, I want to say thank you so much to Brawlhalla for sponsoring this wonderful event. $1,000 to the I believe to the top 8 of our stream, either top 8 or top 5. I don't remember, but regardless, you're getting money thanks to Brawlhalla, as well as make sure to sign up for mid-seasons if you are able to. It is a wonderful event, so make sure you go ahead and sign up for that. Go ahead and get your hotel block. But that is going to be it from me here. Eva, do you have anything you want to say?
Absolutely, man. So glad to be on here. So glad to see these incredible players, incredible games, and so happy to be co-casting with you, Flaming. Thank you, Space, for bringing me on, and make sure to stay tuned for the rest of the Brawlhalla action because loser side is going to be fire.
All right, we'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Brainwave short circuit when all I do is think of you. My veins are electric. What am I supposed to do? 'Cause you're in my head, now it's not my own. You're in my head, yeah, you got too close. I've been trying to fight it, but you started a riot. You're in my head and it's dangerous. You got my heart beating out my chest. I've been trying to fight it, but you
know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping now. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah.
That's awkward. How's everyone doing?
I know,
We're
it
back.
is awkward.
We're back for Galaxy Cup Aether EU 1v1s. My name is Flemmy MBL. I have been here before, not too long ago, but now I'm here with Tripped Up, the famous YouTuber.
Oh, yes, that's one way to describe it. Yes, hello, I'm here with Flaming and BL, and today we've got some awesome matches to get into in this lower bracket. I was just looking at them, and we got some surprising players down there, so I am happy to get into it. But Flaming, I know you were here earlier, like you were saying, and there were some crazy matches. How were you feeling about those?
Dude, I'm feeling super excited, and if there's one player I can say I enjoyed watching the most, shout out Megavolt Power. Absolutely insane run by the guy. He is playing from a cyber cafe, and he is in winners finals here, going up against Borger later on in the bracket. However, this lower side has some menaces to go with, as Shira and Saphir are going to be facing off, and Fizaru and Akno are going to be going head-to-head as well.
Yeah, and you could see some pretty large PR discrepancies here, especially with Farazu and Akno, because Akno being seed number 1 of the tournament, right? This guy is the player to beat, and yet here he is in the lower side, so, you know, a bit unusual to see. But at the same time, Farazu, if anyone does not know at this point, Farazu being the Yumiko player, I mean, like, this guy, how many millions of XP does he have on it?
I think it's like 12 million or something like. No, it's not, I don't think it's 12 million. 10 million.
I mean, so some people will never see that much XP in their lives, so that is just insane to have on one character. But that just shows the prowess that he's got on it. But we'll get to that match later. Yes, we should probably get to the match that's on the screen right now. Shira versus Saphir.
Yes, I'm very, very excited for this matchup. Not only because, I mean, Saphir took out Ahmed to get in here, but I mean, Shira, I mean, they've been playing really, really well today. They've been playing, I believe, Dusk earlier on, as well as, what else were they playing? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember off the top. Oh, Diana. They were playing Diana as well. But now we're seeing a Caspian pick come through, whereas Saphir is on Bodval.
Now, this is interesting. I mean, everyone knows Saphir for the Ulgrim, for the Lance, right? But Bodvar been a very, very strong pick, especially as of late, with both Hammer and Sword especially being very strong. So this isn't a bad pick at all. I'm very happy with it. Glad to see some Hammer gameplay. Getting into this first game here, we're on that Demon Island, going against this Caspian. Now, Caspian is a bit of a sly dog when it comes to Legends, right? I mean, when you think of a Caspian player, it's probably going to be a lot of signatures being thrown out because they're just so slimy.
Absolutely. But so far, Saphir making quick work of it. Stomp, Sarah gets the disarm. Shira now making their way back to stage. Saphir trying to go for the recovery, unable to just yet.
Ooh, tried to go for that recently buffed D-Sig there, but couldn't connect in time. Side air, nice reversal there. Throwing the weapon just to get a little more presence, but ooh, a bit mistimed there on the ground pound. A side air will send Saphir down, but not out. Gonna hold on to the sword for now. Nice side air, weapon throw down. So they're not going to get it. They're taking their time on the edge, and a well-placed down air with the sword is going to confirm that first stock.
We will see how this transitions, though, as Saphir still heavily damaged, only has about 2 damage of extra credit onto Shira. Now falling center is going to help out with that a little bit more. But for the past few games, or for the past few sets, Shira just really has not had much success finding knockouts. Finally able to with the gauntlets, but now swapping back to the guitars, hopefully to build some more damage into the sword.
Yeah, sword has very, very good damage potential with the amount of true combos it has with the downlight, and of course you can stack a lot of attacks together on lower damage ranges, you know, like side light into in light, for example. So you can get a lot of quick damage build up if you're able to place those attacks correctly. But right now, things are getting very scrappy, just back and forth between these two. I mean, we've played this entire match on the right side of the stage, finally getting a view of the left side here, with Shira pushing Saphir over. Getting those gauntlets now has a little bit of a damage lead, but since the gauntlets take a little bit to knock out, we'll be going for those signatures and grab one.
Potentially, I think Sidesig would actually knock out at this range, especially that one, apparently. Saphir taking the lead with a beautifully well-timed signature. I mean, we've seen a lot of Bodvar today, but Konko, I mean, absolutely popping off. And now Saphir, I mean, taking one out of his playbook, using the same skin and the same color. But Shira, on the other hand, taking those guitars to the sky, and recovery will knock out. We have a fresh slate here at the end of game number 1.
Indeed we do, and honestly, this is reminiscent of this entire game. It has been so back and forth, but okay, they're ready to just throw the whole Sockaway off stage. That gravity cancel getting really risky. Nice down air, weapon throw as well. Down there with the weapon throw, that is going to be not a stock. I actually thought that was over for a second, but Saphir grappling on the corner of the wall just in time to get the touch. But Shira, now that he has him disarmed, going in for the insane aggression with these guitars, it's doing wonders right now. Saphir, big damage to try and make up for.
Dodge in, didn't get the recovery off of the D-Light. Shira starting to throw out a lot of good KO options. Downlight into neutral heavy, going to whiff, unable to get it. Now Saphir has the hammer, trying to find an option, has to dodge around the gauntlet sidelight. Playing on the corner, looking for waiting, but a neutral light will be enough, and Shira's going to take game number 1 here.
I can't but help but feel like that was a misinput from Saphir's end. I feel like he was trying to do a gravity cancel down sig, maybe. I mean, I don't see what a ground pound would achieve there. But either way, yes, it's going to be Shira locking that one in. And already we see a bit of a swap coming out from Saphir. He's looking to lock in some Azuri. Yeah, so he wants to do the guitars as well. And I can't blame him, because guitars, in my opinion, and in a lot of people's opinions, are the best weapon in the game right now. And for some reason, Blue Mammoth decided not to touch them in this most upcoming balance patch. Well, I don't know why that is, but as we can see, this is the results.
They had to make room for the spear buffs, okay?
Yeah.
Clearly that's why they didn't nerf guitars. Queen Knight still probably one of the best characters, disregarding speed and deck and stuff. But absolutely, I mean, this is not a character pick we'll see Saphir on very often. He was playing Orion earlier. He was playing a Bryn. He's playing literally everything else. But now he's on 2 light weapons, rather, or 2 string weapons instead of his normal lance or axe.
Yep, that's certainly unusual for him, and he's trying to find his way around it at the moment. Swapping over those guitars, going to get much faster options, just like Shira has been abusing thus far. Trying to get a gravity cancel side sig there. One of those very slimy signatures I was talking about earlier. And oh no, Saphir, unfortunately, just does not use options correctly off stage. It's going to lead to a stock taken. So already sorting this one on the back foot. Not where you want to be, but he does have a sword edgeguard situation, which sword edgeguarding, the acting gets really dicey.
Barely missing the neutral sig. Now only behind by a little bit. Still just can't find a way to get in just yet. Whiffing on the falling side air. Shira now trying to go in with the dash neutral light. Not able to find it or the gravity cancel down light. Resetting back to this right side of stage. Almost getting the dodge. Saphir now with the down air looking for this knockout, but sending Shira back on.
Sider comes through. Saphir not wanting to challenge off stage. These gauntlets are looking immaculate right now. Trying to find his way back on stage. There we go. GC delay into recovery. That's going to do it. Saphir finally grabbing a stock. And he's going to opt for those guitars, maybe. Nope, goes for the weapon starve. Will get a sword in hand, which we've seen more of thus far. Though it really seems he just does not want Shira to get a weapon. And that's perfect, because these weapons have certainly been putting Saphir in a blender. So as long as he keep them off, that's perfect. But now that he's on the guitars, his KOs are going to come flying quick.
Both players going for signatures. Both of them are going to miss, and both of them are going to whiff some D-lights as well. Saphir's still the only one with a weapon. Shira tried to go down, dodges through the ground pound, still waits and hesitates to grab the weapon, try to go for that down sig, but still unable to find it. It is very, very close for both of these players. Saphir almost able to get a gimp there. Shira's barely able to steer the ground pound into the wall, and Saphir's going to get sent down to that last stock. Game number 2 is looking kind of rough here.
Yeah, well, if you're Saphir, that's for sure. But Shira continuing to show this dominance with these guitars. It's a lot of this aerial game that he's been providing, just not allowing Saphir to get down to the stage, using things like the neutral air to his advantage. Such an insane move to use. And these gauntlets as well. Oh my goodness, quick ground pound, steering right into him. The breakdance. Slide charging off the wall. Saphir goes deep.
Wow.
He has no options to get back, and Shira is going to take that one away as well. That's 2-0 now. And yeah, Saphir, I don't know. I mean, he, like you said, he's been playing a lot of different picks, already swapping back over to the Bryn. It's like, where's he going to find his footing?
I mean, there's definitely a lot of options, but you know, like I don't want to discredit Saphir, but I think his Ulgrim still is probably his best character, because he has so much experience on it. But you know, seeing as Ulgrim's quite honestly the worst 1v1 character in game right now, I mean, you're gonna have to branch off. And this sprint pick has been very consistent, and it's been working pretty well this year. If I remember, he got ninth. Or sorry, he got ninth at Winter Champs, I believe, playing this Bryn, and just overall, he's been playing pretty well with it.
Yeah, and having that common weapon with the axe is certainly helping. He's getting some of that experience back from his time on Ulgrim, and then Spear, of course, being a very, very strong weapon as it is. So, no, I definitely like this pick a lot. And it already seems he's a bit more comfortable with it, keeping neck and neck with Shira so far in this game. Though, as I say that, Shira goes in with a little string. Gauntlets, or sorry, that's not gauntlets. Those are guitars. Though they do some of the same things sometimes, how they just effortlessly string you along, right?
Unable to get the dodge outreach, Saphir starting to play on his back, but needs to get some more damage, trying to keep Shira disarmed. However, Weapon Throw's not going to be too successful with that Neutralite, sending Saphir off to the side of the stage. Now on the corner, avoids the side sig Neutralite. There's so much pressure here, and Shira is just existing. Saphir needs to make it back, Wallslip almost taking them out. They're able to make it back, avoid the recovery, still looking for a weapon, and both players still looking for a knockout.
Ooh. Wow, what a dodge there from both players getting around those attacks. Could be a neutral air sending down. Here we go. Yep, quick little confirm, tapping it in with the GCP like ground pound. And Shira once again opting for those guitars. Can't blame him one bit. The arrow game has been quite oppressive. Using these side airs, I think that's honestly been one of his best arrow usages in this entire set, has been Qatar's side air, the way he's been spiking Saphir down time and time again, and then putting him in these offstage situations where he can clearly just run him over. That's what's been winning him a lot of these interactions. But right now, Saphir allowing him to get the weapon.
No, I do like this Spear pick. I think you have a little bit more range to deal with guitars and gauntlets, because they're trying to constantly get at you, and having the Spear able to zone out most of the moves, and a really good punish on gauntlet with sidelight. It's just really, really solid. But Shira doing a really good job of getting in, avoiding a lot of big hits. That side air coming from Saphir, getting some damage on sidelight recovery. Not going to be enough. Side air sending off stage, dodges through the weapon throw. Uses the ground pound to relieve some pressure. Ground pound again! Steals away the lead. Saphir, good play.
That's awesome, because all throughout this set, it's been the other way around with these offstage situations where Shira has been getting the best of Saphir, but finally putting one in for his name with that ground pound. Very nicely done. Now they've got a clean slate, as close as it's been in the set so far, but Saphir being down 2 games, he has got to put in his best work right now. This is a lower side, so if he is to lose here or the next 3 games, he is out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a little rough. I mean, this is it for Saphir. If he loses this, it's just done. So he has got to put his heart and soul into this stock. Needs some more damage. Shira is hunting him down though with these guitars. Gets the dare. Side sig probably actually would have taken out. Avoids the down sig. Plays back to center stage, making Shira chase. Now back on the Spear, trying to go for that down light, but still is unfortunately whiffing so many important moves. Shira is just growling right now.
Ooh, him throwing the weapon is not good. The side sig will do it. Oh my goodness, from all the way over there, it doesn't matter. It's going to be Shira taking this one 3-0 over Saphir, sending him out, advancing on. That's got to feel good for him. I know before he was playing Dusk, for example, in ones, but this Caspian pick is doing wonders for him.
Absolutely. But shout out to Saphir, an incredible bracket run, especially getting eliminated as early as they did. But great stuff by Saphir. Good upset there, lower side. Hopefully we'll see more of you coming up later this year. But as of now, we're going to be moving on into our next match. We have Akno versus Fazaru.
Yeah, this one I'm personally really excited to get into, just because of you get Fazaru in there, right? We're going to get the Yumiko shenanigans that we all know and love. Unless you don't, which I'm honestly
I
probably
don't.
a fair amount of us. Yeah, okay, see, there you go. But yeah, as a passive observer, I can appreciate it for what it is. Then going against Acno, right? That is your number one right there. Trying to go against that is a pretty tall task. I mean, I know it says power rank number 2, but in this tournament, number 1. So yeah, it's gonna be a tall road to try and climb, but you know, it's certainly possible.
Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. Pizarro has almost 12 million XP on Yumiko. Okay, and I want to say this. He has almost 100,000 games on Yumiko. That is absolutely insane. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, it's 4,000 hours alone on Yumiko in game, and that is dedication if I've ever seen it. This guy is a master of his craft, and he has made it to this top 8 for a reason.
Yeah, do you think the 80 in Pizarro's name is how much XP he wants to end up with on Yumiko? I mean, like, it might take a while, but he might be on track at this point. Like, this is getting pretty insane with almost 12 million XP. But here we go. Yes, game number 1, locking it in. On the other side, you have Cassidy. Yes, certainly a legend that none of us are happy with at the moment, unless you're, of course, abusing her, which Acno is seeming to do right now. Of course, he is very, very well established with those blasters, with his Diana experience, the hammer being a strong weapon and not too hard to maneuver. So, yeah, we're going to see Acno probably doing well with this character. The question is, can Pizarro put a dent in it?
It's definitely possible, but I mean, Cassidy recently just won EU, and Godly played Cassidy, but I think he also played Bodvar, if I remember correctly, already stealing away that first stock. And Cassidy really just has been a solid character for the not only the past few patches, but more specifically once Super Dex was introduced.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Super Dexes and everything, or the Super Stances rather, has certainly shaken up the game quite a bit. And like you said, Cassidy being one of the biggest recipients, having that 10 dexterity blasters, which gains so many true combos, though Acno not opting for that. Instead, it's going to be the super strength, and you can see the results of that with how early that knocked out right there. And Pizarro just has no answer, unfortunately, trying to find his way onto this first KO, throwing out 2 signatures back to back, but not going to find anything big off of it. And Acno is going to continue his dominance. Nice side air, throwing the weapon, disarmed though, going to tap it in, nicely done, but still a very high hill to climb.
Absolutely, but you know, I mean, Pizarro, he has the experience. He's been in situations like this at least 5,000 times. I think there's definitely a world where he can come back. His recovery does get stuffed out on the corner, and able to make it back. Gets the Stair to send Acno off stage. However, the 3-piece from Acno, sidelight, D-light, recovery. Pizarro battles his way back onto stage. Both players swinging the hammers. Recovery.
Nice.
Pizarro has evened up the stocks. Only 100 damage separates him and Acno.
And may I remind you, we're not even 2 minutes into the match. I don't know what the heck happened, but I'm here for it. And so is this hammer.
Oh my
Look
God.
at that. Nice little 4-piece getting sent out by that side air, but still, this is awesome. Nice little scoop again, getting up close, but runs face first into a gravity cancel D-light into side air. Now he's just about 1 side air or a signature away from KO, but at the same time, look at this hammer. It's doing wonders right now, setting up with that D-sig, not allowing him to come close. Side air comes through. This pressure is immaculate right now, picking up with another scoop, but here comes one from Acno and barely clenches it out. Pizarro, I mean, yeah.
I'm very surprised that actually is knocking out there. But really good strings by Pizarro. I think it was like stomp, recovery, down air, nair. Like very, very well played there with the hammer, and actually almost brought it back. So very good job there by Pizarro. And like I said, he's been in those situations so much. He knows how to keep calm in those spots. I mean, especially against the winter champion of this year. I mean, it was actually like it was probably like a 50 damage game there he brought it back to. So, I mean, just really incredible job by both of these players.
That's right. And honestly, just to go back to what you were saying earlier with how that somehow got a KO, it is entirely because of the fact we have 8 strength Cassidy coming out here with this super stance. And then on the other hand, you got 4 defense from this Yumiko. So yeah, it's really not doing Fazzaru any favors. But I'm just so impressed with how he was able to turn that around. Even though he didn't get the win, it feels like all the momentum should be on his side going into this game number 2. We'll have to see if that comes to fruition.
Well, Acno is unfortunately going to be forced into dual plat or tri-plat, whereas Mishima Dojo and Shadow Scar Landing and I believe Western Air Temple were left open. So Acno is forced to pick one of them, and we're going to Shadow Scar Landing, one of the newer maps added recently into the map pool. And Fazzaru is going to probably heavily utilize those weapons. Acno didn't touch the wall. Fazzaru is going to take the first stock with the neutral signature.
That was incredible right there. And Acno showing no fear at all, steamrolling ahead, trying to grab a weapon, goes for the insig, is going to miss, another sig thrown out. He's just going through all of them like a showcase right now, but he's not able to hit any of them. And instead, Fazzaru is going to go ahead and get a little bit of damage with a stomp, but it's not going to lead into too much. Acno takes out the stock.
Very, very well done. Not too much damage left on him either, so not much extra credit for Fazzaru. Already pretty much in the same damage as Acno, whiffing on the neutral sig once again. Cassidy has very strong signatures right now, and Acno is utilizing them to the fullest. However, Fazzaru with the wisps, getting the down sig and the ground pound right in the corner, but not setting too far off.
Got the hammer v hammer shenanigans going down right now. Very nice little 3-piece. And again, Fazzaru's recoveries have been on point throughout this entire set so far. I've noticed that he has been hitting them over and over again, and that is big, especially off stage when it gets sent down so far, so early. So very nicely done for him with this stock lead. Now he's got the bow in hand, and he could really start to smother Acno with attacks if he's able to place them correctly. Though Acno coming back with 2 back-to-back insigs, showing exactly why this character is so feared, but still a little bit of damage built up onto him. So Fazzaru is still in the lead.
Yeah, man, and you have the tools to keep that lead going. This hammer has been phenomenal. I mean, you're getting a lot of good true combos, and Acno kind of stuck on these blasters. He's not really able to, have the range that I think he wants, especially against this Yumiko. There's not really much to punish the whiffs. He's barely able to avoid that down sig. And now Fazzaru trying to go up and get the ground or recovery, but Acno with the response. Beautiful job getting the recovery. Oh my goodness, what a response.
Yeah, and once again, how close it was, right? I mean, that was, of course, throughout the game more neck and neck than it was the first game, but still a very, very close one. And also, Acno was finally able to avoid a hammer recovery off stage, instead grabbing himself an insig with it, so that was perfect. But yeah, both these games have been so very close, and yet in the end, Acno is always able to snuff it out right at the end. And Fazzaru is probably feeling the pressure right now, though still possible with how close he's kept it and how on fire this hammer is. That's really been the MVP for Fazzaru, has been this hammer. So if he can continue to get these awesome strings, I have no doubt he could take a game, if not bring this back, but it's going to be a hard-fought battle.
We're back on Shadow Scar Landing, though, and, last game was very close. I think Fazzaru, once again, I feel like it's Fazzaru that's barely losing the match. I mean, he's doing really, really well, but then there's just some key factor that is just ending up costing him the game. It really is just the Acno clutch factor. And right now he's going far out for that side air, unable to get it, trying to go for that chase dodge, but Fazzaru is ready to punish. And we're actually on, I think it's the Inari Yumiko, if I'm not mistaken, but recovery will take out that first stock. And this is rough, I can't even lie.
Yeah, I don't know the skin name, but it's the expensive one. It's the expensive Yumiko. Yeah, that is going to be a quick little scoop up coming out from Fazzaru, trying to grab an attack, but Acno keeping his distance, dashing around, making sure that he's not glued into one place by one of these blasters attacks, because he knows the hammer is quick to punish, but nice. Cider comes through, dashing off stage. Here we go. Those recoveries once again finding their mark. And he is going to hopefully opt for that hammer. Yes, he will. So he's got the lead with the weapon. He's got the momentum. Hopefully he can do something with it. Oh, face first no insig, though.
Gets a nice 3-piece there with this hammer. Gets one of the wisps to hit up top to punish the gravity cancel. D-Light, another down air into Sarah. Acno just throwing out a lot of aerials, getting caught by the wisps this time. Bizaru is not playing around with these signatures. Resetting, grabbing the hammer once again, avoiding neutral sig, stomps Sarah. He has almost tied up the game. Acno returning to stage, did not get the touch, and Acno is gone. And now Bizaru looking to be in the lead again, but as we've seen, the Acno clutch factor will activate very shortly.
Yeah, no doubts, and that's why Bizaru is trying to keep his weapon guard up, throwing that one away. Oh, but doesn't even matter. He doesn't need a weapon. Unarmed will do it. Another tap in with the GCD Light ground pound. Now Bizaru without a weapon hits up an in light with the unarmed. Now on the bow though, and we haven't seen too much of this, but it's really been the hammer dominating. So I'm a little bit worried about this. Trying to get in with these D lights, for example, but then the blasters down light are going to cancel that out. This is what it's going to continue to look like. I'm not happy with it, but he does get a weapon spawn in. Odin favoring him here. Can he get KO?
He needs it. I mean, this is tournament stock for Bizaru. If he loses this, it might be over. Acno looking and hounding this last stock now on the hammer. Gets the stomp into the wisp. However, neutral sig from Acno will spell game, and Bizaru will be eliminated from Galaxy Cup Aether.
Oh, that's just so unfortunate too, because Bizaru landed that down signature. It was hitting at the ends, and then he tried to do an in-sig follow-up, but of course, Cassidy, too quick for that, throwing out an in-sig response, and yeah, that is going to be a 3-0 for Acno, but still, props to Bizaru. I mean, he kept all of those games close, and he really popped off with the hammer a lot, really showed a lot of cool gameplay. And that's really what I'm here for, right? I mean, it's important to win, of course, but fun gameplay is exactly what we cast for, and that was fun. So, Bizaru, thank you so much for that. I'm sorry you got eliminated, but it was a well-played match, and Acno will move on.
Absolutely. But I believe right now we will be heading to a short little break, so don't go anywhere. We have some incredible matches coming very shortly, some that you really do not want to miss. Marker versus Shira and Bakoko versus Acno.
Promise me you'll get me through. Just tell me I can do this too. For everything we fight to never lose. 'Cause everything we want, oh, is everything we need. Just like I need you. Oh, it's just like you need me.
Alrighty, everyone, we are back with Galaxy Cup Aether. I am tripped up, joined here by the lovely Flaming MBL. We got some more lowers action to get into. Flaming, how have you been feeling about this tournament thus far? Because we have seen some pretty insane matches, if I do say so myself.
I have been feeling great. There's been so many wonderful upsets. There's been so many great matches, not only in winner side, but also in lower side. We just saw Saphir take on Shira and Akko take on Fizaru. Both of them were really, really close, but the game count just does not do it justice. I mean, every single game for Fizaru and Akko went to last stocks, and it was just, man, it was rough, both sides. But now we're on to the, I believe, lower side quarterfinals with Shira and Marker coming up.
That's right, and we've already got some lock-ins here that we can sort of dissect. We've already seen Shira's Caspian come out earlier, which Caspian being a very strong legend right now, 2 of the best weapons, not to mention that signature kit and the good stats that you can now get with super stances and whatnot, though it seems that Shira is not opting for one of those. And on the other hand, we have Marker running in with that Tezca. Of course, not much you could say about Tezca that hasn't already been said, though Tezca will be receiving a nerf very soon to the signatures, if you haven't seen that in the most recent upcoming balance patch. But I have a feeling that he's still going to be played quite a bit. Do you feel the same way? Because, like, let's be honest here.
I think right now with how the high strength meta has been kind of influencing a lot of not only 2v2 gameplay, but also a lot of 1v1 gameplay. I think Tezca is going to still see a lot more usage, and possibly even more than he has been in the past. However, with the rise of super stances, once again, I mean, we'll see other characters like Caspian come out, even potentially, who else did we see earlier? We saw Thatch come out from Akno, using the 2 defense. So, I mean, we could see a lot of new picks coming out this year.
That's right. Yeah, there are a lot of different picks that with super defense, like those 3 defense legends, are finally getting some viability in here. But regardless of that, we do have Shira getting this first stock quite clean as well, only getting 26 damage, hitting that side sig off quite nicely. And now he just wants to go into this neutral game, right? Shira taking his time, knows he doesn't need to rush in, because oftentimes that's what happens against boots. You rush in, and they go in for these big reads and whatnot, and they string you along. Big damage comes out quick, especially with Tezca. So it's smart not to immediately rush in and try to engage. He's taking his distance, using the fact that gauntlets do have a bit more range than the boots to his advantage. And right now, he's going to run away with this first game.
Oh, really, really he is. Downsig coming out, going to get the disarm, though. Resets to grab his weapon. Playing now on the corner, Shira trying to return to stage. Downsig coming through for Marker, but he's unable to find it. Gets the neutral air now, playing off stage. This is kind of Marker's domain, and Shira doesn't get the wall touch. They're going to knock themselves out, and now 116 damage. A pretty good amount of extra credit built onto Marker's second stock.
Oh, certainly. If I saw that on my paper, I'd be very, very happy with my teacher. But, you know, this extra credit can be taken away quite quickly if he's not careful. Like we were saying before, Tezca just has so much power to it, but so does that downsig. Gotta watch out for that one. Shira able to grab a quick stock that way. And now back onto these guitars. Just pressure. It's insanity. Marker does not want to advance against the guitars, knowing that one slight slip-up could end in devastation.
Yeah, and we saw that against Power. Guitars were really, really useful into Marker's off-stage gameplay, as well as just overall neutral game. But he's going to try and keep Shira weapon starved. However, gauntlets are going to be grabbed, and Marker's not going to be able to pick up their own weapon once again. Shira returns to the stage. Marker now on these battle boots catches the D-Light over the corner. Shira trying to return to stage. Marker with a down air. That should be the stock, but Shira barely was able to make it. However, Marker recovery into the funny 45 gets rid of that stock.
Funny 45 indeed, yes. And Shira now disarmed, but still aggressing, picking up those guitars, trying to grab a quick read. The down air is so oppressive, striking Marker down to the stage. He's got to find some damage quick, otherwise Shira is going to run away with this one. And as you can see, he's trying to take things off stage. That's perfect. It's exactly what you want. You want those quick stocks with a gimp. But Shira's not going to allow that. Staying on stage, though, on stage isn't safe either. The damage is starting to accumulate. Marker putting a lot of pressure on the stage while Shira stays above and away. Doesn't want to engage too much. This is perfect. Nice.
Able to avoid some side six, trying to go for the side six their own. Shira unable to punish the side light. Throws away the Katars, resets the stage, grabs the gauntlets, trying to go for that down sig, trying to bait Marker in. Both players neutral. Sig comes through. Marker with the catch of the century, and they're going to take game one.
That's it right there. That is what you want with Teska. Those signatures are so very strong, come up so very quick, and that is why we both have no doubt that he will continue to be a strong legend, even though he's about to get like 3 of his 6 nerfs or something like that. It was something pretty big. Either way, great job to Marker, able to get that one in, but Shiro was not too far behind for most of that, right? I mean, we saw that his Katars were being as dominant as always, so we're going to see if he can just get a little bit over on Marker this time around. We are going to be changing up the map, and I've called this thing Small Trash Heap so many times that I actually forget the real name of it.
I believe it's Wasteland is what it's called.
Trash Heap, Wasteland, same thing.
Not really, but okay. Whatever you say it, pal. You're the YouTuber here. This is the neutral air. Did get the dodge, however, Marker's able to touch. Did get hit pretty far down, and this is unarmed about right off the side of stage. Marker gets nared away, and that's going to be his first stock gone in less than 30 seconds.
I mean, how disheartening is that? You have this tiny little wall to cling to, and every time you touch it, you just get hit by a downlight ground pound. Downlight ground pound. It just takes its toll on you. And as you can see, big stock lead coming out from Shura already. 30 seconds in. That is huge. The Marker trying to get in with this aggression right now. The gauntlets are swinging, but it's Shura once again to grab a big string off stage, trying to put some pressure with these signatures. Nice. Nair into GC in light. And Sig as well. Going to continue pushing off stage to try and grab something, but a recovery's going to come out, protecting Shura, grabbing the Katars. Going to spam those signatures. Nice. Quick stock for Marker.
I wouldn't say quick. I mean, a 147 is very high damage. I mean, you got to play very carefully. And Marker was in a better position last game, but now might be in a better position. But Sheer with the reversal. Beautiful job to capitalize on the whip down sig. Gets the ground pound and now has a pretty sizable lead against Marker.
For a second, it was looking like Marker was actually going to take that one away. He was doing a fantastic job, but it got a little bit overzealous with that GCD sig, and sure was ready to capitalize. Right now, going for a quick ground pound, too. Both of them are just going to get snubbed out against the stage, and I mean, neither of them can get punished. That's the thing, Katars are so fast, you can't punish them, but neither can you with the boots off stage. Down there to solidify that one, and that one I would say was more of a quick stock with 36 damage being built up. That is not much, especially when you got these Teska gauntlets, which are pummeling right now. Ooh, ground pound. Can he get another one? Nope, it's going to whiff, but he doesn't get punished for that. Nice ground pound again. He is just going for it.
Good patience by Sheer, not burning those recoveries. He's not letting him pop by gauntlet ground pound, especially off stage right there. But a really good job making his way back to stage. Still has only a little bit of a damage deficit, but roughly 2 moves will make that damage up. Marker nor Sheer want to approach here. They're sitting in neutral. Marker throws away his weapon, now back on the battle boots. Sheer once again trying to throw their weapon to approach, but unfortunately going to disarm themselves now back on the Katars.
Ooh, nice read. Okay, tried to go for an extra one too with that gravity. Gets a side sig, but the wall is too small. A ground pound will cover it all. And that'll be Shura answering back with a game of his own.
These two have fought each other before. They fought each other in Slamrock 2026, where Shura would be able to take a 2-0 victory over Marker. And more recently, Galaxy Cup Zenith. A lot of repeating matchups from that past tournament, taking a 3-1 victory. Marker win that. So they are 3-3 in games, and they are 1-1 in matches. So today we'll decide who will have not only the upper hand in the matches, but also in games.
That was a bit more than just the tournament on the line then. There's a bit of pride here too, maybe. But either way, these players are both trying their absolute hardest. This is deep in the tournament here. They want this badly. But here we go, seeing who's going to keep that momentum from that second game. So far, it looks like Shira just dominating with these Katars. Nair after Nair after Nair. Marker can't find his way around it as Shira continues to pummel.
Troy gets the dodgery with the side sig. Beautiful job. Trying to return the stage. Shira now throws out the Katars, swaps out for the gauntlets. Marker catches the neutral, touches stage, trying to reset some options. Shira going for that down sig. Very even damage right now. Side light will put Marker in the lead, but only by a little bit.
Good pickup. Nicely done. There's really no safe place against gauntlets. Even in the air like that, gravity cancel attacks are always on the table. And there we go. Though I will say this is definitely a lot closer than the first, match, or sorry, second match went. Marker's stock was taken away very quickly in that match, but Shira in a bit of a pickle, just barely able to get back with that one, and a ground pound response from Marker will get that stock. So he's looking quite nice. He's got the weapon advantage and only a little bit of damage onto him.
But I think this still really can go either way. 1-1 in the set, 2-2 in the stock count. It's really going to come down to who's playing better. And so far, we really haven't seen much disparity between the two players. Shira's had a really good run with the guitars. Marcus had been doing really, really good with the boots. But it's too close to tell literally who's in the lead at this point.
Yeah, it is very neck and neck in all fronts. But it does look like at the moment, and it's just the slightest little lead, but Marker does have it. These gauntlets starting to come online, going for that read, is going to miss, but he does have a lot of damage built up because of it. He does swap over to the boots now, maybe looking for that KO confirm that boots get, or he's just looking to throw another weapon back over to the gauntlets now. Shira look for something quick with that N-Sig, but he's going to get away.
I think right now, I think Caspian side sig should knock out, to my knowledge, if it's like run on the corner. But that D-Light recovery will knock out. And Shira's down to last stock here, game number 3. Marker looking pretty healthy. I think this is probably one of the first leads he's had in this set. And he's just kind of trying to play on this corner and get a little bit more chip damage in, a little bit of extra credit for the rest of the stock. But Shira does want this stock to go away as soon as possible. And that side sig will be the full court knockout. And we are having fresh stocks.
How are we? I mean, from all the way across the stage, I have no idea how that's knocking out. But either way, I don't develop the game. Okay, Marker coming in. Nice little sweep with the D-lights, jumping up above that guitar's side lights. There's a lot of ways to avoid that, and the nair and the down air. Those 3 attacks have been all of what Shira has been accumulating this damage with, and it's doing wonders at the moment. Keeping this weapon guard up, back over to the gauntlets now, trying to keep Marker off the weapon as long as possible. Another bad spawn for Marker after he gets pushed off. Maybe he has a chance here. He has done some stuff with unarmed, but he definitely wants the weapon. Now he's on the gauntlets. He can get a quick signature or ground pound. It looks like he's going for right now, but... Ooh, that was close.
45, not going to be enough to take out Marker. Neutral air setting him off stage. Shira on the gauntlets. Neutral light should knock out at this percentage. Whiffing on the recovery, but barely by frames. Weapon third approach. Once again, I mean, Marker's at 200 damage. Pretty much anything will knock out right now, but Marker still needs a little bit more damage on this stock. Neutral light stuffs out a recovery option. Going back on stage, neither player wants to commit super hard for anything. That neutral light will be the game. And Shira is now up 2-1 over Marker.
Yeah, that one was a nail-biter for sure. Marker holding on just the last moments, but able to tap that one with the end lights. Honestly, this is difficult because Marker, he's doing very well, but with Shira now grabbing the lead and with how even it's been, I just feel like Shira getting that the third game, rather, is a very detrimental spot to be in for Marker. I mean, just how neck and neck it's been. But maybe he, turns things around, gets a bit of a power-up, seeing the fact that he's now on tournament point. Yes, this is tournament point match. If he were to lose one of these next 2, it is wraps. So let's see what he can pull out at the last moment here.
Both players with the gauntlets, the fisticuffs are going through. Starting off game number 4. It's very, very close. Like I said, I mean, it's just back and forth. There's no one who's really taking the lead, but Shira is grabbing this game by the horns and is going off with those gauntlets.
Yeah, we heard what you were saying, and just like, nope, I need to turn this around exactly. Now he's got a dominating lead. Probably the best one we've seen thus far in this set for Shira. And he's had to keep it going. Marker finally grabbing those boots, but he's got a lot of damage to try and work up. It's certainly one of the issues with boots. The damage build-up is quite slow. Even though you have the higher damage with the Teska strength, there's still very few damage with the individual attacks. So he's got to get big strings. And it's really been Shira to getting the big strings with these guitars, building up a lot more damage. And that's certainly been causing a lot of problems for Marker thus far.
swapping back to these gauntlets, keeping Marker Weapon Star. I mean, still very little damage on this first stock of Shira. But I mean, this is kind of how the first two games started off. Marker was really down in the beginning, had roughly 80 or about 100 damage on him before he actually got the first stock off of Shira. And he ended up winning one of those games, but he ended up losing the other one. So, I mean, it can happen. He's going to avoid the side sig, which probably might have actually KO'd at this percentage.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Though, there we go. Marker finally finding the punish that he needs to get the knockout. But, man, it did take him work.
Yeah, he certainly took a couple of hits in the meantime, but, you know, better late than never, as they say. Getting away from that side light, very nicely done. Transitioning off stage with that downer as well. Got him in a bit of a pickle off stage, but does let him back on with a faulty read there. Shira trying to grab something. He knows he's low, so you just do a recovery or a signature. That's really all he needs, with the sider being another option, just in case you can't get a KO any other way.
He definitely has brought this back to neutral. Not going to get the disarm just yet, which I think Shira was kind of hoping for there on the return. But Marker is starting to build up some good damage. The neutral layer into the recovery, putting some more damage, dropping delay recovery on gauntlets. Marker is bringing this back, but side sig from Shira puts Marker at tournament stop.
This is going to be close for him, and you could already see the hesitancy he has towards going for anything. Though, does rip a side signature. It's going to whiff. Doesn't get the read there, unfortunately. But you could see how slow he's taking this. It's a methodical approach. He knows that if he messes up, it's going to be a quick hop skipping away from a big guitar string. So he's trying to you know, keep his distance, only go for what's confirmed. Don't go for any big extensions. This is exactly what you want to see from him. Shira trying to get aggressive, throwing away the weapon whenever the chance arrives. But Marker just can't find this KO. Unfortunately, gauntlets do struggle finding those KO blows, but an Inlight will do it, and Marker is not that far behind.
Not at all. I mean, he needs to play this stock pretty well if he wants to be able to bring this back. But the issue is he just cannot aggress. Shira is playing very patient, waiting very, very well, and just overall outplaying Marker at some of his own games. Marker thrives off stage, but unfortunately, Shira is just not accepting those altercations on the side. He is playing center stage or in those pockets. He's refusing to go to those corners.
Indeed he is. Shira once again aggressing with the weapon throws. There's been a lot of that from both these players, honestly. Just whenever the chance arises, they seem to want to throw away the weapons, keep each other starved. There are no friends here. This is war. Nice. Nair throwing down once again. He wants this offstage situation with these gauntlets. That's where they thrive. Getting that inlet as well. Pushing him off stage again, but Shira finds his way back on.
Very, very even damage. Getting another side light. Roughly 4 damage was the difference. Now, tie game. Marker has the lead. Looking for one more option to tie the setup. D-Light,
nice.
Recovery. The clutch has been activated. And we have a game 5 here, Trip.
I'm so happy to see one coming out. The game 5s are certainly tense. And also because of how close this has been. I mean, sometimes the game 5s are just like, you know, the games themselves are not that close. Sometimes I think back to our most recent BCX with how that went, you know, how it was a game 5 and yet 2 of the games were 3 stocks. It's just so much variety. And here we have just gotten neck and neck time after time after time. And the question is it going to be the same way? Because sometimes we see in these game 5s, someone just turns it on. You decide what it is, deck spot or, you know, just pure skill. I don't know. But here we go. Game number 5, we're going to find out.
Already Marker starting off with these boots. We're on Small Fortress of Lions, Slow Motion's favorite map of all time. We definitely didn't see enough of it yesterday. But Marker going in with these boots off stage. Shira, good patience, able to avoid getting hit by it and gets the jump down air. Marker not going for another option off of the second D-Light. Able to avoid the big string, but still a lot of damage built from that.
You could feel the tension between these two players right now. You could hear a pin drop. It is silent on deck with these two not throwing out too many attacks. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity. Though Marker is getting the better hand of things right now. Nice D-Light into side air, pushing Shira offstage once again. He does tend to thrive in these offstage situations, but not with 2 guitar down airs are present. Nicely done. Keeping Shira off the weapon. He's got the boots in hands. Try to throw out a signature. Another one in hands. Over the boots. Nice.
Good play by Marker. He has a lot of momentum going into this game off of the last one. There was a lot that was, riding on that match. He was facing elimination, and now he has brought it back. He knows he can do this, and Shira, slowly but surely, is dwindling down. Only at 38 damage built on this stock. Neutral Sig not going to be enough. Barely avoiding recovery. Now Marker with a punish again. Trying to go for the punish on that dodge. Shira running out of options. Able to touch. Gravity cancel neutral Sig.
Oh, no, Shira.
Marker, D-like ground pound looking, but Shira's down to last stock tournament.
This is exactly what I was telling you about. All it takes is for a Game 5 situation, and some player is going to turn it on. Marker showing us exactly what he could do off stage. Relentless ground pounding with the boots. The steer ability, putting him right in the range every single time. So well done. And Marker having a commanding lead in this game. Even if he takes a stock here, it's not going to be a big worry. Though Shira is still struggling to take even this one, trying to get that KO confirmed with a D-Light into recovery. Gets it with the gravity cancel. A lot easier to input that way, but my goodness, look at the deficit that he's got to build this one back up. Though, he does have guitars, and that is certainly the weapon you want for this. A big string off stage, maybe something with the down airs or the ground pounds that we've seen from him. Maybe he could take away the stock quickly.
People have seen a lot of success with guitars against Marker specifically, so maybe this is the mystery mouse tool. This is what is needed to win this set. But as we see it, Shira is taking quite a bit of damage, and sooner or later that stock might drop.
Oh, what else is dropping? Those guitars going down with the ground pound, trying to get anything as possible. But a read, nicely done. That is going to disarm Marker. Certainly he's not going to let him have that weapon. Nope, a side sig is going to come through. Shira showing he's still in this one. Now down to final stocks for both players. Game 5. This is as close as it gets right here. Shira, oh my goodness, here comes the damage. Marker starting to feel a little bit tense. Throws away the weapon too. Has the boots in hand. That's probably what he wants here. Shira not aggressing at all. Staying on the ledge. Gets in with a down air though. Here comes Marker once again. Ground pound comes through. Weapon throw up to try to protect himself. Side stick is going to come through as well, but it's not going to land.
He had the dodge too. So close. Shira almost had a huge opportunity, but they're just barely not going to be able to get it. It is so intensely close right now. Neutral Air putting more damage there onto Shira, trying to get this recovery to build even more damage. Marker looking very solid, very strong right now, but Shira getting the Neutral Air. Playing on stage in this pocket, now gets disarmed. Marker with the gauntlets off stage. Shira able to make it back. 131 and 152. So much damage. No one finding an option, but Shira is going to clutch it out. The reverse 3-stock to take the win over Marker.
Oh, of course it was the side sig to end it off. Of all things, it had to be the side sig. Just reaching over there and getting that stock. Shira, what a lock-in. I mean, dude, that was definitely looking like Marker's game all the way through, but that just goes to show it ain't over until it's over. And certainly, Shira is going to be feeling good about that one. Moving forward once again, doing a great performance. And that, I was almost going to say that's an upset, but no, Marker is a little bit behind. But either way, that's still such an amazing way to come back. Well done, Shira, moving on to the lower semifinals over Marker.
It looks like Mina's spring champion that will be eliminated following that match. But Shira will be moving on to fight the winner of our next matchup. Who is that going to be, Tripped?
Oh boy, yes, we have got Bakonko and Akno going at it. Now, of course, Akno being seed number 1, so he is all, technicality speaking, he is supposed to win the tournament. So the fact that he's on the lower side, might be a little bit worrying for Akno fans out there. But he has been battling his way through. Got a 3-2 over Bamia. They got a 3 over Bizaru. And now he's here against Bakonko. So, I mean, this should be another win for him, all things considered. But Bakonko is a very, very strong player. And I have no doubt he's going to be giving him a run for his money. So I'm excited to see how this one goes down.
If you're an Akno fan, you'd be pretty excited to see Marker getting knocked out there. Marker was the one to send Akno down to lower side. And that's just, something. If you see the person that knocked you down lose, that means, oh, you definitely could win now. However, Bakonko has been playing out of his mind today, taking out Munir earlier on, as well as taking out some other pretty big names. So absolutely insane. He's been playing phenomenally with his hammer and sword, and I am very excited to see how he performs today.
As am I right now. Double hammer going at it. We're seeing two stomps. That was funny. Just both of them going for these stomp combos. That's really how hammer is played. You know, when you really boil it down in a reductive way like that, it is just a stomp simulator. And right now they are setting up for it. Another one comes through. Stomp Sayer putting a lot of damage on this Cassidy and a side sig. Look at how early that KOs. Oh my goodness. The lower defense of Cassidy certainly not helping out there. Bakonko is to continue this lead. He's getting that hammer, trying to once again aggress and put as much extra credit as he can. And look at this. He's already got Acto lapped in damage.
Yeah, he's doing a very, very good job. However, Acno bouncing back already with these blasters, trying to find this first KO. But Bakonko sending Acno into the sky, almost connecting with that side sig. Acno going for PC D-Light and down sig. Still not enough for 45. Still going to be too far away. Gravity cancel breakdance right on the corner. Almost actually KOing Acno, but what a play. Neutral sig is going to grab right there. And Acno is going to finally get rid of the first stock of Bakonko.
That's right, and he's going to opt for these blasters. Certainly what he's more known for over the hammer. But speaking of the hammer, a quick scoop is going to take that stock away. Bakonko, a fresh one-stock lead over Acno in this first game. Certainly goes along with what you were saying. He is playing out of his mind today, but at the same time, Acno looking to answer back. Nice little both two combos into the signatures, again with an insig, showing how strong this signature kit is. I mean, it is just insanity. Jumps up again. You cannot go in the air against Cassidy because this insig is always an option. It's always a threat.
And you can't go on the ground either, because either you're going to get hit by a stomp into insig or you're going to get hit by side sig. So there really is no approaching this character. Stomp Sayer will be the end of that stock, and Agno has brought this back significantly.
Oh, certainly. And Bakonko trying to find his way onto his weapon, but once again jumps up and the insig is ready. 22 damage every time that happens. It is absurd. Another one. Look at that. I mean, he could just sit on ground and do it all day, every day, but getting peeled off the ground by that Stomp Sayer. Now Bakonko still in the lead, but it's ever dwindling. Look at that, chasing up into the sky as well, swept-beating both players, but a Nair will juggle. Now onto the blasters. Delay into recovery is not going to get the KO, but oh my goodness, look how much this turned around for Acno. Spamming side signatures, gets an insig, or doesn't hit it, but he throws it out. Oh, the breakdance. Bakonko steals it away.
Oh my goodness, man. Bakonko set the table. Acno was trying to take everything off, and Bakonko just pulled the tablecloth out from everything. I mean, it was just insane. Really, really good rally by Acno, but Bakonko with the determination and the fluidity to be able to notice, okay, I'm gonna go challenge Hammer off stage with unarmed, mind you, and find this knockout. And absolutely wonderful job taking game number 1 over Acno.
That's right. So Acno, what do we got here? I mean, already more signatures coming out. Doesn't seem like his game plan is going to take too different of a route. Though maybe this time he can try and get a little bit more of that damage than before. Going off stage, throws away the weapon, but wants to go for some unarmed down airs, pressuring Bakonko. Picks up the weapon now. He has the blasters in hand. And this is really where we're going to see him thrive. I mean, the blasters have been on point. We've seen it today, as we've seen it for years and years now. Agno's blasters are on point, but there we go. The down signature reaching up so high and spiking him downward. That is going to be a quick stock for him.
Yeah, very, very well done. I mean, we saw last game, Acno was able to turn it up when it mattered most. But, I mean, even still, Bakonko was able to bring it back from his, I guess, like, it's so weird because it's like a seesaw. If one player's doing good, the other one's doing bad. If the other one's doing good, the other one's doing bad. It's so weird. But now Bakonko is still kind of in a similar situation to the last game, trying to go for that side sig now. Returns back to stage, ground pound. Acno running out of options. Weapon throw up to try and get some pressure on there. Whiffs on the Sayer. Turns back to the center stage. Acno on blasters. Gets the sider on the Punisher with down air. Downlight Sayer. Still not enough. Weapon throw will be, though. Bakonko is slamming right now.
And look at that little style movie hit right there on the platform. Love to see that. He's showing he's warmed up. He is dialed in for this with a 2-stock lead over Acto now, who cannot find his KO. I mean, he hits a side air, but that's not going to do anything just yet from that side of the stage. And this is honestly looking like it's getting closer to a 3-stock, though. As I say that, side 6 at the face will change that, but at the same time, it might not be all that far away from a 3-stock, because look at this damage, already getting close to KO'd on this last stock with 2 healthy stocks for Bakonko. That's going to be a really hard turnaround.
Oh, absolutely. We haven't seen any 3-stocks, but I mean, this could possibly be the set where we do see one. Acto with the back-to-back neutral sigs, getting the disarm onto Bakonko, neutral air to follow it up. Now on these blasters, Bakonko dropping D-like ground pound, the cannon event that Eva was talking about earlier. The neutral sig comes through, and now we are 1-1 stock.
It's exactly how this happened last game, where Bakonko was screaming ahead, and all of a sudden, here comes Acto from behind, pushing and pulling his way back up. But Bakonko is still in the lead as before, but I mean, just this last game, the lead is dwindling. Even with unarmed, Bakonko just can't seem to find that KOing blow. Though he does have an edgeguard situation, is hesitant to throw anything out. 2 stomps, but a side 6 to the face is going to reverse the rolls. Another sig. Acto getting sig heavy. We've seen this before. Stomp Sair won't KO just yet, but he will have a chance to swap over to the sword for a more, well, I don't want to say more consistent KOing option, but it's a lot quicker. Okay.
Acto able to make it back to stage. Bakonko still at 131. There is a chance he does get knocked out by side sig, but the reverse scoop. Bakonko is up 2-0 over Acno in lower side.
Jeez, man. I mean, yeah, and okay, Acno finally going to lock in the Diana. I was wondering if that was going to happen. I wouldn't have been surprised to see it last game, honestly. But yeah, in this tournament tournament point situation, he has certainly got to do everything he can. So he's going to be pulling out the super strength Diana. So that's going to take away both dex and speed. Honestly, that is really good for Diana. Getting yourself 7 strength and all your other stats are 5. Yeah, that's perfect. Circumstances just do so much for so many different characters. It is crazy.
Absolutely. But I mean, overall, Acno threw out 12 signatures and hit 67% of them. Like, he is doing a wonderful thing. And I mean, those Cassidy sigs, that's where I think most of that damage came from. I mean, he was hitting like 3 end sigs or 2 or 3 end sigs in a row constantly with the hammer, and that's where a majority of that comeback was coming from. But now he doesn't have that wild card. He has the blasters, he has the bow, and Bakonko is still kind of running with it.
That's right. Though onto the bow now, the weapon we have not seen from Acto thus far, and already doing a lot more than the blasters were, though got a bit overzealous with that one. He does find a way back with that GC in Sig, and honestly, there's just so many signatures being thrown out by both players at this point. It's really surprising to see. I mean, when you saw both of our gameplay back in the day, you really didn't see too much signatures being thrown out, right? I'm thinking back to like Java, for example. Like, you really didn't lean too much on the signatures, but now that they've been buffed and we're at a bit of different meta where like 6-pairing can be a thing that like good players do and works somehow. So I mean, yeah, this is really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just the high strength meta. Back when, you know, strength wasn't super important. Well, I wouldn't say super important, but back when it wasn't really looked upon as favored as it is right now, it really wasn't worth going for signatures because it didn't really do enough to warrant it. But now, with all the damage increases and with pretty much how some of these characters are played nowadays, it really is just the signatures do help a lot. And right now, we're pretty evened up as Bakonko goes back on the hammer.
Well said. Well said. And we're going to get a scoop back up into the air. Bakonko putting pressure on the ground. Always making sure that the downlight is a threat. So keeping it up into the air, trying to get these scoops as well. But unfortunately, Bo does have a lot of dominance in the air thanks to oh, down sigs are coming out. Oh my goodness, straight into that one. That is a guaranteed knockout. Even a little bit less damage would have been a guaranteed knockout just because of how much stun that is provided with that signature. Here we go, Bakonko can even this up real quick, especially with that insig landing right in the face, disarming Acto, trying to get a GC stomp into side air, but nice.
Oh wow, I'm surprised that's not KO. That one will. Using the stun of the weapon throw from the hammer They get the D-Light into recovery, following up with the side. Good play by Bakonko to get these stocks evened up, but still a small little deficit. Acno is on tournament stock, but he is playing in front this time. He does not have to slow down. He is doing a really, really good job of keeping Bakonko spaced out and not being really a hit too much or at all just yet on this stock, knock on wood. Bakonko finally getting that side light, but Acno's playing really good.
Indeed he is. This bow is doing wonders for him right now. I cannot lie. And honestly, part of that was just the fact that Bakonko could not find his way in against the bow. Every single time he tried to go in, he beat himself a D-Light or a side light. And, oh, he tries to go in for the signature. Boom. Down 6 to the face. Acno will take this one. He's going to be getting 2-1 now on the board. So still, of course, Bakonko in the lead, but that does have to be a little bit worried, right? Because even though that was a close-ish game, Acno really could start to heat things up, especially with the bow, and that's when we could start to see Bakonko start to slip away.
Of course. We'll have to see. Bakonko has been very, very close to winning almost every single game, but that was kind of one where, it felt like Acno just was in the driver's seat the entire time, and we'll have to see how he can adapt to that. The bow is a completely different thing than the hammer, and he's just gonna have to play around it.
He will. And not to mention the experience that Acno has on the bow. Of course, this Diana being his main pick for so many years. So yeah, this is certainly a bit tougher of a match for him than the Cassidy would have been. Even if the Cassidy is like a better pick theoretically, this is still going to be harder for him because of that experience that Acno has. Right now, Bakonko once again in a deficit, has the sword right now, trying to go for something big with the ground pound, but gets snuffed out by the stage. Acno continuing to push forward with this bow. The side airs are coming out. It really is insane how abusable both side air is. Like, look at that. At any time, just boom, side air, boom, side air. D-Light recovery.
Not going to find the knockout just yet. An arm recovery coming out from Bakonko. Now both players disarm Bakonko. First one to suit up once again. Looking for this stomp into literally whatever. Doesn't get the scoop on it. Acno still looking for this unarmed hit as well. Neutral light not going to be enough, but he is in KO percentage for bow and neutral air, which will knock out on the ground. Acno going to prime the bow? Question mark? Yes, he's going to prime the bow. Not going to play the blasters too much more. But Bakonko is still looking for this first stock here in game number 4.
Yeah, it certainly seems that even with the, Diana rather than the Cassidy, but the blasters, Bakonko has a lot less time struggling against that. So Acno recognizing that the bow is the way to go. It even rhymes. That is how good it is. But there we go. Nice little side air going to come out for Bakonko, giving that. And will he stick with the sword, or is it going to be the hammer? No, it will be the sword. So both of them have a weapon they're choosing to prime up. And I can't blame either of them. Look at this. The sword showing exactly what you want with it, with these big strings that come out. The weapons, or the attacks, kind of just string together naturally, like that side light into inlight, for example, which is perfectly setting up for each other. And keeping this dominance on the ground while Acno continues to try and use the aerial game to his advantage, though it's very even right now.
Both players just kind of throwing out attacks. I mean, they're neither of them want to overcommit. Neither of them want to do too much on this stock. They really want this mid game to be strong, but neither of them are really hitting anything. Acno with a nice side sig though, getting a little bit of stunt from the weapon throw, and now going on the offensive with these blasters. Recovery's not going to KO, but Acno neutral sig in neutral gets the stock, and Bakonko last stock here in game number 4. Acno might be able to force the game 5.
Certainly looking that way. Bakonko keeping his distance, but of course a dash D-Light is always out there. But okay, that's actually going to be really nice for Bakonko. He only got a couple damage on him, so this is very, very close. Might as well be even, especially with him having the weapon, though no Acno is on the blasters. The weapon he has not been wanting to play as much compared to the bow, but I'm certain he could still cook up with it if he needs to, and right now it seems like he needs to. He's starting to tap it in right now, getting a couple of strings going up high in the sky, trying to grab a nair. Bakonko diving deep off stage with a hammer ground pound, but it's not going to secure anything. Stomps air. Another one.
Trying to catch Acno's landing with the down light. However, now neutral light going to send Bakonko in the air. D-Light neutral sig. We have another game 5, and now Acno is looking to reverse sweep.
Yeah, oh, this is exactly what I was talking about. All it needs is for the Diana to warm up, and Acto might just come alive. It's looking like he's ready to fight for this one. And so, Bakonko, what is the answer? I noticed that he is taking a little bit longer to choose a legend this time than before. Could he be thinking about a swap? And if so, what might it be?
I don't want to say Taros because I don't think Taros will work here. I think Taros just has is just too slow for how Bakonko's playing. Honestly, I don't know what the super stance is for Bodvar, but even that might be like useful in the situation.
Maybe so. Either way, he is still going to opt for the Bodvar, feeling confident for those first 2 games under his belt. You know, he's able to do it before, so certainly he could do it again, theoretically speaking at least. But right now, he does have quite a tall foe to fight against, because Acto starting to push up, and as far as like the leads, each game has been a little bit closer to Acto's side, and so this one might just be the biggest sweep yet. But here we are, game number 5, still on this small fortress of Lions. Let's find out.
And they actually have like the same amount of stats, which is actually really interesting. Like same numbers, 7 strength, 5, and everything else. So I mean, they're very even matched. The only difference is the weapons and signatures themselves. So right now, Acno on the bow once again. This is the weapon of choice, but Bakonko playing pretty high up. Doesn't want to play too grounded because bow has been really, really good at catching all these options. Now on the corner, trying to find that down light, resetting back to the center stage, trying to go for that side light, but Acno with the down sig, that's not going to be enough to KO outright. But the weapon throw will find it, and Acno leads here in game 5.
Yeah, and that's showing exactly why Bakonko does not want to aggress forward too much, because when he missed just a side light in that damage range, a D-Sig will KO. So he knows that even small mistakes like that will lead to big consequences. So that's why you see him now kind of hovering in the air. He's giving a lot of respect to this bow kit. He knows that it reaches all over the place, especially with Acto. He's not afraid to hunt in the air, whether it be with recoveries, nairs, gravity cancel, end lights. I mean, it's just the world's fair. And right now, yeah, the bow is continuing to rack up more extra credits. Bakonko needs this KO.
But is whiffing some neutral airs and some Sayers. Bakonko is still having to play on that back foot. Stomp Sayer from center stage is not going to KO just yet. Acno able to make it back to stage with little resistance. Now back on these blasters. Only 49 damage on Bakonko, but he needs this stock gone. But just cannot find it. Acno is just playing like a butterfly, you know? He is unhittable. That X-Pivot down air still not going to be enough. And he's going to rack up a little bit more damage as well with the unarmed and now this bow. But Sayer to the back of the dome, that's going to be the first stock.
Yeah, each little bit of damage that Acto gets on that extra credit there just certainly racking up a little bit more tears. And Bakonko's mental, I mean, I would be too. You had it, right? You were 2-0 against Acno, number 1 seeded here. But now yourself is in a game 5, down in a deficit. But maybe that's the pressure he needs. Maybe that's the motivation he needs to come alive and get this win. Oh, unfortunate. The down sig not going to connect, but he has gotten a lot of damage for his troubles. Acno back on that bow, which has been giving Bakonko so much trouble thus far. Maybe he can find his way around it now. He hasn't gotten hit just yet, but he hasn't been able to hit anything either, because these moves are just so hard to punish.
Bakonko still, he has to play his very intense neutral. Acno getting the disarm with the recoveries, finding the bow. Bakonko still unarmed, gets the sidelight as Acno lands. Now back on the hammer, doesn't get the punish on the dodge. Sitting in the corner guard, looking return, does dodge onto stage, does get the full reset, but Acno still putting so much pressure, and now wall slip is going to be coming through. Acno seeing it, gets the recovery, and Bakonko is on tournament stock.
Yeah, it's looking a little dicey, but he has managed to get quite a bit of damage onto Acno's second stock, and a little pickup with the weapon is going to do wonders for him. He's got an edge guard situation, doesn't want to pressure off stage, he's keeping that edge guard pressure. Once again, at any moment he could do something like that. A nice dash jump with a down air is going to secure that stock. Only 15 damage, that's negligible. This is neck and neck. He's got the weapon advantage. Nice side lights, keeping him off with the bows in hand, and Acno is on it like crazy. But again, wants another side lights.
Yeah, I mean, Bakonko, you gotta get some damage in here now. He has the sword, which I believe is his preferred weapon right now. But Acno, he is aggressive. Throws away the sword. He does not want to approach. He knows what happens with that D-Seg. Getting the side Seg. Acno, the clutch factor comes through once again. The reverse 3-0. And Acno is going to be moving on into lower side semifinals.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just what a roller coaster that was. And out of nowhere, the side sig to do it. So nicely done. Because all game, all set. Acno has only really gone for the down sig on the bow and bow in sig. We haven't really seen any other signatures thrown out. But all of a sudden, here comes bow side sig, barreling through. And that's going to secure him enough of knockouts. I mean, I actually thought that was going to be okay. I thought Bakongo was going to survive that. But nope. There's a bit too much force, too much stun. That will be the stock. That will be Bakongo's tournament run, ending out in 5th place. But still, a fantastic run from him. So nothing bad about that. No shame at all. But it will be Acno, your seed number 1, continuing on his run in this tournament.
I'm going to be sorry. That KO'd in, like, light wounds. Like, maybe 90 damage or so. Like, that the dash side sig for Diana is brutal. But absolutely astounding job by Bakongo, getting it knocked out, unfortunately, at 5th place here today. But what a run from the guy. I cannot wait to see what he does. If he's going to midseason, best of luck. If you're just waiting until, I believe, Autumn's is the next one, I wish you the best of luck this year. But man, what a play, what a job by Acno to keep his composure, get the game 3 and then 4, and followed by 5.
Yep. And please forgive my co-commentator, Flaming MBL. He does not know about summers, apparently.
Oh,
you forget about that? Yeah, but
sorry.
it's okay.
The heat's getting in my... It's like 90 degrees in my room, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is summertime. That's what happens. Yeah, we have been cooking up for too long, staying in the heat. You know, we tend to get a little overheated ourselves. So we might have to pass it on to a new group of casters. But before we do that, you know, just want to say, of course, Space, thanks for having us on. It's been a great tournament. I hope you guys have enjoyed us. And Flaming, anything else you've got to say?
Nope, just thank you so much to BMG for sponsoring this wonderful tournament. $1,000 for our players. Thank you so much. It means the world to not only us, but to them as well. Shout out to Spaceatronics and to all of the mods that helped out with this massive tournament today. I believe Tony, Hockey, Zephyr, and I believe there's someone else I'm forgetting. I'm sorry. Bunny as well. Thank you all so much for the incredible work you do. The mods don't get enough love, but we all appreciate you so much. So with that, that is going to be it from us here for this block. We have top 4 coming up very soon. Power versus Borger, and Acno versus Shira and lower side.
It's time to quit while we're ahead. Don't think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah.
You could be with anyone, I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but
You could be with anyone, I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but you could be with anyone, I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me.
you could be around, but
You could be with anyone, I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. Said, don't you think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you only believe me, don't you think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you only believe in me,
you could be with anyone, I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but
you could be with anyone, I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but
Get that glowstone ready and make the portal because we're going to Galaxy Cup Aether. That is a throwback. Were you ever a Minecraft fan, Slow?
Not so much, man. When Minecraft was
Aw.
popular, I was putting thousands of hours in Little Big Planet.
Oh no,
I
a little
I-
big planet. I gotta
I-
get a new caster, man.
I went down a whole different path, brother. I went down a whole
Bro
different path.
loves Sackboy. When did they add Sackboy to Brawlhalla, huh?
Like I've been asking for it for literally like 4 years.
Bro wants the Sackboy so bad. Well, what
I
else
do,
I
I do.
want is I want our first matchup of the day, but we only have one person in
Yeah.
our lobby, and that's Board Gear.
We can't do that. We just got to yap. But we can't talk
Yeah.
about these players and the
Talk about
matchup
Sackboy.
here. And I'm sorry. A look at where we have come. We just saw Acno take out Bakunko 3-2. Like we said, we got Power and Board Gear coming up. Power, I believe, he is in Spain right now. At an internet cafe on vacation, decided to get in on Galaxy Cup, and it's working out very well for him. Might actually have part of his vacation paid for when it's all said and done. So we're gonna see how that works out for him. And then of course, Shira is gonna be going up against Acno here in just a little bit. And we have a Power coming in the lobby. We got a keg of shouts above my head.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm here. You're here. Players are here. Let's Brawlhalla. Let's Brawlhalla, keg.
I'm so down to Brawlhalla, man. I want to see what our PC Cafe gaming warlord can do here. And I mean, I don't know if I've ever really been to a PC Cafe before. Like, I have. There was one within walking distance of where I live. No one ever played tournaments out of it, and it closed. So
You should have
There's
kept it in
that.
business, keg. This
I
could have been.
I
on you.
have a PC
You
here. I live 5 minutes
could have
away.
you could have just hosted events at the internet cafe and kept them in business.
Yep. I
Think
should
about your life choices, keg.
Honestly, that could have been a good idea, but honestly, you know what? I had to hoard all the money myself like a dragon
fair,
with
that's fair.
gold. Speaking of dragons and gold, though, Small World's End, game number 1, Power out, the Azuri pick. I'm very curious to see how the Qatars fare into this matchup.
Well, we are going to see here is Warrior trying to go over and get a weapon. Power trying to go ahead and starve him out. He is out for blood and already 80 damage deep into Borgir's first stock.
I just can't get over the fact that he's at a gaming cafe. I'm imagining him smashing away at his
Gamer's
keyboard.
game, bro. Gamer's game.
Everyone is like being so annoyed by Power right now, smashing away. People are asking him to quiet down. They're watching the gameplay, and they're like, no, I'll give you $10 if you let me keep playing. All right, man. First stock.
All right, well, Power, a very, very easy first stock for him. 61 damage against his. He's got plenty of room to go ahead and get this extra credit against Borgir. Do like seeing the Dusk representation. Feel like he got a little bit of a surge there, and he's kind of fallen off here in the past few months. Power, side light, going to go ahead and connect. Working for another one. The D-light's going to go ahead and whiff. Borgir caught him. There we go. That Dusk special with the gravity cancel neutral sig is going to go ahead and end Power's first stock. And keeping things about an 80 damage differential.
Yep, that's right. Wonderful work. Utilizing, of course, the small blast zones, the small worlds, and having that work. Now, Power sends Borgir up above, but there is the full control into the skies. Borgir, unfortunate there. A little late onto that recovery. Could have maybe touched the walls, though, but not to be.
I think he was a little worried about Borgir coming down with that sword. Went a little too low under Small World's End and just did not have the momentum to get back up, giving Power a fantastic lead. Now we have definitely moved past the 80 damage differential. His Borgir is now going to have to try and use this Dusk Spear Kit to make something happen. Power coming off the stage just a little bit. Borgir with the recovery coming back on the stage, but he whiffs a Nair, still keeping control here. He's got Power on the move. Nair. Going to go ahead and connect. Power looking for another one. Borgir whiffing, but Power's going to get the two-piece off the back of it.
There we go. Let's see what Power can do. He continues on this onslaught, but of course Borgir hits back. It's a recovery in play. Swap dodge is out. What can Power do? He's looking for a way to get the aerial up from above, going on down, but can he find a way in? That's the million-dollar question. Borgir goes for the recovery, baits out Power completely. That's going to be sider number one, but the dare does not connect. What can he do? Catch the landing. There it is, the Death Special once more. Power doesn't lose that second stock. He makes it back, but he's without a weapon. Borgir has the opportunity to ledge guard and does so successfully. Brings it both to one stock each.
There we go. We're seeing a great usage of that very unique signature kit from Dusk. Seeing both weapons get used there as Borgir was able to tap it in. Power, though, back on sword. He's been very vicious on this weapon so far. We're going to see a D-Light maybe go up for a Stair. No, he's going to give Borgir the opportunity to come back up on stage. Borgir slapping it in with the two-piece, though. Backing up again, Power just kind of sharking. He knows he has the advantage here. He just needs to be careful and just get the last little bit of his damage. D-Light recovery might knock out on the stage, might be a little short, but Borgir is going to go ahead and clean it up. Showed him that side sig off the Dusk. That was so clutch, absolutely.
Oh my lord. The fact that we had seen Borgir at what? Almost 150 HP for an entire stock and a half from Power brings it back. If I'm Power, I'm banning out Small World's End immediately. I need a much bigger stage so I don't get caught in those ledge traps like I did last time.
See, and this is interesting. I've been noticing it so far as we go through. It is a different, like we had EU in twos yesterday. In the map selection, I'll be real, I was kind of picking on them during the entirety of top four because all we did was Small Fortress Alliance. That's the only place we went. There was no other map in Brawlhalla. None of them existed. And now we're seeing another lock-in on Small World's End. And I'm just wondering if this is going to be just kind of the yin and the yang from yesterday of now we're just going to go to Small World's End for the entirety of top four instead of Fortress Alliance.
Look, man, if I'm Borgir, I want to go to Small World's End. The fact that I can trap Power so many times consistently with Orb was such a big benefit. I don't imagine Borgir is going to change up his strategy. It's up for Power to go for that adaptation. He's got to stay either completely aerial, middle of the stage, or play completely grounded neutral. If he goes off stage and plays for ledge, I think he's in trouble.
I mean, I kind of agree because what I saw through game number one was Power came out so dominating, so aggressive, and had such a good lead. And Borgir made the adaptation there in real time. But the first stock, again, we're kind of seeing a replay of what we saw in game number one, Power coming out early. But like we saw in last game, Borgir was able to adapt and be disciplined enough to bring it back with those Dust Sigs and has the lead going into game number two. But Power immediately being taken down. Is he can make it back? Oh, I'm sorry, couldn't make it back. Pogo was going to go ahead and take him out of here, and Borgir ties everything up. 12 damage on a Borgir's second stock.
Yeah, not bad at all. All Power has to do is be caught by a single landing off of that spear, be thrusted off stage, and it could be the end of a stock so easily. Borgir's playing towards the middle, though. He's trying to herd Power like a sheep towards that ledge, ensure that he can never get back on. But the thing is, though, Power with sword has no need to go for the ledge. As he goes to the ledge, Power making me nervous. Okay.
I don't know if Borgir wants to go that route. I don't know if you've ever tried to hurt a cat before, Power, but I'm sorry, I've hurt a cat before, Keg. It is it's a little difficult here.
Get some tuna.
Just get the treats.
Yeah, get some tuna. There you go. Catnip is outpowered. I know what he's going to be spending all of his reward money on if he gets it here. Full stock lead, but slow. We've been in this spot before.
Yeah, we've been here before. Absolutely.
Power had that stock lead game 1 and still lost it out.
Came out swinging in game number 2 though, and as long as he's done a pretty good job negating the damage coming out of from Borgir. There's not been as much offense from this Dusk as we saw. The Power playing a little better outside, staying outside of the Nair, but falling into that side sig as soon as he lands on the ground. Borgir trying to let it rip again, but Power is able to punish at that time. This recovery is going to take Borgir up to the top 45. Not enough. Power now locked in, trying to close out this game number 2. He saw the side sig coming. 2-piece, going to catch him with a neutral light into recovery, and that is going to be enough off that top corner, and Power ties everything up.
Huge game coming out from Power. Now, this is the make or break moment for Borgir in this set. Either we're going to go to a game 5 or Borgir is not going to win any more games. The fact now that we saw Power go for the adaptability, for the anti-ledge guard, the fact that he was punishing that orb side sig coming out from the Dusk pick. Okay, adaptability is out. Realizing, okay, this orb won't work anymore.
This.
Now that Power's recognized what I'm doing, I have to switch it up. I'm going to go for the Scythe instead.
I mean, Mirage is nasty. I think this might be a good pick. I mean, obviously, Power was having a field day with the Asuri, so that was not working out. I mean, Power's having a field day on the Asuri, so that was not working out for Borgir. Definitely try and get out that Dusk, mix something up a little bit, and try and shake it loose with this Scythe.
Yeah, my only fear now is that maybe the Scythe could be a little too punishable when it comes to guitars. The fact, again, that Borgir is going to be playing this Scythe similar to the Orb, trying to coax Power off to the side of the stage, use
so early
neutral say capabilities. That could have been a stock KO right there, but not quite yet. But Spear did work wonders back on the first 2 games slow, and I imagine Borgir wants to have that as a consistency factor.
I mean, he may not need it. He's looking fantastic. Going to go ahead and get the down sig in there. Let that rip, and going to go ahead and have a very good lead. Only 63 damage on his first stock. He's doing fantastic on this side. Power's having a hard time figuring out how to dance around it on these guitars.
Guitars have to find an entry point in. Like a surgeon looking for a place to cut open. It's going to be tough for Power to find that intrusion point, but Borgir, again, playing for the punish is looking so dang good.
Okay, Borgir going to catch landing again with the neutral light. Power clapping right back off the neutral light off his guitars. Trying to get that juggle off the left. He's looking for it. Going up top, didn't know if he was going to go with a D-light or go up in the air and come down for a dare, but the Sayer is going to slap Borgir across a Small World's in.
A little early there on that neutral sig. Borgir gets that Scythe back once again. Power looking for that intrusion point, finds the dare to bring things in, but again, can't find the punish to go forwards. Stock down. Power needs a way to get back into this. Borgir onto the ledge, doesn't get punished. Power goes for a delayed ledge guard and tries to catch the landing, catches it a second time around. Now, Borgir does lose that first stock. Power's 142 damage up. All it takes now is Borgir to get a single recovery to get themselves a stock lead.
Absolutely. I think Power's recognized, though. I think we're going to see some fantastic movement as he tries to use these guitars to scrape his way. Oh, wow. Okay. Not enough to knock out, though. I thought Power was going to be gone with that one, but the gravity cancel D-light into Sayer is going to be more than enough. And Borgir, he had a 67 damage a lead when he got that last stock, and he holds on to exactly the same here. No.
Power's gonna have to order another drink at the gaming cafe in order to keep things going, because so far, again, we're looking at potentially a game 5 if this keeps going the way that it is. Borgir, stock lead right now, working wonders, going for neutral off of this Scythe. Power's looking for a way in, ground pound is out, GC side like does not connect, but the style points are there. And Borgir with 2 stocks takes the next game.
That was fantastic, and a good win. It wasn't close. I mean, he came out swinging from the opening seconds of that match. Never lost his lead, never faltered, and the Scythe looked great. He knows that. He's locked right back into it. Strength, stance, Mirage. I mean, even the 5 decks didn't seem to hurt him too bad. So we're going to see if he can go ahead. He just needs one more to send Power down to elimination finals. South American fans, Power fans, don't worry if he does fall here. This is a double elimination tournament. He's not done yet. We're on winner's side. So no matter what, he will have a chance to make his way back up here, but he's still 4 years got to get it done here.
This will be a tough matchup, though, Slow. For the path to adaptability for Power from game 1 to game 2 was pretty easy. Just avoid ledge guards, avoid the orb off the Dusk pick. But because Borgir is playing a lot more just footsies in neutral, especially with both weapons now, it's up for Power to play more for a punish game, and that's more macro than micro. It's going to be tough to find a consistent way in to punish Borgir.
But we have a little more footsies of a game here so far. I think this is actually the first game of the set where somebody didn't just pretty much go up an entire stock at the beginning. Power 92 damage against his. I'm loving chat right now. It is nothing but Portuguese in the chat. I am loving the hype from all of the South American fans coming in to cheer on Power. I just wanted to point that out. I'm absolutely loving it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Borgir, what can we do? Tries to go for the crazy option. That doesn't work. Power for the punish has been good. He's putting Borgir in the blender, but the blender strikes back. Borgir now 78 damage up.
78 indeed. Power, though, great job to adapt here to this Mirage. It only took him about a game and a half here. Now has that lead. Now he just wants to use the sword and extend it. Nice side light. That's a little bit. Borgir, though, getting that down air in. No follow-up after it, though. Power, the speed of the Sasuri is keeping him out of the sight, but another two-piece from Borgir there is some more damage against Power. You need to try and get in and get the rest of this damage so we can lock in this knockout.
Worth noting, too, that Power's using Super Stand Strength. Does not need to go for as many signatures as we normally see on Azuri picks. He can play neutral. He can continue to play for chip damage and just work down Borgir, find himself a side air, and maybe even just a nair. That's once, twice over. Maybe a third nair. No, the third doesn't connect. That's all he needs to connect these stocks against a very low defense legend like the Mirage. Let's see, though. Can he do it? Borgir tries to go for the safe option. Recovery's even safer. Power's now up 116 damage.
This is still doable for Borgir. He's just got to lock in the stock right now. Power, though, is playing very evasively, being very careful on his guitars, picking his moments, using that speed of the Asuri to not put himself in unwarranted damage. Look at him playing very passive. That was the first light attack thrown in like 15 seconds.
Everyone's playing so carefully for that positioning. Now Borgir goes in deep, tries to go for the recovery, catch out Power. Exclamation marks were out. Borgir was almost in DEFCON 1, manages to get out, but Power again, he's chipping damage away. It's that Super Stance coming through. Weapon throw connects into more. It's gonna be a recovery come through, and Power nearly had that death nail coming in for Borgir's side, but just could not make the connection. Borgir goes for it again. Recovery's out. The 1-2 punch of the sword. A ground pound, a desperation move is met with a recovery return. Power brings it to game 5, man.
605 damage. 605 damage. Absolutely cooking on the Asuri. We're taking a look at these replays, but these players wasted no time going right back to map selection. Borgir is going to stick to the Mirage. And I assume Power is going to stay on the Sasuri since it worked out so well for him the last game. And yes, sticking to the Super Stance Strength as well. Borgir's got his work cut out for him here. I don't know how he comes back. Power's looking absolutely nasty and patient on the Sasuri.
Yeah, this is not an easy path now for Borgir's side. We go to game 5 now, and really, I think you have to go back to the basics if you're sticking with that Mirage. You have to find a way to keep Power off stage, and you have to find a way to get these early stock KOs. Super Stand Strength on this Azuri has been absolutely wicked, man. And you're going to have to find a way to make sure that he can't find that damage on you. I know it's easy to say, but Borgir's making it work. Using Scythe early on, keeping Power in the air, extending that distance. Neutral Sig is out. Small blast zones have to be your blessing, not a curse, and it most certainly is.
Good job from Borgir. I mean, 4 out of 5 games in this set, it was literally like coming out and just taking entire stock and getting that lead, and the other player having to fight back, and somehow we've ended up in game number 5. Such explosive openings this entire set. Borgir working that edge, trying to take away Power's path back up. The neutral light is going to slap him one time, but Power's right back to work. Couple neutral lights, going to go ahead and disarm Borgir as he tries to make his way back up the stage. Power letting the D-light come in. Borgir punishes it beautifully on the unarmed, picks up the spear. But Power with the coming in with the unarmed two-piece, finishing up with the gravity cancel signature, and going to go ahead and send Borgir up and out.
Oh my God, I felt that from Spain. Holy. All right. How can Power get back into this? Those guitars have been putting in the work, but the scythe has been working even harder. Borgir's looking to catch that landing once again. Recovery's out. Weapon throw doesn't connect. Borgir goes for the spear, the safer weapon instead. Power is struggling on his footsies. He's skating around on the icy platform of Small Worlds and goes up into the sky and meets his maker. Borgir for Game 5 now has a stock lead over Power. This could very well be his final stock of the set or of the upper bracket.
Yeah, Power's got a lot of work to do here. 2 stocks stand between him and staying on winner's side for grand finals. Then Borgir, oh my God, nair is all it takes. Reading Power over and over. Gravity gets a sidelight into recovery, and holy hell, Power got deleted down to elimination side.
Big case of adaptability we finally saw from Borgir's side, and my God, what a matchup to start off our block. That was wonderful adaptability from both sides. You know, you could definitely break down all the individual movements. To me, I think Borgir Power really got summed up with the macro in terms of spacing. How do we adapt? How do we utilize the blast zones at the stages we choose to go into? And how do we utilize ledges to ensure we get easy stock KOs?
Man, what a interesting set. Just back and forth between these two players, just adapting over each other over and over and over again. But you see it right there. Borgir is going to be staying on winner's side for your grand finals. Power will be going down to elimination finals to take on the winner of our next set, which is Acno and Shira are going to be locking in for a lower semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's not an easy prospect to go whether you win or lose this matchup. I mean, look, we saw Power, just to stick on him for an extra second, we saw how crazy he can be. I could imagine a reality where we could see these two players meet up again in grand finals, but Acno, you know, he's a pretty good player, believe it or not. You know,
he's not too bad. He's not too bad.
He's okay, you know, rising star. He started playing recently.
He's been around a long time. He's found success on and off over the years, but I've been very impressed with him in ones so far this year. Going into spring ones, he had won every tournament he had entered in. Like, I'm talking the 3v3 tournament. I'm talking Kung Fu. Was it Brawl Ball? It might have been Brawl Ball. But he was just winning everything he entered in. He struggled a little bit at spring championship. He has made an amazing elimination run. So far today, I don't see that slowing down yet.
Yeah, I mean, to be more serious for a moment, I do think Acno has really stepped it up as a 1v1 player this year. Historically, I've always known him as just a 2v2 god and exactly 1v1 player. But no, you're completely right. He has absolutely stepped up his game, and in turn, I think it's also helped step up his 2v2 gameplay, which, I mean, you watch Blaze and Acno play together, it's like clinical. Another day at the office for them. But now they might be moving up the middle management with how they're playing. So Shira's finally in the lobby now. We get to see how this plays out for the first matchup here for this set. But to be honest, again, I'm looking at the bracket, and any one of these players remaining could absolutely make a grand finals run.
Yeah, it's definitely a good top 4 of EU today. And here we go. We are going to get into game. And Acno locking in on the strength stance on Diana. That, of course, takes 1 away from dexterity, 1 away from speed. Make sure you guys start memorizing these stances. It's going to matter a lot as we continue through the rest of the season and seasons beyond. Acno, though, on the Diana, just fighting back at arms. So far, 28 damage. Is going to go ahead and start out his game as he gets the blasters to start us out.
How do you feel about Caspian in pro play?
I feel like he's annoying. I feel like guitars are in a really good spot, and then you you pair that with gauntlets, and it's definitely a crazy situation. And then once you go ahead and tack on the fact that we have super stances, it makes Caspian even more dangerous.
I just even before super stances, right? Like I've always thought that Caspian should be a top tier legend, but you don't really see him at this high level of play, especially in the upper bracket. Acno, see, well, that's the sheer power of Caspian right there.
Absolutely. Acno falling down early. We've seen this time and time again, though. He falls down, and then he decides to sit up in his chair and come back in the second part of the set. Bashira is putting on a great edge guard, caught him with the down air. Acno retreating back to the side of the stage. He does make it. He's going to put his feet down. His movements slowed down a whole lot here as he's very patiently. Great edge guard, though. That is going to go and tie things back up 48 because it's Acno, baby. 48 damage difference.
I just can't believe Acno presses 3 buttons and clears up a horrible mistake he made for that first stock. Okay, sure. Why not? That is a confidence booster right there, and I can absolutely get into the mind of Shira unless he can play this very carefully. His movements also slow down considerably as well. He's forced to take those engagements. Acno playing for offstage, fishes for the dare. Recovery not necessary. Shira's still looking for a chance. Gets that wonky hitbox off of the side sig. Dare is out. Weapon throw doesn't connect. But off of the stage, there it is though. Side sig doesn't connect. Acno back on the bow once more.
He's trying to bait him so hard over there on the
They're
left
both
side.
baiting each other.
Acno's like, just come here. The neutral sig won't hurt, I promise. Just come here.
Oh my god. Again, stop Acno! Alright, this first game, this is the warm-up game, man.
Oh, so funny.
There's no
He's
way,
so
dude.
funny. He literally just posted on the side of the stage, like, just come here. Neutral sig's fine.
They're both doing that. Okay, recovery's out. Somehow we're at an even game again. Sure, man. Why not?
Sure. This is a goofy opening game, but I'm absolutely loving it. Acno swapping back over to the blasters. Didn't expect this. Maybe just go ahead and start off Shinra. Is he going to keep himself between Shira and that weapons drop? No. Going to let him go ahead and get guitars. 2-piece from Shira coming back over to the right side of the stage. Acno backing up, whipping the nair, but the neutral sig will connect. Shira taking it for the 2-time, but gets misses and punished as Acno sets up. Grab the cancel D-Light into ground pound, and he goes ahead and closes that one out to get the set started.
I just got, wow. From the very beginning of Acno falling from the top of the blast zone to the tippity bottom to winning it out, I can't believe it.
Shira's going to stay on the Caspian, it looks like, as we take a look at these replays. And we're going back to small worlds, and I'm telling you, we will not go to a single other stage this entire top 4, brother.
No, we won't.
We're not going anywhere else.
As long as there's guitars and or gauntlets in these matchups, there's no way.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Game number 2, Acno with the 1-game advantage. Shira, of course, playing from behind here, trying to get us tied up going into game number 3.
Acno? It's like, you ever watch the episode of The Simpsons where Homer fights Drederick Tatum, the boxer? And he just stands there. It just takes all the damage. he just somehow still wins out the stock. That time it doesn't work, but like that's what Acno's giving me right now. It's like if I can just take all the damage, I'll wear out Shira and then fight back and win.
Well, he had a very rough first stock. Oh no, that's a bad situation. Acno trying to make something out of nothing there, getting a little ambitious with that ground pound off the bow. Gonna go ahead and reset things back up in a neutral. Shira gonna go ahead and whiff, but catches them. They're the 3-piece, finish up the recovery. There's that ground pound weapon. They're down. Acno left with no weapon. He's able to get his way back, but he's still fighting for more. Grab to cancel D-Light whiffs. He goes back to the blasters, and we're back in neutral again, Keg.
Oh, there it is. GC neutral sig doesn't work out though. Shira finding an opportunity maybe to go for the ledge guard. Not quite the case though. Acno fishing for quite a bit on the blasters. Recovery into the sky. Needs to find a way to clean this up though. Shira had a great first stock, but he's losing that lead. He's got to find a way back out. Signature connects and Acno.
No, somebody
on,
nerf
man.
that right now. He was in the middle of the map. Why did it?
All right, man.
Can we talk about Diana? There is a problem.
She's my princess.
She's my princess. I can't believe they had enough for us. That's crazy. All right, we're going to settle in here, get into it. No, he's just going to go ahead and try and take it back to back. Oh, grab to cancel. Side sig, not quite enough. Wait a second, we're cooking now.
What? How do you survive that? Sure, man. Why not? Acno
Because of Shira.
Because it's Acno, man. Bro has a gravitational pull of a space astronaut, dude. Let's see what he can do. Shira sends Acno up and above. 180 damage. Nearly
Nice.
connects the second. That could have ended Shira's second stock. Shira takes it back. 125 damage. Acno absolutely cleans up this lead, though. Shira has to get a lot of extra credit here.
He certainly does. As Acno is dialed in. Oh, the Sarah's gonna whip. There's that neutral sig. That's lights out on that stock.
Dude, is this the new Cassidy?
I don't think it's new. I think this has always been an issue.
Yeah, but like you never see it though. You know what I mean? Like you'll see Cassidy's signature. What? What? No!
He got it. He got it. He got it. Yellow knockout. Can he finish it up? Oh, no. He still hasn't touched. Bro, that's nasty. Bro made it halfway back onto the stage and still didn't get to put his feet down on the stage. That is insane.
Bro, what's in that juice that Diana's drinking? That's what's making her so powerful.
All right.
I can't believe that, man.
He's just squirrely. Like, how do you beat him?
You don't ban Small World's End? I'm sorry, replay guy. We got to go straight back into this.
I wasn't looking. We did go back to Small Worlds, and of course we did.
And it was Shira first bans. He had every opportunity under the sun to ban out Small Worlds. And you go to any other stage in the pool, you won't have Acno activate like this.
And I know Acno's just sitting there at his computer with that maniacal smile that he gets when he knows he is just absolutely cheesing. Anybody's been to a LAN, you know the look I'm talking about.
Dude, this is the perfect bow stage. This is heaven incarnate for any bow player. This should be great for gauntlets and guitars too. Like this is a prime Caspian stage, but bow is just better here. Or sorry, Acno bow, I should say, is just better here.
Nice punish from Shira though. Acno let that one go a little too early. Look, he just literally let him fly now at this point. Gravity cancel D-Light. Gonna get punished a little bit off that arm. Ooh, floating right into that neutral sig, and Acno is locked in here.
Acno doesn't have too much of a damage lead though. Shira has every opportunity to close this out, bring it back. Maybe a D-Sig. Yep, there it is. Doesn't quite connect though. Even the Sair doesn't.
Oh,
there it is. There.
There's no way he gets back.
Things.
No way.
He does though. Shira's worried about the punish potential. Acno on this bow has been too cumbersome, and so Shira wants to mitigate all the offstage he can. I cannot believe this.
Oh, I love it. I can't do nothing but just laugh. Oh, it's so funny. How does he just have that in the chamber, bro?
Quite literally, too. I mean, the blasters coming out from Acno have been impressive, but the bow, too. Yes, Shira gets that first stock. That's good. Plenty of cleanup work that needs to be done, though. Full stock lead, plus then some for Acno.
All right, Shira's going to try and work here. I mean, this is his tournament game. This is all or nothing for Shira here. Oh, got up there with the Nair, looking for the recovery. Another Nair. Acno taking some damage on that second stock, but still looking pretty healthy. Oh, side sig is going to whiff. Two-piece off of it. Nair. Going for the recovery. Acno punishes it with a Sair weapon throw. It might be it right here. No, weapon throw. In a dare and lights out Acno. Getting it done in game number 3-0. Sending Shira out of a Galaxy Cup. And now he is moving forward to take on Power from Brazil, sitting in Spain.
It was one of those matchups where Acno just had everything go right. That final moment where you saw 3 weapon throws connect and Shira had literally no way of getting back onto the stage. Any move he brought out, weapon throw to the face. Acno is just a human protractor, man. Had every opportunity to know the angles that Shira would try to come back from and shut it down immediately. Like, Acno's on a generational run right now, and I don't know if he can be stopped.
He's been in that elimination bracket for a very long time today. He went down pretty early. I was looking at it earlier and now I done forgot because my brain doesn't work. He's been down elimination since round 8. He got sent down by marker 3-0.
Wow. Okay,
and then
okay.
Power immediately sent Marker down to elimination side right after that. So he's been down here a while. He's definitely had to earn his spot, and he has now found himself in top 3 against this this behemoth from Brazil.
I mean, Power and Acto both played very silly, but also really awesome at the same time. I'm just mentally and physically prepping myself for the shenanigans we're about to see in this matchup. Because honestly, I don't know. I don't know what to expect anymore. If we go to Small World's End,
We're 100% going. There is no other map in the game.
There isn't, and there shouldn't be. I think we should delete all of them.
They already did. They're all gone.
True.
Yeah, they're all gone.
Thank God for that. All right, well, let's see how it plays out. Both these players are just about ready to go. Super stand strength on both of them are going to be underway. We saw the big advantage of the super strength Azuri. It's mostly playing for neutral footsies, a lot less reliance on signatures. Azuri normally very good at ledge guard capabilities, and again, catching those landings, not as necessary with super strength. For Diana, it's kind of the opposite. You're able to do just a lot of silly stuff and also go for signature capabilities. But the first stage that we go to is not going to be Small World's End.
Oh,
we're heading to the only other stage in the game.
That's
Fortress of
crazy.
Lions.
That's crazy. This is
you know what I just realized?
What'd you realize, Keg?
I just had the most biggest epiphany ever. Small World's End has a dragon. Fortress of Lions, you'll never believe this, has a lion. Those are the only 2 stages in the pool with animals in them.
Not true. Shadow Scar has a dragon.
What? No, it doesn't.
Acno going straight to work. We can yap, but Acno absolutely going ahead here at the beginning. I was going to point out that I was really interested to see this game number 1 because Power has a very interesting and unique movement style, especially when he's on this Asuri, and so does Acno. So I was very interested in how these play styles and how these movement styles were going to clash here in game number 1. But it seems like so far, at least Acno is at least starting off with a little bit of the Acno cheese.
I would say Acno benefits here in this matchup just because he has the range of the bow, but also he has this very aggressively reactive play style that we saw in the last game. But that being said, though, Power is playing a very dominant fashion. He's been doing a great job chipping this damage away from Acno, forcing him off ledge. Acno, again, that reactive bait that I wanted to see. He went for the GC Sig. That doesn't work. Realizes, okay, you know what? Not going to work for this first stock. What's Power going to do to bring this back?
Have to see here. Ooh, well, this is a good start. Nair into recovery. Another recovery. Good damage against Acno here. Sayre's gonna whip. Powers another one in, just getting the side lights. Ooh, he got a little too close to the that blaster hitbox, and now Acno is back on the offensive. Gonna get the Nair, juggling Power all the way up, looking for the recovery, but Power was able to sway his way out of it. Ooh, what a dare. Disarm and the bounce off the stage. Power's not going to have any options to get back up, and Acno has a stock advantage.
Stock advantage now. Acno keeping that lead. Power, what are you going to do? He's been able to clean up things a little bit more, but he's been getting juggled. That's not something you want. Extended stage range here for Power is not going to benefit him. He can't go for these early KOs, and Acno realizes that. He has every opportunity to go for the ledge guard just like that. Sweat speeds are out, catches the landing once more, and Power, with a sword in hand, goes for a Sayre, keeps Acno off that stage. He's forced to go back up, but a Nair response sends Acno away without a weapon, but the blasters are picked back up, and we know what Acno likes to do. He fishes for those neutral sigs, but can he find it? No, instead he goes for a downlight instead, but he can't find the dare. Instead, it's going to be Power to find that second stock off of Acno. 90 damage of a differential. Back to the Qatars we go. He's got to chip away here.
All right, side light and neutral light. Okay. He's got this in about 40 damage, but Power knew it was coming that time. He saved his dodge. Make sure he didn't get taken out, because that would have been the game for Power. it would have definitely knocked out Acno. Gravity Cancel D-Light trying to avoid and get out of the way. Sarah is going to send him down. Power is looking like he's locked in here. Just one more tap. Oh, he went oh no!
Wow.
He went too far out with the ground pound. Acno immediately recognized it, tapped one into his own, and even only doing 456 damage is able to somehow, with the Acno cheese, somehow, some way, he finds a way to win. This man makes win conditions out of absolutely nothing.
It's unbelievable, really. I mean, the fact that we saw both these players play very unique play styles, like you mentioned, the fact that it ended with a simple, just reactive play coming out from the Diana, looking for an opportunity to go for a punish, that might be the single biggest strength of Acno's 1v1 kit, is that he can recognize the movement responsive options of his enemy player and know exactly the best way to punish to put them in a very big disadvantageous state.
Absolutely. All right. Power does have the advantage here. He is up one game. This is elimination finals. Winner of this set will be going back up to Grands. Okay, this is back and forth. This is the closest neutral we've seen in a long time. No, hey, but that's gonna. Can he convert it? That's going to be the biggest thing. No, he retreats back to the blasters. Not quite enough off of that neutral signature to confirm the stock, but that recovery most certainly will. Acno is the first to strike.
First strike once again. We've seen this plenty of times now in this sad Power. He does have sword, but he's going to be losing momentum if this continues to be the case where Acno always gets the first strike. It's just a matter now of finding a way in, bypassing this bow. If the bow can be defeated, that is the way of defeating Acno entirely. Power may have just been able to find it. He gets rid of the bow off of Acno's kit. Exclamation marks are out. Acno extends the distance, goes behind Power, gets unarmed damage done. Blasters are picked up though. He's gonna have to keep Power in the air. Saren return though. I don't know if Acno has a way of getting back into this. Recovery is out. And that is going to be the game plan. Power needs to defeat the bow.
Well, so far, so good here. At least keeping things very close, but Acno is back on that pesky bow. Power catches the landing, coming up with the downlight. Acno is able to go and punish it with a neutral air. 3Ps, Power building up. Oh, giving a lot of room to Acno, knowing that signature kit can come back up with a side sig, anything, be able to ruin his day. Acno lets the ground pound drop again. Power retreating back up on stage. Acno lets a neutral sig go, but Power gets a little punish in there. Side area is going to whiff. Can he make it back up on a stage? He does, but the neutral light gets punished. Acno backing up, blasters in hand, laying down the D-light coverage, but Power finding his way through it. Down area is going to catch him. This is back and forth, Keg.
Oh, the tip of the recovery from Power takes down Acno's second stock. That was unbelievable. And now Acno on the back seat. He's going to have to find a way to close this out immediately. I don't know if the bow will be what's picked back up. Doesn't matter, though. Power gets the weapon instead. Acno is being conditioned now to go to the back of the stage. There's not much he can do. A recovery is a moment of reprieve, yes, but there is the bow. Nair gets picked up, and none of these options are working. Power needs to find a way to close this out, but the reactiveness of Acno has been strong.
All right, 49 damage is all that separates these two players at the end of game number 2, and Acno cutting it down a little bit more. Acno has the lead. Okay, he is smoothing on this bow. Power now playing at a disadvantage as we are back and forth here. Looking for another one. Power, can he find anything off the side of the stage? Acno looking desperately for a way to get back up. Power right there in his face with the neutral light. Gonna finish up with the recovery, but Acno comes back in, gets one of his own. The down air is gonna whiff. Power able to get back on the sword. This is looking very dire for Acno now as Power is completely locked in on his final stock. Acno, it's getting very dark. He needs to fight back, but anybody can pull this out. It will be Acno.
Find a way. 160 damage now, playing super safe. Power's gonna have to be forced to aggress, and he has no other choice.
Looking for
the quick ground pound, Acno could have had it, but Power very well aware of the tricks now of Acno. Side ground pound, was not expecting that, and recovery in return. Power brings it back.
What a close game. 542 to 536. Very, very close game number 2. But if you look at the scoreboard, it does not look very close indeed, because we have found ourselves where Acno is on his tournament game right now at the hands of Power.
I love the conditioning that we're seeing from Acno, though. He is forcing all of his opponents. We saw this with Shira as well. Pretty much a condition where you have no choice but to not play off stage against his bow. We'll see many different times where he'll just go for this frame-perfect ground pound. Players on the opposite side, very well aware of that, don't even want to try risking going for it. So you're not seeing these huge extensions like you did in games 1 versus Shira or Power. Instead, though, it's almost entirely on stage. This is an opportunity now. Can Power bring this home? Let's see.
He's got a little work to do. I got a little ahead of myself. I forgot Acno won game number 1 with that the ground pound for ground pound. But we are tied up game number 3, so see which one of these players is going to have the advantage as we go in here to game number 4. Power taking it low. That's going to be a big mistake against Acno. I don't know why you would do that. He's going to eat that up every single time. No crumbs left, and now Acno has the stock advantage.
Acno's going to keep that going forwards. And of course, what to worry about now with Acno and blasters is the opposite of the bow, actually. You don't have that anti-air capabilities anymore. He can fish for the neutral sig. He can fish for nairs and dares all he wants, and there's really not much recourse that Power has. But Acno throws away the blasters, knowing full well that he can't use that long term. Power uses this opportunity for Katars to send an extension off of Acno, catches the landing once more, neutral light is out. Can he find the Sair? The answer is no. That's the conditioning I'm talking about. Power cannot play very silly off stage. Super safe, allows Acno to get back on, does find the dare though, and Power does keep the streak going. Only a 64 damage deficit.
All right, Acno got that fresh stock to work with though. Neutral air is going to slap him back, side light. In the D light, Acno sliding out after the 2-piece, but Power going to work over the left side of the stage. Acno with the reversal though. Ooh, trying to get that gravity cancel neutral sig up in the air, couldn't find it, but that second recovery is going to be enough when we are the stocks are looking a little skewed now. Keg is Acno has a very comfortable lead.
I blinked for 1 second and Power went from having 60 on 2 stocks to 60 on 1. That's ridiculous, man.
Oh, and he's still racking up damage. Power now triple-digit damage on that last stock. Call it a $128. Call it. That could be it right there. That kills at 128 on Small Worlds. That is going to go ahead and send him down and out. And Acno is up 2-1 going into game number 4 as Power now trying to figure out how to adjust.
Yeah, this is going to be a much different situation than Borgir. For Power, it was pretty easy. You know, just get past the orb. Don't play off stage. Actually, thinking about it now, it's not too far different. You know, we saw a lot of opportunities with ledge guard capabilities from the Dusk pick off of Borgir. Borgir swaps to the Mirage, uses the Sight the same exact way. The Spear was the consistent factor that Power was able to get past, but still a lot of damage applied against him. For now, Acno, Bow, very similar story. The difference is that it's much more malleable. It's not just ledge guarding, it's off-stage play that Power's struggling against.
It's the offstage explosive from Acno. He just, I mean, we've seen some insane reads and combos offstage from him so far, and don't see that really slowing down. He definitely seems to have the advantage when they're both off stage. That Diana signature kit is just absolutely insane. Power, though, doing a good job holding down the edge there, keeping Acno's offense at bay. The other side light, Acno, I think that Sair hit, but the side sig definitely did. Looking for another one, can't find it. Power, side light.
Okay, there we go. Sending the players into the air. Acno nearly catching out Power once more. Power has to duel this out. You really cannot give the bow any space, and that's what Power needs to do. He has to be inside the hitbox, but again, Acno's positioning is sublime. Dare is out. Acno having the read. And again, now, Power's in a very difficult spot, Slow. If he cannot win this out, we're potentially looking at his last 2 stocks of the entire tournament.
It could be, but he has Acno into knockout range, and Acno knows he's being very careful. Side 6 is going to go ahead and clean that up, and we are tied 0 damage, stock number 2.
It's a clean break, but Acno does have a game over Power now. Acno can lose this out and go to game 5, but the Katars are going in! A blender! And we're getting a Diana slurry coming out, but 100 damage immediately. Acno does send it back, though. He's looking for a way to continue this spacing on forwards, but the Katars are inside that hurt box. Power is changing up his positioning so much to play ultra aggressive. He doesn't want to go off stage though. Not yet. He
No.
can catch it out again with that down sig. He did it once before. That was the first stock. Sair is out. Could that be the end of Akno's second stock? The answer is no.
He's able to squeeze his way out of that dangerous situation here as Akno trying to stay in the lead, but Power is going to slap him away with another side sig, and now a ginormous lead for Power. What an insane and impressive turnaround here in this game.
Just gonna have to utilize blasters now. Play for the anti-air, fish for those dares and Sairs whenever he can. The bow may have just been solved.
I mean, it may have been. It's Power's looking like he has got it all figured out. Oh, weapon throw up. Looking for another one. Akno, D-Light into recovery. Not enough. Trying to finish it off with a neutral sig, but nobody was home. Power come back down the stage. Oh, side sig of his own. And Akno showing he's got one on the Diana kit as well as he juggles, staying on the bow. Akno's got a lot of work to do. 123 damage deficit. Call out a $137 now as Power, a $151. So close to knockout here. He can get it done with just a D-Light recovery, I think, at this point.
I don't know if I agree with this bow swap from Akno's side. Maybe he's hiding his strats for the final game. At this point, 160 damage. You don't want to show too much. Sarah's out. Power for the ledge guard. Does not want to play an overextension. Akno wants to find the ground pound, but can't go for that either. There's one last trick up his sleeve for game 4, and it needs to be a ground pound. Akno chooses the safe option, though. Brings it back forwards. Recovery is out. Plays for the ledge again. He realizes now 100 damage difference. I have to pull out something gnarly. The nair doesn't connect, and neither does the recovery. Another one from Akno. Could this be it? Power. The landings are gone. Sweat beads are out. The gravity cancel sync doesn't connect. Power somehow has been caught up to, and Akno just needs to hold on tight. Recovery is out, and Power has been eliminated. Oh!
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! Oh my! Let me sit back down in my chair. What? What? There's no way he was gone. He was. We were going to game 5. That is insane. What a generational clutch from Akno. He started out a stock ahead, went down a stock, and ended up winning the game all in the same game.
That's a clip we're going to see on Brawl Central, man. That's ridiculous, dude. Holy.
All right. He just has this uncanny ability to find win conditions out of a vacuum, out of just a black space. He just manifests win conditions and makes it happen. I don't understand it. I can't comprehend it. Yeah. I've seen nothing like it, but we have a prime Akno on our hands right now.
Yeah, this is BCX level, man. If we don't see him,
so stupid.
If we don't see him grand finals BCX, I'll be disappointed, dude. He's
so dumb.
Playing at a whole different level. Okay, explain yourself. Why is it dumb?
Because he just has such a weird play style and just always sticking to that Diana. I mean, the fishing off stage, he just goes for options you don't see any other player really trying to extend and go for. I can't think of any other player that I can just think of time and time again finds themselves in this situation where it seems like all hope is lost, but here they are. I do want to shout out Power, though. Amazing from him. Somebody would correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure because of his visa issues, this is the first time that he's ever played like inter-region at all. Except when I know Godly went down to Brazil for a tournament a couple years ago, but Power's never been to a LAN. I can't think of another time he's been able to be in another region to play on online. So this is his first look at playing against another region. So congratulations to him. A third is not bad.
Not bad at all. And we have to see how things continue to play on out, but we got to take a small break and really catch ourselves after that one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We are just as handsome as we were 3 minutes ago. I mean, we didn't age us a day. Keg, look at us.
I mean, I aged a lot, but
it is a grand finals time, Brawlhalla fans. We got Acno going to be going up against the one and only Borgir, who is holding it down up in a grand finals. So this could be a serious bout. I don't think, nope, they did not, they have not faced each other today. So this will be a fresh look for both these players at their opponent. And hopefully we're in for a good one.
yeah, dude, I'm really excited to see how this all plays out. To be honest with you, I'm kind of struggling to think of like how this is all going to play out, because Power, I think, had a really good mindset going up against Borgir. Unfortunately, didn't work out quite for Power's side. But in terms of just like the movement, right? Borgir is a much slower movement player compared to Power. Yes. I think Acno can take full advantage of that.
I think, I mean, we've seen Borgir locking on the Mirage. You know, if we're just kind of going off of our context clues and what we have to go with, I mean, we saw him really try to exploit the Scythe, build up damage with that. And I'm a little concerned because I don't know how much luck you're going to have finding those big explosive reads and strings against the movement of Acno.
Yeah, this is a tough one to call. Because like my it's like the witches in Minecraft.
I thought we established this Minecraft thing already, Keg.
Did we?
The first question you asked me today is if I played Minecraft.
Right. You're right. You're a Sackboy enjoyer. I forgot. I tried to delete that from my memory.
That's crazy. That's crazy work. All right, game number one, a grand finals time. You see Acno, of course, on the Diana, Borgir on the Mirage. And we're going to see how things shake loose here in game number one. Borgir going to work on the side. Acno got the bow locked in, but having a hard time getting back up the stage. And their Sarah's going to slap it back to the right side up. Small world's in. Borgir trying to catch a landing, but Acno going to juggle him up with a nair.
Gotta say, I'm surprised on this side so far. It's putting in work. My God, side sig is out. Acno, what is the response going to be? Tries to catch out with the side air. That doesn't work out, but the second one certainly does. Acno, what are you gonna do? Evades out the D-sig. Oh my Lord.
See, that's the fun part about... That's the fun part about watching Acno, because you know there's going to be a response. You know there's going to be one. And right there, being able to be the first to strike and lock it in, Acno getting his lead here at the beginning of Grand Finals.
Dude, homie is aggressively reactive, and my big fear for Borgir's kit is that no matter what stance you're going to have on Borgir, this Mirage won't have a lot of defense. And so when you get chipped away in the extended range of the velocity of being hit by those Diana Sigs come through, that's going to be a big problem, but not when you take a stock.
Not when you take a stock, indeed. Acno got the blasters back in hand. See if you can find the landing. Borgir going to shut it down with a neutral light. Acno with another recovery. Final stock for Borgir in game number one.
Full stock lead now. Borgir's going to have to find a way to adapt on back. This spear hasn't really made much of an appearance yet. It's been mostly the scythe game, but I gotta say, both of these weapons a little slower to the draw. Acno can take full advantage of clean game one. I'm going to be honest with you, Slow. I think we swap off the Mirage here.
I mean, you kind of have to, because it didn't do nothing. It did 274 damage. What are you thinking?
I was thinking going back to the Nimue.
You know, Dusk might be. I mean, honestly,
no,
we're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in the Mirage. I mean, Acno went down at the beginning of that game, or you know, before we had the first stock, and then he just adapted and locked in, and he just ran away with the rest of the game. I mean, the Mirage, at least for that game number one, was finished. We're gonna see if Borgir is gonna be able to cook a little more out of her here as he stays on that strength stance and try one more time to make this scythe work.
See, my fear is that the scythe is really good at displacement, right? Like, you can control where your enemy player goes, and you can follow up off of that. That's like how the scythe works, right? But Acno has this uncanny ability to never really be displaced. Like, he knows exactly in terms of movement how to counter back, especially off stage, how to do that. And that's what you want when you're Scythe. You want to displace and make sure people are in uncomfortable spots. Acno doesn't go in uncomfortable spots, so don't play the Scythe. Hold on, let me hold that thought. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Okay, I'll take that. Full stock lead from Borgir's side. Scythe is still out. Perhaps I was wrong. Maybe it was a stage diff.
Oh, okay. I mean, we are seeing, the stage is definitely helping Borgir out in this situation a lot. Another D-Light is going to connect with Acno. A neutral light connects as well. Acno taking some damage on that second stock. Another recovery going against his Diana. But Sweat Beads are out. He let the ground pound ride, and Borgir just hung out in the shade and got hit by it. There's the neutral sig. That's going to send him down and out looking for it, and that's going to be the stock. Acno keeps it close.
What's Borgir's response going to be, though? This is going to be the most important stock of the entire Grand Finals. You have to find a way to get back into this and take that lead back from Acno's side. Scythe is back out. This is the prime weapon. It makes me nervous, though, that he hasn't found a lot of value off of Spear in the last game and a half, but that's okay. As long as you can make sure that Acno doesn't have that adaptability, it's going to be a ground pound instead off of a failed GC signature. Full stock lead for Borgir.
Full stock lead indeed, as he's trying to go up in the air against Acno. Acno with the neutral light, the neutral air, going to go ahead and be able to bring him back down the stage. Borgir right there on the landing, slapping him again. Acno caught, Borgir misinputted. Acno was able to go ahead and reverse it, and just like that, one mistake, the Borgir reverses it on top of him again. There we go, 2 D-Light, 2 D-Light, 3 down airs. Oh, he missed the grab to cancel D-Light. He was trying to set it up and tap in that knockout, but Acno once again able to slither away.
9.9 times out of 10 players would not be able to come back from a Borgir shenanigans was off stage. The Sweat Beads route, double dare, unarmed against Acno, still brings it back, takes the stock up of Borgir in the process. Ridiculous work.
Okay, nice recovery. Sayer, super close, 20 damage difference. Acno now has the lead. Sayer back on the stage. It's going to come down to the last couple interactions. Borgir had such an amazing advantage, too. He's still holding on to 150 against Acno. He stays out of the way of the Sayer. Gets a dare, come back down stage. Stays out of the way of the sidelight. There it is. And that's going to do it. Acno going to go ahead and take that game. I don't know how he does it. I don't have answers anymore.
Yeah, it's I don't want to keep reusing the word uncanny, but it truly is. Like the fact that
it is, bro.
He's in the mind meld of Diana, dude. Like I don't know. We're stumped.
All right, we're stumped. I'm stumped too, but Acno is not stumped. He is literally 2,000 IQ on all of us right now as he continues to find ways to win games. All right, we're going to get settled in here. It is game number 3, and Acno 1 away from resetting this bracket.
And Borgir needs to find a response now. Spear needs to make an appearance. It's been mostly the Scythe show, and well, that could work out very well. Again, we see this adaptability coming out from Acno's side. He is not afraid to play offstage versus Scythe, and that's usually one of the biggest advantages of having Scythe in your kit, should be the oppressive value. And while it is oppressive in the beginning, Acno, he just finds a way back into it after the first stop.
He certainly does. We see him going down early again, well in the knockout range. Can Borgir go ahead and get the edge guard? Oh, there it is. That's going to send Acno up. Not enough to knock out on this taller map. Acno going to catch a landing on the neutral light unarmed. Now back on blasters. Borgir sitting up in the air, kind of waiting for something. Acno D-Light into Sayer as Borgir comes back over, uses that soft platform to find his way back down. Threads a Sayer in against Acno. Can he get it in with the pogo? And yes, he does.
Pogo's out. 141 damage off of Borgir's side. All it takes is a simple signature from anything in Acno's kit to end this. Maybe not. Breakdance was not enough. Style points. Borgir, though, not long for this world in that first stock, though. Simple 1-2 punch will even things up. Very small damage deficit against Acno now, but with bow in hand and only a spear, this is not a matchup for Borgir.
Oh, not so much, although he is going to get it started. 2 back-to-back neutral lights going off the stage, but that lets Acno get in with the recovery. Oh, down air to get back on stage. Gonna juggle with the Nair. Going back up for another recovery, but Borgir is nowhere near that one. Oh, back-to-back Sares. That was clean. Looking for another one. Oh, he almost had it, but Borgir gonna get the slight little reversal there with the ground pound, and we're gonna reset back to neutral.
Yep, Acto's getting inside the hurt box of Borgir. That's his prime bread and butter. He uses downlights to get that initiation tool, and then we'll just stay inside with Sares and maybe even sometimes just a down sig to send people away, but plenty of damage already applied. Borgir, what are you gonna do? 1-2 punch combo once again from Acno's side. Borgir does respond with a dare recovery, fires back the nuclear option once again, launching Borgir into the sun. Second stock gone. Acno takes back that lead.
Acno, it is a slight one though, but he is starting to extend it. Borgir needs to get on that weapon. He had the spear primed. Acno with a Nair. Ooh, whiff on the sidelight from Borgir. Acno kind of getting damage at will here. Okay, Sarah is going to disarm and send Acno all the way out, but ooh, got caught in the down sig. That's going to send him on his final stock, 109 damage difference.
At this point, he's got to rely on that sight. That's the problem, though. That's a big benefit for Acno. He knows exactly how to get into the sight's hitbox. It's the same as the spear. And Borgir needs that extension. He has to find a way to get Acno to keep going for these downlights, to have that extension out and go for a punish, but that's certainly not easy when it's only a single option, and Acno's doing anything but that.
Oh, swapped over to the blasters. D-Light recovery, not enough, but he cannot take another one of those. And what do you know? What do you know? He had it primed right to go right back to it. And Acno resets grand finals.
Yeah, at this point, Borgir needs to go for a major swap. This Mirage is not working for him. We see the Nimue locked in.
There it is.
I really thought this Nimue would come out maybe game 2. I said that maybe the Nimue would be the option. Looking back now, I think going for a stage swap was the safer bet instead. You don't want to have that Nimue adapted up against very early on, especially when it ended up being a 3-0 against you. So last game would have been good, but he did have the buffer room with the bracket reset. Bringing out the Nimue here for a clean reset here slow, I think is an okay option.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I guess looking at it that way, I can kind of see why maybe he waited until the reset. Just try to squeeze that Mirage out and not show his entire hand all the way in the opening, before the reset. So hopefully he'll be able to at least get some surprise on Acno until Acno has a chance to adapt here. As Borgir going off stage, coming up the recovery, another unarmed recovery from Acno. Fighting back unarmed, bow in hand, and side sig is going to catch Acno on the side of the stage.
We'll say Acno loves to play off stage, but generally speaking, I think this is going to be a bow-centered stage. You have so much leeway room to start up with those downlights into Acno, whatever you want. First stock goes to Acno's favor. Borgir wants to go for the Nimue special. It's going to be playing for the camp off of both of the signature kits, but I don't know if it's going to work out well. Recovery's out. Large blast zone's underway. It's going to take a lot more than just the recovery at 170 to take down Acno's first stock.
Yeah. The Warrior trying to go ahead and lock it in here. Oh, Acno, that was ambitious. No punish from Borgir, though. Acno puts himself in a position to be able to get a recovery. Lets the Haymaker fly. It does connect. Gravity Cancel D-Light gets punished with recovery off the orb. Borgir trying to put the pressure on Acno. Starts to go up in the air. Retreats back down the stage. Catches off the orb. Is Acno. Exclamation point out.
I'm not liking this slow. The fact now that Borgir is being conditioned to not play off stage, even though he needs to finish with Sayers. If he can't get that done, he's looking at sending Acno to 200 damage per stock, and that's plenty of opportunities for Acno to close this out early with Diana Sigs.
Yeah, that's a very risky strategy if you're Borgir, having to do all of that work. Get all of that offense in on Acno just to be able to get a stock. But we see Acno having to work just about as hard here as a Borgir 188 damage was not able to have enough force to be knocked out off of that. That recovery will get it done.
Recovery's out now too. The problem is that orb is it's like a small to medium range weapon. You really can't use Demon Island to your benefit. You have to rely on that spear. But the issue is that Borgir is trying to compensate by overextending so many signatures, and Acno's adapted immediately around that. Acno throws out his weapon, sends Borgir off stage, tries to find the follow through, but Borgir saves the day. Nair is out, brings it back onto the stage. GC downlight into a recovery, a clean game one post reset.
Man, I was gonna say Borgir did a good job getting out of that and stopping the bleeding, but it was very, very temporary. About 3 seconds later, Acno able to lock it in on the blasters, and he is moving in this grand finals. By the way, is he is now just 2 games away from putting another victory on his resume for the 2026 season.
I gotta say, I'm worried now. The viewers at home can't see this, but we're not seeing a legend locked in yet.
No, we're definitely thinking about it, aren't we?
Yeah,
I mean, where do you go
that's
from here?
the problem.
Okay, okay, all right.
Like,
I mean,
okay.
it's either gonna work or it's not. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
but it has diminishing returns, right? Because if you're this far into a tournament, the legend you use this whole time starts to not work for you. You go for your secondary option. That's also been a saving grace. That doesn't work for you. Once you start fishing for like those tertiary, maybe counter pick options, it's far less likely to work.
this is what we call a desperation pick.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what else to do.
You know, I didn't want to say on Demon Island, but because you brought it up, a lot of the SIGs we saw from the Nimue were desperation SIGs too. So it's, you know, it sucks. It is what it is, though. The Mordex has always been very consistent for literally anybody with hands. So I think this could work.
I mean, we'll have to see. Well, we will have to see Acno. Oh my God. Okay, wait. I know.
Like it's not a bad option though. Like in a vacuum, the scythe, sure. I mean, slow SIGs is not what I would want against Acno, but the gauntlets, right? Like, was it the Caspian pick we saw? I think off of who was that? Shira? I thought that was really good against Acno.
Acno absolutely locked in. Oh my God, he got it. He got it. Borgir, can he find his way back? He does. He touches. He's back up on stage. But Acno coming back into that dominant position, having Borgir between him and the side of the stage. Borgir slaps him back down with a nair, catches a dare off the back end of it. But now Acno fishing recovery and stock. 134 against his opening stock. Acno has more than enough room he needs to lock in this game.
Bro's on a different level right now. Acno is playing sublime. He's doing such a great job. Spot dodge out of the neutral sig. Red Borgir like a book. Couldn't find the Sair, however, and now with double exclamation marks out, Borgir finally finds a band-aid. A moment of reprieve. Goes for extended weapon starve, and really at this point it seems like Scythe has to be the way to go for him.
It's the only thing that's getting anything done. But what is it getting done? He's been able to squeeze out about 210 damage against Acno so far. Oh, couldn't catch him up in the air. Nice neutral light into Nair. Acno with the reversal. A little early to be able to confirm the stock so early, but Borgir fighting back with everything he has on the side. Acno letting her rip with the signatures. Back to back, gravity canceled neutral sig over there on the back end.
Oh, okay now. That was looking good for just a small second. Neutral sig is out. Weapon throw from behind into a Sair. Dude, how does Acno doing, man? Oh, if only that had connected. That would have been hype. But unfortunately, that's not quite the case. Nair is out from Borgir's side. Acno might be looking for another signature to close this out. Not necessary. Double Sair instead. Yeah,
double Sair. He is just the amount of coverage he is able to find on Bo. It is just absolutely insane. So well versed on the kit. 497 damage was all it took to be able to get the job done there in game number 2. And Acno is run 1 away for the sweep in grand finals against Borgir.
I mean, what do you do? He's looking to choose again.
I mean, hurt.
Mate, does Borgir play Hammer? Like, I don't know, man. Like,
I mean, you just gotta stomp Sair. That's all you gotta do. Just stomp Sair and hope for the best. Oh, it's rough. There's a breakdown though. 497. You see 244 of it coming off of the blasters, 206 coming off the bow. So a great spread from the weapon selection from Acno. And Borgir is gonna put all of his chips on the Mirage one last time.
All right. Yeah, I was low-key thinking maybe the Mirage would be the way to go. Like, you want to go for what I think you would consider to be your best legend, your best pick for this tournament. Like, I got you the grand finals on the winner's side. You might as well, but I gotta say, I have a lot of doubts for Borgir coming into this. Maybe he can pull out a surprise. We are going to Western Air Temple. I think this could benefit Borgir more than Akno in this position. But this would be the first time I think a stage has benefited the Mirage over the Diana in this whole series.
I just like seeing a change of scenery here. And, you know, trying to mix it up to get something to break loose. So far, he's finding, I mean, very early, but we are finding success on the Mirage. Akno getting in there. Borgir, the Gravity Cancel Sidelight will connect. Good damage build up so far in the early seconds.
Yeah, this is good so far. Really keeping Akno at bay. These small platforms can work out well for Borgir to get all that control, and Akno loses that first stock. All right. Oh, you know what? Borgir just showed a really cool option. He can utilize those small platforms to catch the landings off of Akno before he even lands to go for those extended signatures. Okay, Borgir, I see you.
Man, trying to play chess right now against Akno. You see it there again, trying to reach up there. Akno, recovery. Borgir's not going to be able to get up to put a punish on it. Being very cautious, very careful. Borgir needs to get 3 games in a row, starting with this one right now. Akno just needs to find 3 stocks in 1 game, and he will win this thing. And that recovery is going to go ahead and put us even back on stocks. Akno, 2 stocks away from being Galaxy Cup champion.
All right, stock number 1. The journey continues. Akno looking for an opportunity to play reactive once again to maybe send Borgir down to an early grave for that second stock. The answer so far seems to be no. Borgir has been trying to fish for this dare for so long. Borgir cannot find the recovery, and Akno once again. Dare doesn't connect either. Borgir for the response has been good. The Nair doesn't connect now, and Borgir having to slow down his own pace to wait for Akno to make a mistake. But Akno is the kind of player to force out a false mistake, bring out a signature, and then find a way to capitalize.
Time and time and time again. I don't. It's just crazy. How does he do this?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a Galaxy Cup prize pool answer question.
For real, we're gonna see the extra credit he's able to get out this 16. Not a whole lot. He was probably hoping for a little more, but still, Borgir on his final stock of Galaxy Cup Aether, unless he can lock in and get this against Akno right now.
Already a bracket reset. Borgir's gone through 3 different legends to try to defeat this Diana, and so far nothing has worked. Not a single game for Borgir won in the entirety of this championship run. But this is the closest he's gotten so far. Somewhat deep down onto this final stock. This has been good. Recovery is out. Borgir tries to catch the landing. That doesn't work out, but the dare certainly does. Not once, but twice over. Perhaps now maybe a third? No, not quite. Akno, expecting it, goes for an option instead. The dare of his own does connect. Neutral Sig is out. 126 damage. Things are ramping up now. The bow is back out. A nair doesn't connect, and Borgir tries to find a way to get back into this. Spear is out. Maybe a chance to bring things back. Finally, Borgir wins a match.
He found one. The Mirage. He just had to step off of her. Make Akno play against a couple other legends and then come in fresh on Mirage. It was enough to go ahead and squeeze that one out. But now, can he do it 2 more times?
That's the big question. I mean, the adaptability of Akno is not something we've had to talk about a whole lot in terms of, game-to-game differential. It's been more so just his positioning. But he's faced this before. He's faced the Scythe on now 2 different legends of Borgir. Those fundamentals aren't going to change. It's just the signature kit you have to worry about now in this Mirage.
All right, we're going to see if Borgir is going to be able to thread it in like he did in that last game. It was fantastic.
3, 2, 1.
Going to Demon Island. Akno, 1 game away. Borgir needs the 2. This is your grand finals reset. Comes down to this.
It does come down to this, my friend. Back to Demon Island we go, and again, this is a bow's paradise. No small platforms to worry about. Extended leadway in for the D-Lights, and so much room to go for a lot of aerial signatures. This is going to be bread and butter. Borgir would have to play for the ledge guard, and let me tell you, every single player we've seen Acno face up against has been conditioned to not go off stage against this demon of the island. That's going to be a first signature to come through. 50 damage applied to Acno. Borgir has no choice but to stay in neutral.
All right, Acno, fantastic lead starting us out here. There. Sidelight. Immediately bouncing back, hitting the recovery, back-to-back recovery, goes for the third one. You have to. You hit 2, there's no way you can stop your brain from doing it a third time.
I mean, 3 times the charm, right?
No, not usually.
Oh.
Not if you hit the first 2. If
Well,
you
know
miss
what
the
they
first
say.
2, then you hit the third one.
Every good joke comes in 3s. Acno is
That's
anything
right.
but a joke, though. Maybe that's why it doesn't work.
Who knows? Borgir with the D-Light into recovery, and that's finally gonna put Acno on a second stock. Borgir 102 against his. So we're gonna have to see, can he squeeze it back? Can he get this buffer gone? The Acno is built for himself. That's not gonna help things out very much.
Acno, double recoveries out now, 148 damage, looking for a way back in. It's just going to be a simple nair. Dare doesn't connect. Thought Borgir would go for the follow-up. Recoveries out. And a full stock lead now for what could very well be championship stock for Borgir. How will Homie bring this back? Can he
Borgir
bring
needs
it
to
back?
he needs to channel his inner Acno right now
Yeah.
and be the clutch king. Okay, neutral light gets us started. Another neutral light from Borgir. Oh, D-Light into recovery. Big damage build up, 81. Ooh, wow, he was charging something furious there. Another recovery. There, Borgir's gonna stay all the way out of it.
There's are not connecting. One dare finally does for Borgir. That's going to work out well. Acno immediate response, neutral light into a recovery. What can you do? He's looking for a chance for this. It's going to be the spot dodge out. Borgir, signature needs to come out now. You have to find a way to stem the bleeding, but I don't know if you can. He's not finding any options. These sidelights not connecting. Recovery is out. And that is Acno, your champion of the Galaxy Cup Aether.
Oh my, I hate to say I saw this coming, but my man was on a demonic elimination run. Absolutely deranged down there on the elimination side. And able to get it all the way done with the reset. Borgir only able to take one game. Acno was just on fire, bro.
Yeah, dude, all the players that we saw in our block today were fantastic, but Acno was just simply at a whole different level. The fact again that he could play off bow so well, find opportunities in terms of movement to play reactive where no other player this year I've seen has been able to accomplish, really speaks volumes about how much he is level up in the 1v1 sphere. Remember, this is the guy that we've known as just the most clinical 2v2 half to another half in the entire world. The fact now that he is stemming on forwards, making it into the 1v1 sphere, dude, I honestly at least top 4 BCX.
I mean, you kind of wonder where it comes from. And Acno said that he's just having fun playing the game again. The changes have been good, the patches have been good, and he is just enjoying Brawlhalla, and you can see it shine in his gameplay. He has been an absolute terror in 2026. Hopefully he is able to make it to midseason and has a good lane run.
Yeah, I hope he does too, and I think it'll be an amazing opportunity for him to show off what he can do in front of at least people, a crowd. I think that'd be pretty neat to see. Yeah, some people, not just himself. I mean, I guess, Power kind of had a crowd today, just smashing away the PC cafe.
It was very, very cool watching a European tournament chat completely turn to Portuguese. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was fun. Definitely a lot of representation from that region coming in and cheering on their player. He ended up getting third. Congratulations again to him. And we're going to take a look at the queue and how it looked getting to where we are. And it is the story of Acno. He just came in and got it done.
Yeah, Acno only dropped 2 games in the entirety of the 3 sets that we watched from him today. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Congratulations to Acno once again is your Galaxy Cup Aether champion. We got to shout out some people. One, make sure you guys get signed up for midseason. Get signed up for midseason. It's gonna be a fun show. If you have the opportunity, come hang out with us. I'll be there. There'll be some good Brawlhalla. It'll be fun. Two, your guys' esport drops. If you didn't get them all, don't worry. They run through Wednesday. I'm sure some of our tournament organizers will give you guys some streams throughout the week to be able to finish up those drops. Other than that, man, it's been a fantastic weekend, Keg. Thank you so much for dropping in here with me on the mic. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me, man. I'm excited to see what things are going to look like from here on out. I hope we get to see more Acno. And with that, Galaxy Cup Aether closes out. We'll see you all next tournament.